Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents HALE by Daphne Loveling, narrated by Troy Duran and Gillian Macy. Prologue. HALE. A favor will kill you faster than a bullet. My dad told me that once. Turns out he was only half right. A bullet might kill you faster, but a favor can kill you deader, even if you live to tell the tale. The story I'm about to tell you is my tale. I'm still alive. Physically, at least. Every other way. Draw your own conclusions. 1. HALE. God damn it, Angel, I complain, tossing back my third shot in the last 10 minutes. I just fucking got back from a run. I ain't the only patch holder in this MC. Send someone else. I brought the bottle and the shot glass with me into chapel because I was pretty sure I wasn't going to like what I was about to hear from my prez. I wasn't wrong. I looked from Angel to Beast, his VP, hoping my words will have an effect. But I already know it's no damn use. I know that, Angel grunts. But you're the best man I got for this job, HALE. I need someone to go down to Ironwood and represent our club with Dos Santos. I need someone to act as my eyes and ears. Someone I can trust. I'm one of the only men without an old lady or kids, you mean? I grumble. Beside him, Beast gives me a grin. That too. Even as I argue with them, I know it's a lost cause. Angel's my president. If he says I'm going down to represent him on business with the new Ironwood chapter of the Lords of Carnage MC, I'm going. As much as I want to bitch about it, that was never in question. So, swearing a blue streak in my head, I lean back in the chair. I look across at them over the dark, carved mahogany table in our chapel, and I listen to Angel tell me what he needs from me. Setting up this pipeline between Ironwood and us is big business for our club, he explains, drumming his hands on the table. We need to be sure everything's running like a well-oiled machine from jump. I'm sending you down to give the Ironwood chapter's prez a hand. You're going to be my eyes and ears down there, like I said. You'll be helping Axel and his men set up this partnership with the Dos Santos cartel like it should be. Ironwood will be receiving shipments from Dos Santos to the south. Next, Ironwood moves some of that product to the west to sell to the gangs in that part of the state. They move the rest of it up here to our chapter. Then we take over, moving north up to Cleveland, and schedule a drop-off at the ports. What kind of product are we looking at? I ask. Opioids mainly. Smack. Synthetics. Supply and demand, brother, Angel snorts. But his tone is grim. Occasionally guns, if and when they're needed. How they moving it? Angel looks over at Beast. The Ironwood chapter set up a garage. Beast continues. Car and truck repair. The shop's a front for moving product. They hoist the vehicles up on the lift, stash the product underneath during the repair, sew it back up. Beast raps his knuckles on the table. Good to go. So, I'm just there to supervise? I ask skeptically. Yeah, mostly. Supervise, be my rep, make sure it's set up right. Report back to me with any issues. Angel leans back. Take Tank with you. Have another set of eyes on it. The two of you can make sure everything's going like it should be. Go on the first run with Ironwood down to meet the Dos Santos cartel. Check shit out. You'll be my goodwill ambassador to smooth shit over between him and Chaco. Angel shows his teeth. Make sure their working relationship starts on solid ground. I stifle a sigh. It's a simple enough job, but my gut sure as hell doesn't like it. So I tell my gut to shut the fuck up. I'm going to Ironwood. God damn it to hell. Gonna miss you, brothers, Stryker says beside me, clapping me on the back. Don't forget to write, Bullet jokes. We ain't gonna be gone that long, I growl. A week, maybe 2 at the most. Back out in the main room of the clubhouse, I'm 2 more shots into the bottle of Jack, but I feel sober as a damn judge. Unfortunately. I signal to Jude, one of the hang-arounds who's getting ready to prospect, to bring me a beer. Less than a minute later, it appears in front of me. Jude's the little brother of Angel's old lady, Jewel. He and I had a less than auspicious first meeting, to put it mildly. But I have to admit, he's starting to grow on me. Not that I'd let him see that, of course. You took long enough, I growl. I'm worth the wait, Jude smirks, batting his eyes at me. Fuck you with that shit, I grunt, disgusted. Jude just grins. You know you love me. I snort as he moves away. That kid's mouth is going to get him in trouble one of these days. I take a swig of the amber liquid and let Stryker and Bullet goad me some more. I make sure not to give them the satisfaction of letting them see they're riling me even more than I already am. They know I'm pissed, but they don't know the half of it. It ain't that I'm pissed at Angel. I'm just pissed in general. The last couple months, I've been away from Tanner Springs about 75% of the time. I'm tired as shit, and I was looking forward to spending a weekend swimming in Pussy, followed by a few days of fishing by myself at Connegut, a safe house the club owns that's on a decent trout stream. Going down south to the newly formed Ironwood chapter of the MC is just about the last fucking thing I want to do. I have my reasons, and they're not just that I was looking forward to some downtime. Those reasons don't matter to my club president, and they shouldn't. They're mine alone to deal with. My personal problems ain't the club's problems. Doesn't mean I gotta be happy about it, though. Besides Stryker, Tank shrugs. Unlike me, he's fine with being chosen to go down to Ironwood. Hell, look at it this way, he says philosophically. Think of it as new Pussy, a whole new landscape. He lifts his hand and spans an imaginary scene in front of him. We got at least a week to sample all the decent tail Ironwood has to offer. Tank's words are meant to cheer me up, but they don't. Pussy's pussy, I growl. I've had enough to know there ain't enough difference to make a change of geography worth my while. Variety's the spice of life, brother, Stryker grins. Besides, with you gone, we got less to compete with up here. Yeah, good riddance, motherfucker. Bullet snorts and hits his bottle against Stryker's. It's true, I get more than my fair share of the pussy around here. The club girls like me, what can I say? And I've turned enough female heads in Tanner Springs that it doesn't take long to draw a crowd of them at any civilian bar either. There's always going to be women around wanting to take a walk on the wild side with a big bad biker who ain't hard on the eyes. Even in the club, I've got a reputation for liking a nice piece of ass. This is my life, and I conduct it the way I want. I make damn sure the women I bed know the only thing I'm after is a good fuck. They get what they want. I get what I want. Everyone goes away happy. Though lately, it's been getting a little old. Not sure why. I guess too much of a good thing can be, well, too much sometimes. As Stryker and Bullet continue to needle me, I tune them out and look around the clubhouse bar. Over to one side, Beast and Thorn are straddling stools at a high-top table. Their old ladies, Brooke and Isabel, are there with them. Brooke, a petite blonde, leans into Beast as he talks. Beast's almost twice as big as she is. Brooke is small, but she's even more of a badass than some of the men in here. She could probably take down one of the prospects with a single punch. Brooke laughs at something Beast says, and he gives her a smirk that tells everybody in this place that he's fucking gone for her. Not that I can blame him. She is smoking hot and tough as nails. On the other side of the table, Thorn murmurs something in Isabel's ear that makes her blush and slap at his chest. That fucker can turn his Irish brogue on and off like a spigot, and he's used that fact to melt more than one pair of panties in his day. But ever since he met Isabel, it's like the rest of the female population doesn't even fucking exist. Don't get me wrong, I'm happy for them both. I'm happy for Angel, too, and his old lady, Jewel. But shit, lately it seems like everyone around here's put their balls in a sling and handed them over to some woman or other. Except for Stryker and Tank and Bullet and me. Sounds fucking terrifying, to be honest. Not to mention dangerous. Once you give your heart to a woman, you open yourself up to risk. You're putting your safety, and hers, on the line. Life in an outlaw MC is dangerous. Loyalty to the club is what keeps us all alive. Knowing your brothers have you back and you have theirs is vital. Any extra attachment is a weakness to be exploited. Old ladies can be targeted. So can kids. Our fucking club wouldn't do that, of course. We may not exactly be Boy Scouts, but we ain't savages. But the same can't be said of our enemies. Or hell, even our allies. I ain't saying I don't trust my brothers who have families. I would trust each and every one of these men with my life. But I know how divided loyalty can fuck with your head. It can make your objectives less clear, make you hesitate when you should strike. So, I'll keep my dick and my balls firmly in my own goddamn possession. Thank you very much. Say hey to Axel and Rourke, Bullet tells us, referring to the president and VP of the Ironwood chapter. He reaches for my bottle of whiskey before I can stop him and pours himself a shot. Hey, ain't one of the Ironwood guys your cousin Hale? Yeah, I mutter sourly. Mal, they're sergeant at arms. Even as I say it, my lip curls. Fucking Mal, of all people, is the one who upholds the laws of the club. The one who keeps order. The irony is pretty damn rich. I'm not sure how Bullet knows Mal and I are related, and I don't ask. I tell myself I don't care. The bad blood between my cousin and me is personal. It goes back years. It's got nothing to do with the club, or the present day. I need to remember that. I need to push that shit way down deep. So deep it doesn't have a chance of resurfacing. Along with everything else in my past that makes this trip down to Ironwood seem like a bad goddamn dream.
2. Kylie. I bite my lip nervously as I stand over the stove, stirring the mess of scrambled eggs and cheese that's cooking in our formerly non-stick pan. The amount of food I'm preparing for my dad is wildly optimistic. I haven't seen him eat this much in one sitting in months. Still, I tell myself it's better to give him more than he can eat than to leave him wanting more, even if some of it goes to waste. As the eggs set, I mentally run through the list of things I always do before leaving my father for any length of time. Food, his cell phone at the ready so he can call me if anything happens. TV is on, remote is handy. Mrs. Hellman's number on the post-it on the side table in case of an emergency. When I'm satisfied I've thought of everything, I turn off the heat and take the pan off the burner. I use the flipper to push the eggs off onto the plate I've set beside the stove. "Soup's on," I call as I turn and walk into the living room. "Thank you, Pumpkin," Dad murmurs, glancing up at me with a wan smile. He's sitting upright in his recliner now, the TV showing some sports channel on mute. I pull the TV tray over and set the plate in front of him. Then, reaching behind me, I pull the fork and a paper towel that I folded into a napkin from my back pocket. "Voila," I say with a flourish. "Better service not to be found anywhere." "You look nice." Dad gives me an appraisal and a nod. "Going out?" Truth be told, the only thing that's different about me is I've brushed out my hair and put on a little makeup. But the fact that this apparently makes such a dramatic difference that my father noticed is sort of a sad commentary on the state of my social life. It occurs to me that Dad might think I'm going on a date. The realization almost breaks my heart in its sweet, simple fatherly optimism. I don't have time for dates. Not only that, I don't have the energy to make flirty small talk and pretend like I'm just some breezy, happy 20-something girl. And frankly, even if I did feel like putting myself out there like that, there's no one in this town that would qualify. I've only been here a few months, but around here, that's plenty of time to have scanned my entire potential dating pool. Let's just say it's shallow, very shallow. "I'm just going out to say hi to a friend for a little while," I reply casually. The anxious flutter in my stomach grows a little stronger. I put on my brightest face. I'll be home in just a couple of hours. Dad doesn't ask for more information. If he notices that I'm looking nervous, he doesn't say anything. I guess one of the silver linings of his illness is that he doesn't seem to be as perceptive as he used to be. But I know he's also careful to try to stay out of my life as much as possible. I think it's because he feels guilty about being sick, and especially that I have to take care of him. Whatever the reason, right now, I'm more than grateful that he's not grilling me, because I wouldn't want to try to explain to him where I'm really going tonight, or why. I lean down to kiss the top of my father's balding head. Wisps of patchy gray hair, mussed from his leaning back against the recliner pillow, tickle my nose as I do. My throat closes up, a sharp ache making it impossible to talk or swallow for a second as I fight tears. Reaching up, I stroke his scratchy beard and take a moment to breathe deeply and recompose my face. "Okay, I'll be back soon," I say brightly, giving him a smile. "Your phone's there. I've got my ringer on in case you need me. Just set the plate aside when you're done. I'll do the dishes when I get back." "Don't worry about," he begins, but a coughing fit stops him. My smile goes rigid as I wait for him to compose himself. I fight to keep my emotions in check and off my face. The fits come countless times a day, but I never get used to them. They're a constant reminder of how close I am to losing my father, the only family I have. Time, we both know, is slipping away from us. The cancer that's eating away at him has a steady appetite. It's stage 3 right now, chugging right along towards stage 4. That means it's already spread, and without aggressive treatments, the prognosis is bleak. Unfortunately, we can't afford the treatments. With Dad having to quit work when the symptoms started getting bad, he lost his health insurance. And with me having to quit school to come back and take care of him, my part-time job as a receptionist at Curl Up and Die Salon doesn't provide much in the way of money. Which is why I'm going where I'm going tonight. Because desperate times call for desperate measures. On the way into town for my appointment, I try to keep my nerves calm by plugging my phone into the radio of my dad's truck and singing loudly to some of my favorite girl power songs. It makes my voice a little hoarse, but at least it starts my heart pumping. I'm just reaching the city limits when I get a text. It's from Mal, the person I'm supposed to meet. "Plans changed. Prez wants you to come directly to the clubhouse instead." What the hell? My heart starts to flutter nervously again. I was supposed to meet Mal at the garage. I've never been inside the MC's clubhouse before. I know from what he's said in previous conversations that the clubhouse is in the building next to the garage, on the same compound. It shouldn't be a big deal, but isn't the clubhouse supposed to be, off limits to anyone but the club members themselves? I guess that's what I thought anyway. Somehow, going in there all by myself seems a lot more scary and intimidating than just driving the pickup into the garage like I've done in the past. By the time I get to the property, my heart is in my throat. I've seen the president of the Ironwood Lords of Carnage MC from afar, but I've never met him face to face. I didn't even know he knew who I was. I suppose that he probably wants to check me out, though, given the circumstances. He probably wants to see what I look like and decide for himself whether I'm to be trusted. In spite of myself, I have to laugh at the thought. How exactly does one convince a criminal, the president of an outlaw MC, that you're trustworthy? When I pull into the parking lot of Ironwood Car and Truck Repair, instead of turning right toward the garage, I go left. I park the truck on the far edge of the lot, in front of a smaller building that must be the clubhouse. A row of large, low-slung Harleys in front of the building tells me I'm probably right. I climb out of the truck, not bothering to lock it, and walk up toward the front door. When I get there, I hesitate. Do I knock? Do I just walk in? I have no idea. I wished I'd asked Mal what the protocol is. I consider texting him, but that just seems sort of ridiculous since I'm already here. Finally, I take a step forward and timidly rap 3 times. When there's no answer, I try again, louder this time. When that doesn't get a response, I decide I need to just get over myself. Grabbing the handle, I wrench it down and push open the heavy door with more force than I intended. It swings open and I go with it, half stumbling into the open space with a clatter of my boots. The commotion draws the attention of 2 large, tattooed men playing pool at a table in the center of the room. One of them, about to take a shot, lifts his cue and stands. For a long second, he eyes me with a mixture of laziness and outright sexual interest. "Well, damn," he drawls, one corner of his mouth lifting. "Is it Christmas? 'Cause Santa just brought exactly what I fucking asked for." I regain my balance and square my shoulders, willing myself not to show my fear. Automatically, my eyes flick down to the patches on the right pec of his leather cut. There's no officer's patch. "I'm here to see your president," I say. My voice sounds reedy and thin in the testosterone-laden atmosphere. The other pool player starts to laugh, a deep, rich rumble that sounds more sexual than it should. "Is that right, little girl? Did Axel send out to rent a Hummer?" Is he seriously implying I'm a prostitute? I look down at my clean but worn jeans, an understated white button-down shirt, and decide that's probably his idea of a joke, and a challenge. "Mal sent for me," I retort, keeping my temper at bay, because the last thing I need is to lose what little control I have of this situation. "Kylie!" a voice calls off to one side. I turn with relief to see Mal himself ambling up. He motions with a finger for me to follow him. I shoot the pool players a cool look as I do so, lifting my head with what I hope is haughty dignity. "You're on time," Mal murmurs as he leads me down a short corridor. "That's good. Axel doesn't like to be kept waiting." What is this about, anyway? Suddenly, things feel like they're moving really fast. "He wants to meet you about the new route. Wants to see you for himself." So this is a test of sorts. Well, in for a penny, in for a pound. We enter a small back room that looks more like a living room than anything. It has a low couch and coffee table, and 4 overstuffed chairs arranged on the other side. Sitting in the far chair, like a king, is the man whom I recognize as the president of the MC, Axel. Even seated, it's obvious that he's tall and chiseled, with intense deep blue eyes and a stare that could nail you to the spot. He's leaning back in a relaxed position, but even so, he looks like a man who commands respect, a man who never totally relaxes. "This is Kylie," Mal says simply. "Sit." I do as he says, thankful I didn't wear a skirt so I don't have to be arranging it to cover my legs. "Tell me what you've been doing for us," Axel orders. A man of few words. "I've been driving product," I explain, even though I'm pretty sure he already knows this. Whenever I get the call, I come to the garage and pull my truck in for repairs. I nod toward the other building. I drive in. Your mechanics do whatever it is they do. When they're done, I drive to the drop-off, an oil change place in Rush City. I pull into a bay there. They do whatever they need to do. When they're done, I leave. Since I know I'm being evaluated, I try to sound tough, unflappable. But damned if this isn't the weirdest job interview I've ever had. "How's she been doing?" Axel asks Mal. Mal nods. "She's good. Reliable." He glances at me. "She's got that innocent look, good at flying under the radar." "You think she's ready for the Cincy run?" I glance between the two men, resisting the urge to point out that they're talking about me like I'm not here. Yeah, Mal frowns. I think she's up for it. I exhale a breath I didn't realize I was holding. Axel stares at me for a long second, considering. Finally, he gives a curt nod. Okay, we'll try you out. We'll double your current take. Trial basis, 1 run. I want more than a cut of the money. Axel stops short. What? I want a cut of the product, too. The president of the Ironwood Lords of Carnage cuts a sharp look at Mal, then at me. What the fuck, brother? He barks. What did you bring me? You using little girl? I'm scared, but I can't back down now. Do I look like a junkie to you? I challenge. Axel untenses a little, but he's still peering at me, his eyes narrow. No, you don't look like a dealer either. That's why we fucking hired you. I'm not a dealer, I retort. I'm not a user. Beyond that, do you care? Why do you want to get into this, sweetheart? Axel asks. His voice has a strange, almost sad note to it, like he doesn't believe me. Dealing drugs is a whole other animal. It's a dangerous fucking game. His eyes travel down my body. Especially for a sexy young thing like you. People get hurt, or worse. In spite of myself, I scoff. Don't pretend you care about my well-being. I know I'm just an employee. I'm not a dealer or a user, I repeat. I just need regular access to something I can't get. I have my reasons. Axel leers at me. I feel a little bit like a bug under a magnifying glass. It's uncomfortable as hell, but I manage to stand my ground. I tell myself I don't care what he thinks. He has no right to know anything about my life. Take it or leave it. I give him a frank stare. Do I get the job or not? Axel blows out a breath, but grins. Fuck, you're a tough one, ain't you? How much are you thinking? I tell him the amount, which I've calculated based on the pain meds my father is currently using and won't be able to afford much longer. He blinks in surprise. You're vouching for her? Axel asks Mal again. Mal says yeah, that I wouldn't be here otherwise. She's smart. She knows how to be invisible. Okay. Axel nods. Trial run. We'll do Dayton first, then we'll see. Thank you. I'm trying to keep the relief out of my voice, but instead it comes out prim, reserved, like a little girl playing at being a grown-up. I hate it. Mal stands and opens the door. I follow him back to the corridor and out into the main room. We've only been in Axel's office a few minutes, but in that time the clubhouse has started to fill up. More than a dozen leather-vested men have come in, and someone has started up the music. It looks like the start of a lively evening. Thank you, Mal, I say, resisting the urge to hold out my hand for a shake. Don't make me regret it, he retorts, but his tone is half teasing. I won't. So, what are you gonna do to make up the favor to me? Mal lifts an arm around my shoulders to pull me close, but I duck under it. Hold on, I laugh. Unlike the other men in this room, Mal doesn't scare me. What about your girlfriend? What about her? He shoots back. Don't you think Cindy would mind you making a pass at me? Mal chuckles. Cindy'd be fine with a threesome. You down? I roll my eyes. Not my scene, I'm afraid, I inform him. Suit yourself, he smirks, looking down pointedly at my ass. You sure you don't want to stick around for a bit, though? The booze is free. I shake my head, my gaze already going toward the front door. I should be getting... I begin. But then my words die in my throat as my eyes fall on something. Someone I thought I'd never see again. His back is to me, but then he turns to speak to someone else. His profile is one I'd know anywhere. Oh my God, I whisper, as the walls start to close in. Cameron HALE.
3. HALE. At least the drive down to Ironwood is good. Instead of taking the straight-shot 4-lane highway, I convinced Tank to go the scenic route, winding through a patchwork of small Ohio towns. The landscape we're driving through varies a lot from where we are in the Northeast to where Ironwood is located on the southern edge of the state. There's till plains and hills formed by glaciers, and then as you drive further toward the border between Kentucky and West Virginia, you get into the Appalachian Plateaus. The roads cut through some of the most beautiful country I've seen. It's part of the reason I ever sat down on a bike in the first place. Highways through landscape this nice are wasted on being cooped up in a cage. Ironwood is in the extreme southern tip of Ohio. As the landscape changes, so do the accents. By the time we stop for gas just outside of town, the southern drawl of the lady gas station attendant who takes my card reminds me of Kentucky, where I was born. The memory is good and bad, and I push it away because I'm not here for a fucking nostalgia fest. Tank is a chatty motherfucker when we stop to refuel about 20 minutes outside of Ironwood. I can tell he's still getting a kick out of ribbing me for my bad mood, which is getting worse the closer we get. I do my best to shake out of it and pretend I'm not pissed, because I hate giving him the satisfaction. "You been to that clubhouse before?" he asks me as we straddle our bikes and get ready to drive the last few miles. "No, but I know where it is." I don't share that this is an area I know well. The less Tank, or anyone, knows about my life down here, the better. It ain't relevant anyway. "All right, lead the way, brother." We start our engines, and Tank raises a finger from the throttle to let me know he's ready to go. I pull out, and he follows close behind me. An older couple in a refurbished '68 Corvette convertible pulls into the gas station just as we're leaving, and stares with a look of disdainful recognition at our cuts. Huh. It appears the local population ain't all that happy about having a new MC in their midst. Well, they're going to have to get used to it, one way or another. The Ironwood chapter is here to stay. Expanding the Lords of Carnage into new territory has been part of Angel's plan since he took over as prez. The Ironwood chapter is going to be crucial for moving product from Mexico and the southern states up our way. They're also going to be selling for us in Columbus, Dayton, and Cincinnati once they get big enough to do so. Angel's got plans for the Lords. A vision. And when he's finished, we're going to be in control of all the territory for contraband moving in and out of the state of Ohio. So, pissed as I am to be here, I know it's important. The stakes are high. The groundwork we're laying right now is going to be the basis of our club's business for years to come. Ironwood's clubhouse is smaller and shittier than ours. It's on the same lot as their big-ass garage, Ironwood Car and Truck Repair. Unlike our garage, Twisted Pipes, our one legit business, Ironwood started theirs as a front to move the product they buy and sell for us. It's a good setup, as long as they're smart about running it and they don't get caught by the cops or the feds. As we drive up, I'm impressed by the size of the place. They've got a lot of capacity. Enough to take care of their unsuspecting legitimate customers, as well as store and move the product as needed, away from any curious eyes. Tank and I pull up in front of the clubhouse. We can see the operations for ourselves later. For now, we need to connect with the Ironwood prez to let him know we're here. I know from Angel that Axel's expecting us, so I don't expect any issues. 4 men in cuts standing by the door watch as we park the bikes. They look tense for a second, but when they see our colors, they relax. As we walk up to them, I recognize a couple. The VP, whose name is Rourke, and a guy named Ranger. "Brothers," I grunt, lifting my chin. Rourke takes a step forward and claps me on the back. "Good to see you, Hale." "This is Tank," I say, nodding my head towards him. Rourke holds out a hand and Tank shakes it. "Good trip?" he asks. "Yeah. Axel around?" "He's here. I know he's talking to someone right now, but he'll be free in a bit." I'm not in the mood to wait around. "Good. Let's go in." Rourke glances at the other man. Sure thing. He drops the cigarette he's been smoking and grinds it out in the dust. Come on in. We follow Rourke inside. I take a quick look around the clubhouse, which looks like a cross between a log cabin and a small airplane hangar. The floors are cement, but the furniture's rustic. In the middle of the room is a pool table with a group of ironwood lords clustered around it. You want a beer? Rourke asks us. Tank nods. That'd be good. Road was dusty. Rourke signals to a prospect behind the bar who comes over with 2 ice-cold bottles. I accept mine, my eyes scanning the room. No sign yet of my cousin. I take a long pull on my beer, letting the chill of the beverage calm me. A few other ironwood men come to greet us. Most of them I know, at least by sight. Matthias, Shooter, King, Blade, a guy named Yoda who reminds me of Tweak. They ask for news about our chapter, and as Tank and I answer them, I start to loosen up a little. For a couple minutes, I almost forget why I don't want to be here. But that doesn't last long. A commotion down the short corridor behind me catches my attention, making me turn my head. From a room to the side that might be an office comes Axel, the Ironwood Prez. With him is my cousin Mal. His eyes scan the room and lock on mine, like he's been expecting me. My stomach sours as I start to glance away, sneering slightly. But what my eyes land on next is even fucking worse. And such a goddamn shock I almost dropped my beer. Jesus fucking Christ. Kylie Sutton. She's beautiful. That's the hell of it. Always has been. Silky hair the golden brown of a fall sunset, falling straight and loose around her shoulders. Chocolate eyes deep enough that you'd happily drown in them. Lips that look like plump pillows, soft and vulnerable, set below a nose that has just the slightest pug turn to it. Small breasts, a slight waist, and hips that swell out just enough that the jeans she's wearing hug her curves and make you want to beg to get a glimpse of legs that seem to go on for days. She somehow straddles that line between unusually pretty and unearthly beautiful, and you could argue with your dick for days about which one it is. She's the only girl I've ever known who made me want to stare at her for days on end. I could never figure out whether what I wanted most was to fuck her or just fucking look at her. Her face is thinner than I remember it. The baby fat is gone, but her features have refined over the years since I last saw her. But it's not just that. There's a spareness, a no-nonsense look to her body. There's not an ounce of fat on her waist, very little padding on her hips and ass. I can't decide whether it makes her look tough or fragile. One thing she doesn't look is relaxed. There's a lean, hungry expression on her face, and it ain't from needing a burger. It's more like a longing for something. I don't know what. Kylie's head turns in my direction. Those chocolate brown eyes meet mine, and her hand goes to her throat as she murmurs something that might be my name. Beside me, Tank seems to realize something's up. You know her? He asks me quietly, but I raise a hand to silence him. My head's racing to try to make sense of the scene that's unfurled in front of me in the last 2 seconds. Kylie, with Axel and Mal, here in the middle of the Ironwood clubhouse. My gut hasn't been able to keep up. But as the Ironwood Prez comes toward me, Mal leans down and mutters something in Kylie's ear. She gives him a curt nod and goes over to sit down in an empty chair at an unoccupied table. She steals one more glance at me, and then looks away, taking out her phone and busying herself with it. The sour churning in my gut gets stronger as I try to figure out what to make of this. Jesus Christ, is Kylie with Mal? Is she his old lady? The stiff way she held herself when she was standing between him and Axel tells me that's not it. But I'll be fucked if I can figure out why the hell else she would be here. Whatever it is, it can't be good. There's no doubt about that. Kylie Sutton wouldn't be in the clubhouse of an outlaw MC if it was. That bitch is trouble wherever she goes. I've learned that the hard way. And that makes me hate Mal even more for bringing her here. Because he, of all people, should know it too.
4. Kylie. I sit at the table by myself, fighting a bubbling nausea that has suddenly erupted in my stomach. As I fixate on my phone, trying to pretend indifference, I feel the weight of his stare on me like a boulder. I don't dare look up again, but I don't have to. Just the few seconds I saw of him are enough to etch the image of Cameron HALE in my mind for the rest of my days. He's always been tall, but he's wider now. His upper body is a mass of tattooed muscle. The armless leather cut he's wearing over his light gray t-shirt reveals the patchwork of tattoos that line his forearms and biceps. More ink snakes from his collar up his neck. His jeans look lived in, the material soft over the hard muscles of his legs underneath. In the few seconds that I looked at him, I couldn't help but notice the large bulge under the zipper. It made me redden with embarrassment, though I'm hoping he didn't notice. He has a dark beard now, and close-cropped hair that's a little longer up top. His brow is furrowed, his eyes piercing as he seems to stare right through me. I'm too far away to see their color, but that doesn't matter. I know their whiskey tint by heart already. His normally sensual lips are set in a hard line. When Cam looks at me, I can't read his expression, so closed off and neutral it is. I'd almost think he didn't recognize me, except for the way his gaze finally flicks away from me, his lip curling slightly, as though he's dismissing me. It's hot in the clubhouse bar, but even so, within minutes, I'm shivering from the adrenaline. Cameron HALE has always had this effect on me. Powerful, dizzying, threatening, and tempting all at once. Everything about him has always been big, overwhelming, like he has his own force field, a planet with his own gravity. On the other side of the bar, Mal, Cam, and Axel stand around and speak with 2 other men I don't know. From the looks of it, Cam is in an MC too. His patches match those of the man standing next to him. At one point, that man turns, and I catch a glimpse of his bottom rocker, which doesn't say Ironwood, but simply Ohio. The colors are the same, though, Lords of Carnage. The 5 men continue talking for so long that I start to wonder if I can just stand up and slip out unnoticed. But just as I start to uncross my legs and shift my weight, Axel slaps Cam on the back, and the group breaks apart. Then Axel and his vice president move off, leaving Mal, Cam, and the 3rd man. Mal and Cam have what looks like a tense exchange, and then Mal shoots Cam a shit-eating grin and raises his arm to point over to my table. Oh, shit. Within seconds, the 3 men surround my table, each of them grabbing a chair. "Hey, darlin'," the man I don't know drawls, nodding at me. "I'm Tank." I give him a grateful smile. "Kylie," I murmur, trying not to feel too awkward. "Nice to meet you." One side of Tank's mouth lifts. His eyes float down to my breasts and then back up to my face. "What's a nice, polite girl like you doing with a bunch of reprobates like this?" he smirks. Mal interjects. "She's an old friend from way back. Ain't that right, Cam? You remember Kylie." Tank looks over at his friend. "You 2 know each other?" "Yeah." Cameron stares at me with that machine gun stare of his mouth still a thin line. He pulls out a chair and flips it around, bracing his forearms on the back as he sits. "But friend isn't a word I'd use." Mal continues, as though Cam didn't just speak. "Kylie's doing some jobs for the club, some deliveries." At his words, Cam's face contorts. His brows furrow, his eyes growing stormy. "Are you fucking serious?" He looks at Mal in disbelief. "Yeah," Mal chuckles. "She's got the face for it, don't you think? Innocent-like. She looks like a freaking co-ed. She's perfect. Ain't no cops ever gonna suspect her of being a mule." Cam's reaction says everything I need to know about his opinion of this. His face is a wall of disgust, loathing even. His nostrils flare as he looks me up and down. "I thought you'd learned your fucking lesson," he growls at me. With a snarl of distaste, he finally turns his eyes away. His words shouldn't hurt the way they do. I shouldn't care what Cam thinks of me. I already know he hates me, always has. Well, maybe not always, but for long enough. So when my eyes start to prick and blur with tears, it takes me by surprise for a second. Even though I haven't seen Cameron HALE in years, the weight of his judgment hits me like a sucker punch. I want to scream at him that he doesn't know me, that he's never known me. I want to cry out that I have my reasons he'll never understand. But I don't. Because Cameron HALE's hatred of me is not something I'll ever be able to change. He'll always find a reason to think the worst of me, whether I deserve it or not. And because, deep down inside, I'm not entirely sure I don't deserve it. I make my voice as cold and unemotional as I can. "Mal," I say, turning to him, "I'm assuming Axel doesn't need me anymore today?" "Nah, but I need to take you out to the garage," Mal answers. "But we'll need to get your truck outfitted to carry more product at a time." In spite of my resolve, I suck in a shaky breath. "When's my next run?" I ask. I feel Cam's eyes on me, but I pretend like he isn't there. "A few days from now." Mal frowns. "Axel wants you to go to Dayton. Small one, trial run." He glances at Cam and Tank. "You do good, you'll get your cut of the profit, and Axel will set you up for something bigger." Next to me, Cam scoffs loudly, setting down his beer bottle with a bang. Stiffening, I rise. "Fine," I say icily. "I'll wait to hear from you about the run." I don't bother to say goodbye to either Cam or Tank. I'm hoping I'll never see either one of them again. Instead, I turn on my heel and make for the front door. There are a few whistles and hoots from the other MC men as they stare after me, but I ignore them. Outside, I let a single sob escape my throat before pounding my fist against my thigh and cursing at myself to not be such a baby. The fact is, Cam's judgment of me isn't anything I don't feel about myself too right now. But having him look at me like that just now, like the worst things he has ever thought about me have been confirmed, made me feel so ashamed. I've told myself over and over since that day Mal first talked to me about working for the club that I don't have a choice in the matter. That what I'm doing now is my only shot at saving my father's life. He's all I have in the world. And even though he's not perfect, and he's made more than a few mistakes in his life, I love him. So much it makes my heart seize to think about losing him. If my dad dies, I'll be all alone. And I'm terrified that's exactly what's going to happen. Cam doesn't know any of that. If he did, maybe he wouldn't look at me with quite the same amount of hatred. Surely my dad's situation tips the moral balance in my favor just a little bit. I'm not a monster for the choices I'm making right now, am I? I hate the fact that Cam's making me question the choices I already feel bad enough about. I continue walking toward my truck, eyes blurred with the tears I'm fighting against. I'm almost there and reaching for keys when a rough hand grabs my bicep and spins me around. "What the fuck are you doing here?" Cam growls. The heat from his touch is instantaneous. Fear, anger, and something else I don't want to name spike my adrenaline, and as a result, the tears I've been trying to hold back immediately start to flow. "Get your hands off me!" I hiss, wrenching my arm from his grasp as my emotions flip from despair to rage. "Mal already told you what I'm doing here. It has nothing to do with you." Cam laughs, bitterly, incredulously. "Are you a fucking idiot?" he insists. "Do you not know how goddamn dangerous it is for you to be working as a fucking mule for an outlaw MC? Jesus Christ." He wipes his hand angrily across his face. Didn't you learn your goddamn lesson the first time? My stomach flips, shocked and angered that it only took him seconds to throw that in my face. This has nothing to do with that. I'm on the verge of screaming, but I just can't go there with him. This is my life, Cam. My voice crackles with rage as I wipe angrily at my eyes. My life, my decisions. None of this is any of your business. The hell it ain't. He jams his thumb toward the patch on his right pack. This right here means it's all my business. I'm not part of your club, Cam, I yell, trying to maintain the last shred of my dignity. I did not ask for your opinion. My decisions are my own. Your decisions fuck up everyone's lives but your own, he snarls. And just like that, it's like he's punched me in the stomach with an iron fist. Just like that, the thing I try not ever to think about is right in front of us again, right between us, like a third person in the conversation. I blink back more tears that taste of fury now, as well as crushing, horrible guilt. You don't know one single thing about me, Cameron Hale, I cry out. I want to fly at him, gouge his eyes out, punch him in the jaw until he has no more teeth. Inside, I rage at the fact that I'm a woman, that I'm not large enough and strong enough to hurt him like that. That he doesn't even have to raise a fist to hurt me. He can still do it with a word. Cam narrows his eyes at me. The fuck I don't. I know way too fucking much about you, from bitter experience. Then, if you hate me so much, why do you care what happens to me? I cry. Just let me fuck up my life. It should make you happy to see me fall. He turns away. Every time you fuck up, someone else ends up paying the price, Kylie. It's always been that way, and it always will. Fuck you! I shout at his retreating back. He doesn't stop, and the words bounce right off of him. A gut-wrenching sob rips through my throat, and I fling open the door to the truck and tumble in. Then I start to weep like I haven't since the last time I saw Cameron Hale. On the day of a funeral that never should have taken place.
5. Hale. When I'm back inside the clubhouse, I shout at the prospect for another beer. But almost as soon as he puts it in my hand, I let out a roar and hurl the bottle at the far wall as hard as I can. It smashes, amber liquid running down in rivulets, shards of glass flying in all directions. Whoa, brother! Tank appears beside me. What's with a fucking hissy fit? I curl my fist and turn toward him, but I've telegraphed the punch at him and he dodges me before I can connect. Shit, Hale, he marvels, raising his hands in a truce position. What the fuck happened out there with that girl? None of your goddamn business, I snarl, realizing too late I'm just repeating Kylie's words to me. I spit out a curse and pushed past him, blindly storming through the corridor and into the first empty room I see. I pace back and forth, my boots sounding loud on the hard floor, as though I could walk off the fury and adrenaline that's built up inside me. I wish Tank had thrown a punch at me after I tried to hit him. What I need now more than anything is a good fight. In the absence of that, I'd turn and start hammering at the wall with my fist, punching holes in the drywall that I know I'll have to answer for later. When I get sick of destroying the wall, I go back to pacing some more. A chair gets in my way and I launch my boot at it, sending it flying across the room. Fuck! I yell at the empty space. Just half a goddamn hour ago, I was on my bike, riding through the southern Ohio countryside on a job for my prez. Now, apparently, it's the universe's sick idea of a fucking joke to drag my ass back into a past I've done everything to leave behind. My feelings about Kylie Sutton have always been conflicted. She and her father Charlie moved to Corydon, Kentucky the summer before our senior year in high school. Corydon is a small, unremarkable town right across the Kentucky border from Ironwood, Ohio. Kylie's mom had just died in a car accident, and her dad moved himself and his daughter to Corydon for a fresh start. I couldn't figure out why anyone would move to Corydon. Stuck in the middle of nowhere, there wasn't enough work for the population of just under 400 people as it was. But Kylie's dad had grown up there and left when he was 18 to go into the military. Charlie Sutton put some money down on a houseless patch of land on the edge of town and plunked a trailer on it. He opened up a lawn and garden service, working out of a beat-up truck with a logo printed on the side. But in Corydon, no one could afford to pay someone else to mow their lawn, so his business more or less dried up before it even really got started. Kylie Sutton was the first and only new kid our school had seen in years. As the new girl, she got more than her fair share of male attention from the first day of school. She was pretty. Very pretty. She had nice tits, not too big and not too small. Her ass looked damn good in jeans, and her legs were long but shapely. Plus, we hadn't grown up with her since we were in diapers like we had with practically all the other girls in our town. But there was more to her than just the sum of her parts. She turned heads, male and female, from the first day she stepped foot inside the high school. She had something about her that just made you want to take a second look. And then a third. The guy that got to her first was my best friend, Scotty. He, Mal, and I were all seniors, too, in the same grade as Kylie. Scotty was a handsome motherfucker himself, with straight teeth and the gift of gab. He also had his own car, which in our town made him kind of a big deal. It was a rusty old Ford that barely ran half the time, but still. In Corydon, Scotty was considered a catch by most of the girls. A lot of them seemed pretty jealous of Kylie for swooping in and grabbing him up. You could see it in the looks they would shoot her when Kylie and Scotty were walking down the hall. I don't know if Kylie noticed, or if she cared. But at any rate, it seemed like she didn't make a lot of female friends that year. So Scotty started bringing her around us, and she started hanging around with him, me, and Mal instead. I liked Kylie fine at first. I might have even been a little jealous that Scotty got to her before me. I'll admit to thinking about her from time to time when I was alone in my room at night, horny and lacking for female companionship. Hell, I'll bet Mal did, too. The girl was objectively hot, after all. But like I said, Scotty was my best buddy. He was like a brother to me. Any envy I might have felt was more abstract than anything, because he was getting pussy and I wasn't. And however much I might have wished I'd gotten to Kylie first, I sure as shit wasn't looking to steal her from him. Al and I got used to having Kylie around. We treated her like one of the guys and kept our thoughts and our hard-ons to ourselves. Scotty and Kylie didn't seem all that serious. Like they weren't talking about marriage or any crazy shit like that. Still, you could tell that Scotty was proud as fuck to call a smoking piece of ass like that his own. Maybe it made him feel a little more important, like he was destined for something greater than the shitty little town we lived in. Scotty was always the most confident of the three of us. He had grandiose ideas about the future, most of which involved him moving to the city and being a big shot in some sort of business. But he was also the most likely to get out of hand. He drank more than the rest of us, for example. Whenever we managed to scam ourselves a case of beer or a bottle of booze, he'd drink twice as much as Mal and me, in half the time. He had this habit of telling us these big stories when he was drunk, about how he'd met this rich guy or that one working for his dad, and how they were going to set him up with a cushy job, and then he'd be on Easy Street. Scotty was usually pretty vague on the details, though. Usually, Mal and I would just let him talk, and then laugh at him later when he was sober and couldn't remember half of what he'd told us. About halfway through our senior year, Scotty started hanging out with me and Mal a lot less. We couldn't figure out what was up at first, but Mal guessed he was probably just spending more time with Kylie. He speculated maybe she'd finally started giving it up, and Scotty was too busy drowning in tail to bother with us. I'm not going to say I wasn't kind of pissed, but I accepted it, even though I missed my buddy. I told myself I'd never get myself so pussy-whipped that I'd ditch my friends, but I tried not to hold it against him. When we did see Scotty in school or in the parking lot afterwards, he was starting to grow more and more distant. Moody, even. I started seeing a side of him I'd never seen before. He was skipping school more, too. Mal and I hadn't ever exactly been stellar students, but we showed up enough to keep most of the heat off us so we could graduate and get it the hell over with. With Scotty making himself scarce, we saw less of Kylie, too. though she was still showing up at school every day. She was pretty vague when we asked her where the two of them were keeping themselves, and why Scotty was ditching if he wasn't with her. Turns out there was a fuck of a lot more going on than Mal and I ever knew. We should have seen it. As Scotty's best friend, I should have known it. I should have recognized the signs. But goddamn it, I didn't. I just didn't. What ended up happening to Scotty is something I'll never forgive myself for. But more than that, it's something I'll never fucking forgive Kylie for. She knew. I know she did. And she never did a goddamn thing about it until it was too late. If Kylie had never met him, Scotty would still be alive today. And that's why I can't fucking believe that Mal has brought her into the club. After everything that happened, he should fucking know better. Almost as if on cue, Mal chooses that very goddamn moment to walk through the door. I don't want to fucking talk to you right now, motherfucker, I warn. Mal glances at the section of wall I've pounded to a pulp with my fist and has the goddamn balls to roll his fucking eyes at me. What did that wall ever do to you, Hale? He jokes. It was the wall or someone's face. I stare at him. I chose the wall. Jesus, Cam, you're unfucking believable. Mal sighs, pulling out a cigarette. I'm unbelievable. I'm fucking unbelievable, I roar, getting to my feet. My hand is sore, but I still got a few good punches in it, and Mal might find that out real soon. What the hell did you bring that gash in here for, Mal? For fuck's sake, he begins, but I cut him off. Are you screwing her? I demand. Is that why? She got you thinking with your dick, too? No, I ain't fucking her. Jesus. Well, I wouldn't turn it down. In spite of the tension between us, Mal's mouth turns up in that sardonic grin I know only too well. Then you're a bigger goddamn idiot than I thought, I snarl. Look, calm the fuck down, all right? Mal shakes his head. Look, it ain't a big deal. I ran into Kylie a while ago. She's working as a receptionist in this hair salon place in town. The chick I've been banging cuts hair there. He lights up his smoke. I ran into her again about a month later in one of the bars in town. She mentioned she was looking for ways to make some extra money. Mal shrugs a shoulder. Turned out we were able to use her. Jesus Christ. I run a rough hand through my hair. How the fuck did you get Axel to agree to this? Are you kidding me? Mal takes a drag of his smoke and blows it out. Shit. A chick like her is perfect for small jobs. She just drives to the location, leaves her truck for a while. Our contacts get under the car and grab the product. A little while later, she comes back, gets in her car and drives away. She never even sees it. Never even touches it. What's she moving? Script so far. Mal shrugs again. We got an arrangement with someone who works for a pharma supplier who gets them for us from a warehouse. One of the security guards. But Axel's looking to move her into some bigger jobs. How much you paying her for this shit? I ask, disgusted. A small cut of the profits and the product. Jesus, I hiss. So she's a fucking addict. Or she's selling. Her cut ain't enough to sell and make much of a profit, he says, shaking his head. They must be for her, or else someone she knows. So she's gonna be high while she's driving for your club. Whose lives is she gonna fuck up this time, Mal? You think Scotty? Jesus, there it is, Mal mutters. Let it go, Hale. I don't want to hear it. You don't want to hear it, I repeat, incredulous. You've never wanted to hear it about her. Kylie Sutton can't be trusted, and you fucking know it, brother. You're putting the club in danger by using her. She's not gonna do anything, Mal retorts. What can she do? Hell, the worst that happens is she gets caught with a product and does some time. She ain't gonna tell anyone who gave it to her. She knows the club wouldn't let her live after that. Just because she's got a pussy, don't change that. You're delusional, Mal, I warn him. That bitch is bad news with good tits, and you're fucking crazy if you don't see it. I turn and leave Mal standing there before I give him the same treatment I gave the wall. Back out in the main room, I blow the fuck by all the other men, including Tank. He starts to get up looking like he's about to follow me, but I flip him off and keep going. I need to get the fuck out of here. I need a ride. I need to forget.
6. Kylie. Every time you fuck up, someone else ends up paying the price, Kylie. It's always been that way, and it always will. Fuck you, I whisper as I shakily drive back to my father's house. My eyes are red and swollen from crying. With just those words, HALE pulled me right back into the past. A past that I would give anything to do over again. Maybe HALE is right to hate me. Maybe he's right that I fuck up everyone's lives. I sure as hell have done a bang-up job of screwing up my own. When I get back to my father's tiny rented house, he's fallen asleep on his recliner with the TV on. The plate of cold eggs sits half-eaten on the tray beside him. A wrench of emotion swirls inside me as I stare at his wasted form, his chest rising and following with his rapid, shallow breathing. A lifetime of hard living and poor choices are etched in the wrinkles of his prematurely aged face. He's only 55 years old, but he looks 20 years older. It seems so unfair to me that he managed to overcome the drugs only to succumb to cancer now. I swallow around the pain in my throat as I think about everything he's been through, everything we've been through. My father is no saint. Some people might say he doesn't deserve anything other than the disease that's ravaging his body. But he's my dad. I have to do everything I can to help him. Even if Cameron HALE wouldn't agree. I take Dad's plate and scrape off the cold eggs in the wastebasket in the kitchen. Then I pull the old Afghan off of the couch and drape it over his sleeping form. I wander down the narrow hallway into the tiny back room with my narrow twin bed, rehearsing in my head what I'll tell my father about how we can suddenly afford to start treatments for his cancer again. I've already decided I'm going to pretend I got a promotion to full-time at the hair salon. I'll tell him the promotion comes with health insurance for both of us, which, of course, we currently don't have. Dad has always been terrible with money and paperwork, so I know it won't be hard to hide from him that health insurance doesn't work that way. With my agreement to mule for the Lords of Carnage, I'll have money to pay for at least some of his treatments, and I'll have access to the opioids to help him with the pain. That night, I lie in bed, sleep eluding me. My mind has slipped back into the past, despite my attempts to stop it. I keep thinking about Cameron HALE's bearded face today, the way his dark, brooding eyes bored into me, judging me. I keep hearing the rough hatred in his voice as he basically tells me I'm worthless. He didn't always feel that way about me. Hell, at one point, I even imagined maybe he sort of liked me. Or maybe that was just my imagination. The wishful thinking of a girl who was dating one guy, but sort of wished she was with his best friend instead. I always felt guilty about those thoughts back in the day, before Scotty died. And afterwards? Well, afterwards, I couldn't shake the feeling that the whole thing was my fault. Like if I'd never said yes when Scotty asked me out, maybe he'd still be alive. And the fact that I'd always sort of wished Cam had gotten to me first instead, well, that just made it worse. When I do finally manage to fall asleep, I dream about Scotty for the first time in months. It's a nightmare that's familiar to me, though. I've had it countless times since he died. Scotty is with me in the trailer where I lived in high school. My dad's gone out somewhere. Scotty opens a drawer in the kitchen and pulls out a baggie full of small, translucent crystals. He looks at me with a grin of happiness and goes to the table, dumping the crystals out onto the surface. And then, as I stand there in paralyzed horror, he starts stuffing them into his mouth in huge handfuls. As he does, his face begins to melt. Then his hands, then his whole body. I begin to scream, but no sound comes out. I awake with a start, as I always seem to. I'm bathed in sweat. But when I stare into the darkness, waiting for my racing heart to slow, instead of it being Scotty's face I see, it's Cameron HALE's. Cam blames me for his best friend's death. He always has. Hell, I blame me for it too. But he doesn't know the whole story. He doesn't know everything that happened. I shouldn't care, but I do. "Hey, girl," Cindy calls in greeting when I rush through the front door of Curl Up and Die 3 minutes before we're scheduled to open. "I was just about to call you." Sorry, I breathe, scooting behind the counter and shoving my purse in a drawer. I overslept, and then I had to get my dad's breakfast before I left. "I thought I might see you at the MC Clubhouse last night," she says coyly, giving me a sly wink as she tosses her light blonde hair artfully over one shoulder. Cindy is always dressed like she's just about to head out clubbing, even at 9 in the morning. "Mal said you were there, but you left." "Yeah." Inadvertently, my mind goes back to Mal's joking remark. At least, I think he was joking. About us having a threesome. Not an image I want in my head right now. I, had other stuff I needed to do. "Girl, you need to stick around and party with me there sometime." She giggles, the corners of her lipsticked mouth turning up. "Those men know how to have a good time. And have you seen how hot some of them are?" She smirks. "I swear, if I wasn't with Mal, I wouldn't be picky about choosing one of the other ones." Cindy has been seeing Mal for a couple of months now. By her standards, this constitutes a long and serious relationship. She's started refashioning her wardrobe into what I privately think of as glam biker chick. I often hear her bringing up Mal's sexual prowess when she's chatting with the other hairstylists, and even some of her regular clients. She's clearly smitten with him. I can't say I blame her. Mal has always been attractive to girls, even when we were younger. When I first moved to the area and started dating Scotty, other girls in school were openly jealous that I spent my time hanging out with 3 of the hottest guys in school. The years since then have only made Mal more attractive. He's all muscle, and his sexy, easy grin manages to charm even women who would otherwise be terrified by his leather and his tattoos. Thankfully, I've always been more or less immune to Mal's charms. He's always felt more like a brother to me than anything. Cam, on the other hand, was a different story. Before I can stop it, my thoughts turn to last night at the clubhouse. The first time the 3 of us have been in the same room since the day of Scotty's funeral. In my mind's eye, I see Cam again. The familiar set of his eyes, the sensual turn of his lips, the way the high school boy is still in there. But he's been overtaken by the man he's become. Unlike with Mal, there's no ease or casual charm in Cam's demeanor. He's all hardness, anger, and, unfortunately for me, smoldering sexiness. Shaking myself from my thoughts, I change the subject with Cindy by complimenting her on the new pair of boots she's wearing. Clothes are a surefire way to get my friend talking. Sure enough, as soon as I ask her about them, she launches into an excited recounting of the shopping trip where she found them. I turn to the computer, booting up the appointment calendar as she continues to talk. Seconds later, the owner of the salon comes in. As I smile a good morning at Melda, I breathe a quick sigh of relief that I got here before she did. Melda can't abide lateness. "Is coffee ready?" she growls. As always, she's impeccably dressed and made up, but the morning gravel in her voice is still unmistakable. "I'm in dire need of caffeine." "I'm just about to make it," I say hastily, rising to my feet. "I'll bring you a cup when it's ready." She grunts. "From now on, coffee's the first thing you do when you come in," she mutters, pointing at me with a red-tipped finger. Without waiting for my answer, she continues on toward her office. "2 creams, 1 Splenda," she calls over her shoulder, as though I don't know her preferences by heart. "Whew, she's a little prickly this morning," Cindy observes. "Who's my first appointment today?" I glance at the computer screen. "Glennis Mardson," I announce, cut and color. And just like that, we're both in work mode. I go over to the coffee maker and start measuring. "Go on back," I tell my friend. I'll bring Glennis to your station when she gets here. The morning goes by quickly. More stylists come in, and a flurry of clients arrive for appointments, haircuts, manicures, makeovers. I'm grateful for how busy the salon is. It's a distraction from the thoughts that have been preoccupying me all morning. I even take extra care with the clients, offering coffee, tea, or infused water as they check in. It's relaxing to think of myself as nothing more than a receptionist. Here, for just a little while, I'm nothing but an employee doing my job. My private life outside of work can just fade mercifully into the background. After lunch, Cindy is back up front with me, chatting between two of her appointments, when the door bursts open. With a start, we both look over to see a large male form standing in the doorway. My stomach flips unpleasantly in surprise. Cindy, on the other hand, seems thrilled to see him. "Well, hello there, handsome," she coos at HALE. "I remember you from the clubhouse last night." Cam doesn't bother to be polite. Barely glancing at her, he steps inside and is across the room in an instant. "I need to talk to you," he growls at me. If Cindy notices he's being rude to her, she doesn't show it. Instead, she turns and raises her eyebrows at me with a satisfied smirk. "I thought you said you had some stuff to take care of last night," she murmurs, giving me a coy wink. "Looks like maybe this was the stuff you were talking about." I open my mouth to protest, but then snap it shut. Because honestly, I can't think of a single thing to say that won't just make her even more convinced Cam and I were together last night. Cam, for his part, gives her an uncomprehending glare. "Come on," he grunts at me, his eyes cold and angry. "Outside." "I'm working," I protest, thankful for the counter between us. "I can't leave my desk." "Oh, girl, don't worry. I'll cover for you," Cindy interjects, waving her hand at me with an indulgent smile. "My next appointment isn't for half an hour." Great. There goes my excuse. It's obvious from the gleeful look in Cindy's eyes that she thinks she's doing me a favor. I don't know how she can think Cam is here for some romantic reason, given the way he's glaring at me. Whatever Cam is here to talk to me about, it is obviously not to chat me up. But Cindy has ruined my best excuse. And because I definitely don't want to cause a scene at work, I follow Cam outside. As soon as we're out the door, I keep walking to the very edge of the property, away from the parking lot. Because I am not going to have this conversation anywhere near other people who can hear us. When I'm far enough away from the front entrance, I whirl around and cross my arms protectively in front of me. "Okay, what is it?" I challenge. "What is so damn important that you have to come to where I work and embarrass me like this?" "I don't give a flying fuck if you're embarrassed, Kai," he snarls. I flinch at his use of the nickname that he, Scotty, and Mal used to call me. Angry as he is, the name hurts worse than any other way he could address me. "I came here to tell you that you are not going to be muling for the lords." "Jesus," I hiss, looking around to make sure there's no one around to hear this. "Will you keep your voice down? And I don't see how you think you have any say in the matter, Cam. As far as I know, you aren't president of this chapter of your club. Axel is." My voice shakes a little as I defy him, but I'm hoping he can't hear. The truth is, I'm intimidated as hell by him right now. Not only that, but as I stare defiantly at him, a sharp pang slices at me, deep in my chest. In spite of everything, his two familiar features, the curve of his jaw that I've traced in my memory 1,000 times, the deep whiskey of his irises, set off a painful stab of longing that I thought was dead and buried. But I'm not about to let him see that. "Axel doesn't know what you're about," he bites out, his eyes narrowing to slits. "I'll get him to realize you can't be trusted." "No, you won't," I counter. "If you thought you could do that, you wouldn't be here right now trying to get me to back away from the job." Why are you getting paid in product? He demands. None of your business, I shoot back. You're putting the club at risk. How do you know? Because I know you. I know you don't think about other people when you act. You just do whatever you want. If you just came here to insult me, I say icily, you already did that yesterday. We've already had this conversation, Cam. And if all you have to say to me is more of the same, I think we're done here. And this time, I'm the one who turns away first, storming back inside even as he calls my name.
7. HALE. Kylie has more fire in her than I thought she would about this. It pisses me the fuck off. But still, I have to admire her a little for it. I'm still no closer to knowing why the hell she's so determined to mule for Ironwood. But standing outside with her in the full midday sunlight, at least I can see that she's telling the truth about not being strung out. She's thin, yeah, and a little pale, but her eyes are clear and bright. Today her long caramel-colored hair is pulled back in a messy bun away from her full lips and high cheekbones. It doesn't look like she's got any makeup on, but she's still fucking beautiful, just like always. It should be a relief that she's not fucked up on drugs, and it is. But it chaps my ass that she can still get to me like this. Standing there with her eyes flashing at me, her tits rising and falling in anger. I don't trust her for one goddamn minute. But try to tell my stupid dick that. The more she argues with me, the more the heat between us rises, until pretty soon I don't know whether to push her up against the wall of the building and wrap her legs around me, or pick her up and toss her over my shoulder caveman style. My dick wants like hell to take over right now, and it's probably a good goddamn thing we're in a public place, or he might get his way. When Kylie spins around and stomps back toward the entrance, I have to keep myself from following her, or groaning as I stare at her fucking luscious ass. She pushes open the door and heads inside the building, and just like that, I'm as hard as a fucking bat, ready to go off at the first stiff breeze like a teenager. Jesus. If this bullshit could get any worse, I can't see how. Scotty Bauer's ex-girlfriend is the last person in the world I want in my life right now. She's fucking everything up, distracting me, making my job just that much harder. And God help me, seeing the fight in her eyes when she spars with me turns me the hell on. Axel has called church for later, but I have hours in front of me with nothing much to do, so I decided to take a long ride south into Kentucky to clear my head. I ride hard enough that I have to give the road all my attention or risk eating asphalt. I ride fast, ripping up the twisties like I'm trying to outrun my thoughts, which is exactly what the hell I'm doing. By the time I get to Ironwood right before church, I'm sweating and exhausted. I'm just in time to grab a quick beer at the clubhouse and cool off a little. Inside the chapel, I see Tank is already there. I take my place next to him at one of the chairs lining the wall to one side. When all of the Ironwood brothers have come in, Rourke closes the chapel door and Axel calls the meeting to order. By now, most of you should know HALE and Tank from the main charter up in Tanner Springs, he says, nodding toward us. A few of the men grunt in acknowledgement. They're going with us on the meet-up with the Dos Santos cartel. Angel sent them down to make sure things are running right with them. Angel don't trust us, is that it? Asks a grizzled guy with a salt and pepper beard, frowning. Nothing like that, I reply easily. He just wants a smooth handoff is all. Chaco Dos Santos has a good relationship with Angel. We want to assure that good relationship extends to Axel and Ironwood. There's some grumbling from the men around the table, but to Axel's credit, he shuts that shit right down. Don't get your fucking panties in a twist, he barks. This was an agreement between Angel and me. Chaco and his men need to know our clubs are one and the same. This is the way to do it. I look around the room to see how Axel's men react to his authority. I can tell Tank's doing that too. A club's health depends on how solid the leadership is, and how much respect the other patched members have for that leadership. Axel's the first prez of this chapter, so if his hold on command isn't solid, the MC isn't solid either. Next to Axel, Rourke seems to be thinking the same thing. The Ironwood VP is staring down the room, waiting for any men to bitch. But it seems like Axel's and my words have quieted shit down. I see Yoda nod, then Shooter and Blade. So, when is the run? Mal asks. Day after tomorrow, Axel grunts. Be here and ready to go by 1. Tank and I watch in silence as the club moves through the rest of their business. I observe the men, but most of them seem to accept Axel's authority without much question. Good sign. I make a mental note to talk to Angel about what I see. When Axel finally bangs the gavel, the men file out into the main room. Tank gets up and goes out with them, looking down at me questioningly when I don't follow. I gotta talk to Axel for a sec, I tell him. See you out there. I approach the head of the table, where Axel and Rourke are deep in conversation. Rourke notices me first and looks up. I want to talk to you about the girl you got running scripts, I say without preamble. What about her? Axel asks, nodding at a chair. How much do you know about her? I ask as I ease into it. Enough, he furrows a brow. She's been doing good so far with the little stuff. Mal vouches for her. Yeah, I snort. I know. You don't trust Mal's judgment? Axel asks sharply. It ain't that. Well, what is it? Rourke interjects. I pause, weighing my words. I don't trust the girl's motivation. I don't know what she'd be getting out of this. Money and dope, Rourke shrugs. Simple. I snort. Nothing simple where that chick is concerned. What are you saying? Axel mutters. You think she's a narc? No. Frustrated, I shake my head. I don't trust Kylie, but the idea she'd be working with the cops seems laughable. It ain't that. You don't have a problem with Ironwood getting into the prescription shit, do you? Rourke asks. Scripts are good business for us down here. Lots of people in pain with no insurance. Lots of junkies who don't want to admit it to themselves. H is still king, man, but oxy, codeine, fentanyl, that's some serious business. And the cops around here look the other way on that shit. And that is our business. Axel's voice is stone cold. Ironwood is a separate club, brother. We make our own decisions. You're here to represent Angel, but you don't run this club. Maybe I haven't made myself clear. Axel turns to face me. His eyes narrow to angry slits. I am the president of this club. God damn it. My fists clench at his words. The last thing I need is to get in a fucking fight with the prez of the Ironwood MC about shit Angel hasn't sent me here for. So noted, I say through gritted teeth. Rourke leans back, crossing his arms in front of him. You got anything else, Hale? I turn away. No, I mutter. Good. His voice turns syrupy with a hard edge that lets me know exactly where I stand. Then please, feel free to go outside and enjoy our hospitality and our club girls. For the second time since I arrived in Ironwood, I'm looking for something to punch as I leave the chapel. But even as pissed as I am, down deep there's a part of me that has to fucking laugh at myself. If I wanted evidence that Axel was a strong leader of his club, I just got it. I overstepped, and I got schooled. There ain't a goddamn thing I can do about Kylie mulling scripts for the club. It's out of my hands. Back outside of the main room, I go to the bar to get myself a beer. The shitty mood I'm in follows me there. I know tonight it's going to chase me, unless I can drink and fuck it away. So I decide to do just that. Grabbing a bottle of whiskey and 3 shot glasses from the kid at the bar, I go find Tank and Mal and get to work drowning my anger. Eventually, a parade of club girls comes up to check out the newcomers, just like I knew they would. Once I'm good and tanked, I choose myself a leggy brunette with big tits and take her off into a corner. She kneels down and unzips me, then proceeds to deep-throat me while keeping her eyes locked on mine. She's good and she knows it. Normally, it would be a huge turn-on to see her down there, tits bouncing as she takes me deeper into her mouth with every thrust. But tonight, my heart just ain't in it. And when I finally do come, I close my eyes and it's Kylie's face I see before I can stop myself. Later, when my balls are empty and my bloodstream is practically flammable, I fall into bed in one of the club's small studio apartments. Just before I drop off, an idea comes to me. I can't stop Kylie from muling for the club, but I can sure as hell try to make sure she doesn't fuck things up for all of us.
8. Kylie. I show up at the MC's garage the morning of my first big run. Nervous, but determined to be brave and strong. I agonized over every little detail of my outfit, down to how I should wear my hair. I know it's ridiculous to worry so much, but I need to prove myself to the MC if I'm going to have a chance of saving my father. I need them to trust me enough to send me on more runs. And I need to look so innocent and unassuming that no cop would ever suspect me capable of doing anything to break the law other than maybe jaywalk once in a while. I finally decided on a basic, non-fitted white t-shirt with a 5K Fun Run logo and a pair of jeans that are one size too big for me. I pulled my hair back in a simple ponytail, and the only thing close to makeup on my face is a swipe of chapstick. The end result is that I look about 5 years younger than I actually am, which is the whole point. Old enough to drive, but young enough to be almost invisible to a police officer looking for criminal activity. My instructions are to pull into Ironwood Car and Truck Repair and tell whoever greets me that I have an appointment for a tune-up, and that Ranger was the person who helped me over the phone. Then I'm to go into the waiting room and bide my time until Ranger comes out and tells me my truck is ready. After he gives me my keys back, I'm to drive to a location in Dayton that I have plugged into my phone's GPS, apparently the address of a parking garage downtown. I'll park on the top level, as far away from other cars as possible. Then I'm to spend an hour shopping, after which I go back to my vehicle and drive home. Easy. Simple. Doesn't mean I'm not shaking like a leaf, though. The first part goes off without a hitch. I drive to the compound and pull up to the service bay door of the garage. Not for the first time, I feel a stab of guilt that I'm letting them modify my dad's truck like this without his consent. But I had to sell my own car a while ago to pay for bills, and Dad's not driving anymore anyway. Besides, short of selling my body for cash, there's no other way I can think of to get the money we need for his treatments. Morals start to fly out the window when you're really up against it. When I pull into the garage, I get out and tell the mechanic who comes up that I'm there for a tune-up, as I've been instructed to do. Ranger was the one who made the appointment for me, I chirp, plastering a smile on my face that must look like I've got a cattle prod rammed up my ass. The man is tall and muscular, with dark red hair pulled back into a ponytail. "Sure thing, sugar," he half leers. He holds out a hand, inches from my breasts, and it takes me a second to realize he's asking for my keys. I drop them in his hand and continue on woodenly to the waiting room. On the way, I have to roll my eyes at myself. I'm not fooling anyone here at the garage, I'm sure. Anyone here probably knows exactly what's going on and what I'm doing. God, Kylie, could you be any more of a freak? Pull it together. In the waiting room, I pour myself a cup of bad coffee in a styrofoam cup and pull out my phone to wait. A few minutes later, heavy footsteps approaching make me look up. I'm expecting it to be Ranger, but that's not who it is. "Nice get-up," Hale rumbles, looking me up and down with a half sneer. "Very inconspicuous." I purse my lips, not sure if he's making fun of me. "What are you doing here?" Hale takes a seat 2 chairs down from me. "I'm coming with you on the run." "What? No, you aren't," I protest. "I am." "Damn it, Hale, no, you are not." God, the last thing I need is him tagging along and making me even more nervous than I already am. "We can do this the easy way or the hard way," he continues impassively, leaning back in his chair. "But either way, I'm coming with you." "Why?" I glare at him. "Because I don't trust you," he retorts. What do you think I'm gonna do? I ask in disbelief, my voice rising. Steal the... I stop abruptly. There's no one else in the waiting room, not another customer in sight, but still. I lower my voice to a whisper. Do you think I'm going to steal from the club? I hiss. Are you crazy? I don't know what you'd do, Kylie, Hale utters in a low rasp. That's the fucking point. I resist the urge to scream in frustration. Cameron, I am supposed to not be attracting attention, I point out. That is the whole point. Don't you think you're going to be a little conspicuous, what with all this? I wave my hand toward his body, indicating his leather cut and the tattoos that cover his skin. With what? He looks down, frowning. You kind of scream criminal activity, dude. Dude. One corner of Hale's mouth quirks up. I sigh. The point is, you are going to defeat the entire purpose of me dressing like this. No one is going to believe I'm just an innocent young girl on a shopping trip to the city if Mr. Tattooed Biker Man is with me. Hale thinks for a second. So, I'm your bad boy brother, he suggests. We're both shopping for birthday gifts for our sainted mother. I snort. That is a ridiculous story. Well, he says, standing, it'll have to do because I ain't about to let you do this on your own. Does Axel know your plan? Because seriously, Cam, it's not like you can come with me on every single run I do for the club, I scoff. And besides, this was supposed to be about me proving myself. I can't do that if you're along. Don't care. I realize he is not going to take no for an answer. Great, just great. So now, not only do I have to spend the next few hours in the cab of my dad's truck with a man who hates my guts, I don't even get to look forward to an hour of shopping therapy by myself, which was arguably the only positive point in this trip. Instead of continuing to argue with the human equivalent of a brick wall, I turn back to my phone and pointedly ignore him. Hale stands there looking at me for a few seconds, then blows out his breath in a huff and stalks off, probably to go have a cigarette. My muscles unclench a bit with him out of the room, but I'm still tense and irritated. I grab my styrofoam cup and take a sip of the coffee, but it's cold now and so bad that I grimace and set it back down. About 20 minutes later, Hale comes back in, swinging my keyring around one finger. Come on, it's ready. Let's head out, he barks. Shooting him an ugly look, I stand and follow him out into the lot, where my truck is now parked and ready to go. I head toward my driver's seat door, but almost run into Hale as he stops in front of it. Can I have my keys, please? I ask impatiently. You're not driving, he tells me. Like hell I'm not. It's my freaking car. I actually stomp my foot, much to my dismay. Unfortunately, he notices it too. His lip twitches. I don't do being a passenger. He opens the door and gets in before I can stop him. You coming, or are you going to report me for theft? Damn it, Hale, I fume, stalking around to the other side and flinging open the door. I do not remember you being this much of a jerk in high school. I don't remember you being this much of a pain in the ass, but here we are, he says mildly. He turns the key in the ignition and throws it into gear, the truck shooting forward before I have a chance to put my seatbelt on. Hey, careful, I cry. I know this thing isn't much, but it's all I have. Sorry, he mutters. Should have asked the guys in the garage to take a look at your transmission. It's pretty rough. I ignore his remark and start to tell Hale the address we're going to in Dayton, but he waves me off. Yeah, got it. I'm irritated at being dismissed like some unimportant kid, so I decide if he can ignore me, I can ignore him too. We sit in silence for most of the way there. At some point, Hale turns on the radio and switches it from the station it's on to some classic rock station, without asking me, of course. His rudeness just adds to my irritation, but I'm not about to give him the satisfaction of knowing he's getting to me. So I just stare out the window or at my phone screen and pretend I'm in the car with someone who isn't a complete jackhole. The trip from Ironwood to Dayton is supposed to take a little over 2 hours. But HALE drives fast, and we pull into the parking garage in the center of town an hour and 45 minutes after we leave. He drives to the top floor, and we get out of the truck. I do my best to pretend that we don't look totally weird together. The girl with no fashion sense who looks like she just got her braces off, and the guy who looks like he just got out of prison. We take the elevator down to the first floor of the ramp and emerge outside to a warm, partly cloudy day. HALE pulls out his watch and looks at it. "We've got an hour," he remarks. "I want to do some shopping," I tell him, pointing. "There's a shopping center over there, I think." "Clothes shopping, I'm assuming," HALE retorts, his eyes sliding over my outfit. Even though his words are meant to insult me, I'm actually grateful that the t-shirt and jeans I'm wearing make me look like I have the figure of a 12-year-old boy. His gaze makes me feel uncomfortably warm. If he could see anything revealing through my clothes, it would just make that situation worse. "Are you coming with me?" I ask, hoping he'll say no. Fortunately, he seems to hate shopping as much as I would have guessed he does. "You go right ahead. I'll pass," he says, his lip curling. "Okay, I look around. Meet you here in an hour or so?" "Take your time," he says, waving me off. I don't wait to ask him twice. I turn and head in the direction of the shopping center, breathing out a loud sigh of relief. For the next hour, I don't have to deal with the stress of talking to Cameron HALE.
9. HALE. It doesn't escape me how fucking relieved Kylie seems to get away from me for a while. I watch her ass move away in those bullshit mom jeans like she's trying out for a speed walking competition and can't help but chuckle even though I'm kind of pissed too. That girl is lucky as fuck I decided to come with her. She's a hell of a lot safer with me than she would be doing this run on her own. Even though Axel set it up so that she never has to interact with the shitheels buying drugs off the MC. I snort out a laugh again and shake my head as I take a seat on a concrete barrier next to a blacktop parking lot and light up a smoke. Damn, that girl was mad as fuck when she saw me come into the waiting room at Ironwood Car and Truck. I thought she was going to blow a freaking gasket, steam coming out of her ears and all. I should probably let her know that her anger isn't really producing the sort of effect she's probably after. It's more cute than anything. Not to mention it makes me hard as hell, for some reason. When she gets mad at me, it feels like we're about 3 seconds away from me taking her into the back room somewhere and fucking her senseless until we're both satisfied. Because make no mistake, deep down, there's something between us. I can see it in her eyes and in the way her body reacts. It's a sexual tension I've been trying to ignore ever since I saw her at the clubhouse the first time. Up to now, I've been able to bury my attraction to her under my anger. But the more time I spend with her, the more the fucking anger is starting to fade into the background, as the frustration of wanting her pushes it out of the way. God damn it. I gotta get a hold of myself. Uncomfortably, I adjust my position on the barrier, my cock having hardened to the point that I can't ignore it. As I smoke, I look around at the scene in front of me. It's a typical weekday in a mid-sized city center. I watch as young dudes in cheap suits hurry from one gray fucking building to the next. Women in dresses and tennis shoes try to get their lunchtime exercise in and prevent middle-aged ass spread from sitting at a desk all day. Once or twice, a big gleaming motorcycle passes. City-dwelling chromosexuals driving around like their very existence is a big fuck you to corporate America. Never mind that they only drive their bikes on picture-perfect days like today. And when they're done, they'll go back to the suburbs and pull a motorcycle that's too big for them to handle back into their 3-car garage next to their Beamer and their Prius, where it'll sit for months until the next picture-perfect day comes around. Jesus, I'm fucking glad I don't live a life like that. I pull out my phone and check it for messages, but there's nothing new. I make a mental note to call Angel today or tomorrow and give him an update on Ironwood. Probably tomorrow after the run to meet the Dos Santos cartel. I debate whether to talk to him about this situation with Kylie muling for the MC and decide against it. This ain't his problem. Like Axel said, Ironwood's a separate chapter, even though our two clubs are connected. He's the prez and makes his own decisions, as long as they just affect his chapter and not the whole club. An hour passes. I'm on my third cigarette when I spot a small figure making her way toward me. Shop bag dangling from her right hand. I stand up from my perch and stretch. Kylie stops across the street, waits for the light to change, and then crosses to me. "Looks like you had some success," I say, nodding toward the bag. Kylie gives me a smile that's so simple in its happiness that it kind of stops me in my tracks for a second.
"Yeah, I found a dress I just love and some shoes to match,"
she enthuses.
"Even better, both were on sale. God, it's been ages since I bought any clothes for myself."
She heaves a happy sigh. I can never understand why chicks get so jazzed about buying clothes, but okay. "Congratulations," I mutter, but at the last moment I soften my tone. Kylie cuts her eyes at me.
"Thanks,"
she stammers, not sure if I'm mocking her. "So I think we should be good to go," I continue, nodding down the street toward the parking garage. "You got anything else you want to take care of while we're in town?"
"No, this is it."
We walk in silence back to the garage and ride up the elevator to the top floor. The silence is less fucking hostile than it was before. I don't know if that's good or bad. Part of me wants to poke at her, to get her back again. But the rest of me is sick of being mad, so I leave it for now. When we get to Kylie's truck, she doesn't even argue with me for the keys. She slips into the passenger side and puts her bag behind her seat. I get behind the wheel and start the vehicle. We drive out, I pay the fee, and we start back for Ironwood.
"That was so easy,"
Kylie breathes as we drive out of downtown.
"It feels like we didn't actually do anything."
That's the point. You get plausible deniability, but the job gets done. That's why the MC is using someone like you.
"I suppose so."
Kylie nods absently, then sighs.
"I'm relieved that this one's done, though."
She looks over at me.
"Actually, thank you for coming with me, Cam. I know I didn't want you to, but honestly, it was a lot easier this way."
She gives a tiny shrug.
"Maybe next time I'll be less nervous now."
Damn it. Don't fucking thank me for anything. I didn't do this for you. "You're welcome," I grunt. More silence. As we pass through the city limits, Kylie reaches over and turns on the radio. I expect her to change the station back to the one it was on before, but she doesn't. "You shouldn't be less nervous next time," I say. "The shit you're getting into is dangerous, Kylie. You should know better." I can feel her tensing up beside me.
"I do know better,"
she replies.
"but I'm still doing it."
"You don't get it," I shake my head. "Once you're in, you're never really out." She swallows.
"I hope that's not true,"
she tells me in a quiet voice.
"But I don't have a choice."
"You always have a choice. Don't shit me." I shoot back, anger starting to surface. I expect her to get angry too, to match me barb for barb. I'm ready for the argument. But it doesn't come. Instead, she sinks back into her seat and looks down at her hands.
"You don't know, HALE,"
she says tiredly. "Know what?"
"You don't know why I'm doing it."
"Well, why don't you tell me?" I challenge. "Then I'll know." She's silent. Then,
"My dad is sick. He has cancer."
She blows out an exhausted breath.
"We don't have insurance, and he needs treatment and pain meds."
Her words hang in the air as I realize what she's saying. "Oh," I mutter. "Fuck."
"He's been suffering a lot,"
Kylie murmurs, the music turned low so I can hear her.
"He tries not to let me see, but he is. Sometimes when he talks to me, he just winces.
Kylie stops speaking for a second, and I can hear her throat contract as she swallows.
Like, he stops talking and it just has to sit there for a second, you know? Waiting for it to pass.
Her voice trembles.
Kind of pretend like it's not happening.
She shakes her head.
We don't talk about it much. He doesn't want to, and I don't want to force him.
I glance over to see she's looking at me. She's looking straight ahead, but I can still see the bright tears shining in her eyes.
The drugs will help with the pain, regardless,
she continues, her voice cracking.
And with the money, I can pay for treatments. I'm going to tell him I got a promotion at work, with health insurance.
Goddamn. I know Kylie doesn't have any family other than her dad. If he dies, she's pretty much on her own. I can imagine she must be fucking terrified. And as much as I hate her fucking deadbeat father for being part of the reason Scotty's dead, I can't wish losing her only living parent on Kylie. I'm sorry, Kai, I say gruffly. I didn't know.
No, I know.
She shakes her head, brushing away her tears with the back of her hand.
I just don't have many options, you know?
She sniffs.
I'm lucky as hell I ran into Mal a while ago. This is the only way I can see to help my dad. And it's really not that dangerous after all.
She nods absently as if she's trying to convince herself.
Less dangerous than I thought. It's just driving.
Yeah, I murmur, suddenly wanting to reassure her. It's just driving. We make it back to Ironwood mid-afternoon. Just as we pull into town, I realize neither of us had lunch. I make a detour at a drive-through fast food place and grab us each a burger and fries. Kylie wants a chocolate shake too, so I get her that. I insist on paying, and thankfully she doesn't argue. We sit, eating in the truck in the parking lot, and I watch as she inhales all her food, rolling her eyes and moaning with pleasure at the shake. I'm betting this is the most food she's consumed at once in a long damn time. It occurs to me that part of the reason she's looking thin these days might be due to worrying about her dad. Maybe she'll put a little more meat on her bones now. After our late lunch, I drive back to the Ironwood compound and turn right to pull it into the shop. Kylie glances at me questioningly. Cash to pay for the product is in the compartment under the truck, I explain. They'll have to access that before you can leave.
Oh.
Why don't you come into the clubhouse, I suggest. Have a beer while you wait. Kylie pats her non-existent belly.
I'm way too full for a beer now.
I shrug. Well, you can come in there and wait anyway. It's more comfortable than those bullshit plastic seats in the waiting room. I'm almost surprised when she consents. I go to one of the mechanics and tell him to pull her truck out front when they're done, then lead Kylie toward the clubhouse.
10. Kylie. My eyes are still adjusting to the dim interior light of the clubhouse when I hear a familiar squeal coming from the far end of the room. "Oh my God!" Cindy squeals. "How fun that you're here!" She totters up on her ever-present high heels and throws her arms around me, then pulls back. "Though," she continues critically, "what are you wearing? Good Lord, you look like you just got done mowing the lawn or something." "Gee, thanks," I say sarcastically. I look over self-consciously at HALE and feel myself blushing. I don't look that bad, do I? HALE leans toward me. "I need to go talk to Axel. You okay here for a bit?" I nod. "Sure. I'll just wait with Cindy until my truck's done. Do you think they'll come in and let me know?" "Probably." He does a scan of the room, which is filling up with Ironwood men. "If anyone gets a little too close for comfort, tell them you're with me." He frowns. "Otherwise, make yourself at home. Grab a drink at the bar if you want." I watch him walk off, my thoughts a jumbled mess. I haven't really had time to process everything that's happened in the past couple of hours. The drop-off is one thing, and I'm sure glad that's out of the way. But that's not the thing that's got me feeling strange and confused. More than anything, I'm struggling to make sense of where Cam and I stand now. 6 hours ago, he hated my guts, and I wasn't too far from feeling the same way about him. But since then, not only has he helped me get through an ordeal that frankly was scaring me to death, not that I asked for his help, but I also confided something to him that I had no intention of telling him. I've talked to almost no one about my dad being sick, much less our money problems and how desperate I've been to help him. Hell, Cindy passes for my best friend in Ironwood, and I've barely even told her about any of it. Now, all of a sudden, I've told Cam the whole sad sob story, including why I'm muling for the club. Absurdly, it occurs to me that in a way, he is my closest confidant in this world right now. A high-pitched laugh bubbles out of me at the ridiculousness of it all. "I'm so glad we're finally here at the same time," Cindy enthuses, apparently mistaking my laughter for excitement. "But my God, girl, why have you been keeping your thing with HALE a secret from me?" "My thing with—" "Oh no, you've got it wrong," I protest, holding up my hands like I'm pushing the idea away. "HALE is just helping me with something. That's all. Strictly platonic, I swear." Now it's Cindy's turn to laugh. "Oh, please, girl," she giggles, shaking her head. "I'm not stupid. I've seen the way he looks at you, all smoldery and shit." She wiggles her eyebrows up and down. "I don't know why you'd want to keep this under wraps, though. HALE is sex on 2 wheels. God, if I was hitting that, I'd be shouting it from the freaking rooftops." "Cindy," I glance around, but no one's in earshot, thankfully. "I swear to God, there is nothing going on between us." I plant myself right in front of her and look directly in her eyes, unblinking. Her grin slowly disappears as she stares at me. Then she frowns, cocking her head. "Well, shit," she asks slowly. "Why not?" "Because—" God, how the hell do I even answer that? "Because, for one thing, that smoldering look you've seen him give me, that is actually hatred. And for another, we have bad history. And for a third, I really think I am not his type. I mean—" I trail off, looking down at my clothes. "Didn't you just tell me I look like I just got done mowing someone's lawn? I'm pretty sure HALE's type is more, well, blingy or something." "Yeah, but you don't always look like this." Cindy dismisses me with a wave. "I mean, sure, you could stand to dress up a little more than you do. But like I said, he, stares at you when you're not watching. Like this." She squinches her face up and narrows her eyes in what I guess must be an impression of Cam undressing me with his eyes. "He likes what he sees, girlfriend." She eyes me sagely. "You just need to put a little wrapping paper on the package." I begin, but I trail off as I try to think how to respond. This conversation is doing nothing to help me make sense of the last 6 hours. In fact, all it's doing is making me uncomfortably aware of the fact that HALE is indeed objectively hot. He always has been, but now that he's older, wow. Thinking about how I just spent most of the day with him cooped up in the cab of my truck alone, I'm retroactively thankful that for most of it he was super pissed at me, and me at him. Otherwise, my mind might have wandered to some of the thoughts I've been having for the past 2 days. Thoughts I haven't had about HALE since high school, which were entirely inappropriate because I was dating his best friend. And they're even more inappropriate now. "Can we change the subject, please?" I blurt out suddenly. "You know what? I could really use a beer." I grab Cindy's arm and half drag her over to the bar, where the same prospect who was here the first day is standing there looking bored. I haul myself up onto a stool, and Cindy clambers up on the one next to me. She introduces me to the prospect, whose name is Eddie. I ask him for a beer, while she orders a rum and coke. Eddie leans down and sets a beer on the counter. I reach for it and take a long drink of the cool liquid. God, I've never been much of a beer drinker, but this tastes so good right now. I start to put it back down and almost set it on top of a small shot glass that's appeared in front of me, full of a brown liquid. "What's this?" I ask. "Sorry," Eddie smiles. "It's a reflex. Around here, beers come with shots unless I'm told otherwise. You want me to take it away?" "Nah, that's okay." I smile back. He seems like a weirdly nice kid to be prospecting in an outlaw MC. Honestly, I could kind of use it. I've had a day. Cindy raises her rum and coke at me, and I pick up the shot and cheers with her. I take a tiny sip. Whiskey. It burns my throat, but somehow it feels kind of good. Cleansing almost. I take another sip. "So," Cindy puts an elbow on the bar and looks at me. "You wanted to change the subject? What should we talk about?" I think for a second, and then come up with something that's both a total change of subject and something Cindy will approve of. "I went shopping in Dayton today," I say, "and I got a really cute dress and shoes." "Ooh!" Cindy gives me a wide, excited smile. "Do tell." The dress is kind of champagne-colored and cute, and the shoes are sort of the same color, like nude, and strappy. I try to think of something else to say about my purchases. I don't spend a lot of time thinking about clothes, mostly because I rarely have the money to buy them. "Is the dress strapless? Backless? What kind of waist does it have?" Cindy presses me. "Sleeveless, I guess. And I don't know. It just has a waist." I shrug. Tentatively, I down the rest of my shot, grimacing. "It'd be good for clubbing, but it's not too over the top." "Do you have it with you?" she asks. When I nod, her eyes light up. "You should go get it and show it to me. Oh, and you should put it on." "Here?" Yeah." She rolls her eyes and stares pointedly at what I'm wearing. "You'd be less conspicuous in that dress than you are in your farmer outfit. Besides, look around you. There'll be a party starting pretty soon. There always is. You said you've had a rough day. Why don't you let your hair down a little and enjoy yourself?" I open my mouth to decline, but Cindy stops me. "Don't," she pleads. "Don't say no. Come on. You always say you're going to come out with me, but you never do. Please, 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 please." I can't argue with that point, because actually, I do pretty much do that. And to be honest, the idea of putting on my nice new dress and just not thinking about everything for a little while sounds amazing. Cindy must be able to read my thoughts in my face, because her eyes brighten and she bounces up and down on her stool a little. "Is that a yes? That's a yes, isn't it?" I take a deep breath and let it out. "Okay, it's a maybe. Let me check on my dad first, and if he doesn't need me at home, then okay." "Eek, yay!" Cindy's smile is so wide and excited that I think her face might actually crack open with glee. I can't help but laugh as I pull out my phone. "Let me call my dad," I smile at her. "And if he's good, then let's go outside and see if the garage is done with my truck yet. My dress and shoes are in there."
11. HALE. My convo with Axel takes longer than I expected to. When I get back into the main room of the clubhouse, Kylie's nowhere to be found. That chick Cindy that Mal's been fucking is gone too. "You seen Kylie?" I ask one of the men, but he has no idea who I'm talking about. I ask the prospect behind the bar. "You mean Cindy and that other girl?" he asks. "Yeah, they were here, but they went outside together a little while ago. I don't know if they're still out there or what." I go out the front door to check for them. Kylie's truck is in the parking lot, empty. There's no sign of either one of the women. Muttering to myself, I stomp back inside the clubhouse. An MC isn't the place for an unattended female if she doesn't want to get groped, or worse. Especially because now the place is filling up with Ironwood brothers, and the booze is starting to flow. As I scan the room again, someone puts some music on, and the opening chords of a Skynyrd song fill the space with sound. Over in one corner, I see Mal talking to a tall, muscled guy with a long red beard named Rogue. "Hey, you seen Kylie anywhere?" I ask him. "Yeah, Cindy and her are in one of the apartments changing clothes." "What?" "I don't know. I guess Kylie had some new clothes she wanted to put on. Cindy took her into one of the rooms." Huh. Maybe my ribbing her about what she was wearing got to her. I chuckle to myself and go grab a beer. But just as I'm taking the bottle from the prospect across the bar, a chorus of wolf whistles stops me and makes me turn to look. "Fuck yeah!" one of the brothers yells. "New meat! Come to Papa, darling!" Emerging from one of the apartments comes that chick Cindy, and with her, Kylie, who's shed her t-shirt and mom jeans and is wearing a low-cut, short, clingy dress, fuck-me heels, and scarlet red lipstick that'll make every man in here look at her mouth and imagine it wrapped around their dicks. My cock jumps in my jeans, straining against my zipper. Holy Jesus Christ. Every goddamn curve she has is on full display right now. I'm hit with a need so hard that I almost fucking stumble. Kylie's face falters for a second, but then she straightens up and lifts her chin, walking into the room behind Cindy and ignoring the catcalls that follow her. Cindy heads for Mal's high-top table, and Kylie does the same. I'm not about to leave that girl alone around these men, so with a growl of frustration I go over and join them. I walk up next to Kylie, trying to ignore that her dress is ringing all my goddamn bells. It's just a little darker than her skin, and clingy enough that she looks practically naked in it. "I've been looking for you," I tell her in a low voice.
Oh?
She turns to me, looking genuinely surprised.
Did you want to tell me my truck's ready? I saw it in the parking lot.
"Yeah. And I also wanted to tell you it was time to leave, before the men get too many drinks in them and start to get out of hand. But it looks like I'm too late for that." I stare pointedly at her dress, a hard edge to my voice. "The fuck are you thinking, changing into that get-up?" Kylie meets my eyes, her lips lowering into a slight pout.
Don't you like it?
I snort. "It ain't that I don't like it," I say thickly. "It's that everyone else in here does too. You're a walking centerfold, sweetheart. That's a dangerous thing around men like this. You give them ideas. Someone could take advantage." She scoffs.
No one's going to do that.
I lean forward and murmur in her ear. "Every man in this place is looking at you, imagining you with that skirt hiked up around your waist with his dick inside you. Every man in here wants to do the same thing." Kylie draws back, a shocked expression on her features.
You're gross.
"I'm a human male, sweetheart. We ain't complicated." Cindy, dressed in an even more revealing black leather dress, bats her eyes at me and smiles.
Doesn't Kylie look great? She coos. She never buys dresses like this. I must be rubbing off on her.
"Yeah, great," I mutter. "Let's get this party started, ladies," Mal calls, his arm moving to wrap possessively around Cindy. "Hale, looks like our girl Kylie needs a drink. Where's your manners, brother?" I look at her. "You want something?"
I can get it myself,
she shoots back. Fuck her smart-ass attitude. I push down my irritation and shrug. "Suit yourself." With a huff, Kylie pushes herself away from the table and goes toward the bar. Across the table, Mal lets out a low whistle as he stares at her ass.
Hey,
Cindy protests, fake punching him in the shoulder. "Lord, that girl's got the goods," Mal rumbles. "She should dress like that more often." "No, she fucking shouldn't," I spit.
You're just jealous,
Cindy coos.
You want her all for yourself.
I narrow my eyes at her. She ain't mine. I'm just not in the mood to play fucking babysitter when the rest of these goons jump all over her. Mal lifts his chin toward the bar. "Speaking of which," as Kylie leans over the bar, waving her fucking ass in the air, just like clockwork, the men start to swarm. Rogue gets there first. He steps up behind her and puts a hand on her ass. God fucking damn it, I seethe, setting my beer down with a bang. In 3 strides, I'm at the bar, just in time to see Kylie turn around to look at Rogue in surprise. "Hey, darling," he drawls, pulling her to him. "Come spend a little time with me." Kylie raises her hands up to his chest and tries to push him away.
I'm with friends,
she protests. but he doesn't loosen his grip. "Consider me your new friend," Rogue leers. He leans forward to kiss her, but I grab his other arm and twist it behind his back before he knows what's happening. He yelps in surprise. "The lady is with me," I grit, yanking up on the fucker's arm. "She don't have no sign on her," Rogue growls, trying to wrench away. "She don't have to. I'm telling you now." "Fuck you," he hisses. "You got ears, motherfucker," I rasp. "Or do I need to explain it to you in some other way?" I yank up again and he grunts in pain. "I got ears." "Good." I ease up, but before I can push him away, he rounds on me and throws a punch. The fucker's off balance, though, so I put out a boot and knock his legs out from under him. The floor does the rest of the work for me. "Your ears don't seem to be working, brother," I snarl as I tower over him. "You better hope that changes before I pull them the fuck off of you." For a second, Rogue looks like he's planning to continue the fight, but one look at my face must convince him I'm serious. "Fuck it. No gash is worth this bullshit," he spits. For some reason, that just makes me madder, but I manage to stop myself before I bend down and beat the shit out of him. "Fuck you, brother. You stay the hell away from her. Permanently." I grab Kylie by the bicep and pull her back toward Mal and Cindy. "Are you fucking crazy?" I bite out.
What?
Kylie pretends not to know what I'm talking about.
That wasn't my fault.
"Jesus, you are fucking crazy." I wipe my hand over my face in disbelief. "Fault ain't got nothing to do with it. That dress is like a goddamn beacon in here."
"Cindy's dressed like this," she protests. "They are too,"
she says, pointing at some club girls in the corner.
"Yeah,
because they want the men to be all over them," I bite back. "Is that what you want?"
"No."
She shakes her head emphatically.
"I just wanted to wear my new dress."
"Well, you picked a shitty place to try it out," I mutter. "Come on."
"Where are we going?"
"Back to the room where your other clothes are. You're changing out of this."
"No, I am not."
I actually see Kylie dig in her heels in response to my order, but I'm not about to take no for an answer. She tries to pull away from my grip, but those shoes she's got on don't give her enough purchase. I slam open the door to the apartment she came out of and move her inside, then slam the door shut.
"Do not treat me like a child, Cam,"
Kylie cries, whirling to face me. "I'm not treating you like a child," I bark back. "I'm treating you like a woman who doesn't know how much fucking trouble she's in."
"Oh, for God's sake."
Kylie flings up her hands.
"It's not like this is some dark alley, Cam. There's plenty of light out there and plenty of people to see what's going on. It's not like I was going to be raped for wearing a dress."
I take a step toward her, but Kylie doesn't budge. "The men out there don't all care about consent, Kai. They look at the dress you've got on and they see it as a giant neon sign saying, 'I'm down to fuck.' Whether you want it or not doesn't make one goddamn bit of difference. I don't know these men well enough to tell you which ones, but I've been around outlaw bikers long enough to know there's at least a few of them out there who aren't going to take no for an answer. And don't count on the rest of them to come to your aid. Well, what they really want is to watch." I take another step closer until I'm towering over her. "Is that what you want?" I roar. "Is it?" Kylie's eyes don't move from mine, but her defiance visibly lessens. She pulls her lower lip between her teeth.
"No,"
she admits. "Well, neither do I." I realize I'm still shouting as I continue to stand over her. I'm fucking furious right now. My adrenaline is pumping, and I realize it's because I didn't get my fix by beating Rogue within an inch of his fucking life like I wanted to. Kylie flinches a little and moves back a step like she's afraid of me. Fuck. That's not what I want. Hell, I don't know what the fuck I want. The thought of any of those goddamn men's hands on her sends me into fucking orbit. I want to kill every last one of them who got to look at her like that. I want to lock this goddamn door and bolt it closed so none of them can get to her. Fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Jesus Christ, I mutter, turning away and running a rough hand across my scalp. Jesus fucking Christ.
"Sorry,"
Kylie half whispers.
"Okay? I didn't mean to make you so angry.
She sucks in a shaky breath.
I realize you're only trying to protect me."
Damn straight I am, I retort.
Why are you so angry at me?
She continues in a soft, subdued voice.
I didn't do it on purpose, Cam. You could have just, told me without freaking screaming my head off.
Would you have listened? I challenge. She hesitates.
Maybe. Maybe not. But I probably wouldn't have argued as much if you hadn't treated me like some idiot.
Christ. I didn't treat you like an idiot. God damn it. Are we going to have to talk about feelings or some shit like that?
Yes, you did. Ordering me around like some little child who didn't know any better?
Her eyes, wild and challenging now, stare up into mine. They're smoky, the pupils large and dark. Her mouth glistens with a lipstick that she must have put on when she changed into that fuck-me dress. She's about 11 inches away from me, and every goddamn inch counts. My cock surges in my jeans. I've never wanted to fuck anyone as bad as I want to fuck Kylie right now. I turn away, squeezing my eyes shut so I can get a break from looking at how her tits swell under that goddamn dress. I'm ready to erupt like a goddamn volcano. I wait a second, then two. Then I turn back to her and open my eyes, trying like hell to calm down before I reply. I ain't treating you like a child, Kai. Or like an idiot, I say. My voice comes out hoarse. I'm treating you like a woman who looks like she's begging to be kissed. And more. Whether you like it or not, every man in this club is hard as fuck for you right now. Kylie's eyes never leave mine. I see her swallow, and then her lips part again.
Every man?
She questions softly. My cock strains in my jeans as I let out a low groan. Then my mouth is on hers, tongue sliding past her lip gloss to claim her. Kylie draws in a gasping breath, but then she's opening to me, her tongue meeting mine in a dance that sends a bolt of fucking electricity straight to my dick. Holy shit. I've fucked dozens, maybe hundreds, of women in my time. I've had chicks from every conceivable end of the spectrum, in every position and combination I can think of. But none of them have ever given me the jolt that this kiss has given me right now. My body goes into overdrive, every single cell telling me this is going to be the fuck of a lifetime. Kylie's body is soft and pliant under me, but the urgency in her kiss and the way she presses up to me leaves no question in my mind. She wants this too, as much as I do. All of a sudden I know she doesn't want any of those freaking jackasses outside. This is what our bodies were meant to do. My cock was meant to be inside her. My hands move up to cup her ass, pulling her into my hardness. Kylie groans, her arms around my neck. Then I'm pressing her up against the wall, wrapping her legs around me. My mind is an explosion of want. My mouth leaves hers, trailing down her neck to bite at the soft skin. I hear her gasp in response as she angles her hips so her pussy will meet my cock through our clothes. I feel her tremble and then suddenly stiffen.
Cam,
she chokes out.
Cam, I need to go.
What the fuck? You what? Kylie pulls in a shaky breath and then moves her hands to my chest.
I need to leave,
she says, pushing at me. I stare at her for a second in disbelief. She won't meet my gaze, but her eyes are dark as night, her skin flushed. She still wants this. There's no doubt in my mind. She's fighting against herself. But I'm not about to force the issue. Lowering her to the ground, I watch as she fumbles to adjust the skirt on her dress, then lifts a hand and nervously combs her fingers through her hair.
I'm gonna go,
she mumbles. I try to think through the haze of testosterone that's clouding my brain. I'll take you, I rasp.
No, I'm driving myself.
She swallows and takes a few unsteady steps toward the door. Opening it, she glances back at me briefly, her eyes still not quite meeting mine.
Good night, Hale.
And then she's gone, leaving me staring at the space where she was standing. God damn it, I hiss. This shit is seriously fucked up.
12. Kylie. All during the drive back home, I'm shaky at the wheel. I haven't had enough alcohol for it to be a problem, but that's not what is making me feel unstable. My whole body feels stretched taut as a guitar string waiting to be plucked, and only Cameron HALE can play me the way I want to be played. I'll never quite know how I managed to pull away from Cam and leave that apartment at the clubhouse. It was easily one of the hardest things I've ever done. I've never wanted a man so badly in my life. Hell, I'm not sure I've wanted anything that much, period. But that's why I had to make myself stop. Cam has gotten under my skin. His infuriating, sexy, overbearing self has wormed his way inside me, making me want his touch, making me crave his presence, the warmth of his skin. It's my fault for letting myself start having these thoughts about him. I should have remembered that I've always had a thing for Cam. I should have been on high alert as soon as I ran into him again at the clubhouse and been more careful. But I know what he thinks about me. I know that even if he wants my body, and he as much as told me it was just a reaction to my form-fitting dress, that's as far as it goes. He said every man in the club wanted me, and I guess he was telling me that he was no exception. But that means I'm just a piece of ass to him, and that's the last thing I would ever want to be to him. Because if I open myself up to him, if I let him see how much I've always wanted him, I couldn't face his hatred afterwards. Because the fact remains, Cam does hate me. And the fact that he was momentarily nice to me today doesn't change that. He blames me for Scotty's death, and he thinks I can't be trusted. Having sex with him wouldn't change that. In fact, it would probably just make it worse. He'd still hate me because of Scotty, and on top of that, he'd judge me for just falling into bed with him. He'd think I was loose, or that I was trying to use my body to soften him up, or something like that. He'd never take anything that happened between us at face value. I couldn't bear to live with his contempt afterwards. I can't stand the thought of opening myself to him, and how good I'm afraid it would feel to be with him, and then having him despise me even more because of it. Cameron HALE will never believe anything but the worst of me. I can't give him any more ammunition. Cameron HALE is one man who could never be just a one-night stand for me. I'd never be able to get him out of my head afterwards. It's too dangerous. I need to keep my emotions and my body on lockdown. I flee the clubhouse without managing to grab my other clothes, but I didn't want to stay in that place for one more second and risk having Cam come after me. Thankfully, I have my purse with my keys on me. None of the other men try to stop me on the way out, and I'm able to slip into my truck and drive away more or less unnoticed. When I get back to my dad's house, he's already gone to bed. He's left a note for me on the kitchen table, telling me he was tired and that he'll see me in the morning. I'm incredibly grateful for the reprieve from having to make small talk with him, for not having to pretend I had a fun, harmless night out with my non-existent girlfriends. I try to make my life sound as positive as I can for Dad's sake. I know he feels bad that I moved back to Ironwood from Lexington to take care of him, but sometimes it takes more energy than I have to put a positive spin on things. And tonight, I'm not sure how I'd manage to hide it from him, that I'm sad and stressed and filled with longing for a man who will only ever think the worst of me. The next day, Dad appears in the kitchen long after I've gotten up and already had breakfast. He stayed in bed so long that I was tempted to go check on him. When he shuffles up to the table where I'm drinking my third cup of coffee, I look up with a smile, but my greeting dies in my throat. He's not looking good at all. His face is gray and drawn. Across his forehead are the telltale lines of pain he's trying to conceal from his daughter. "Dad," I say softly, trying not to let my concern show on my face. "You want some breakfast? I can make you some cream of wheat or something." He gives me a pinched smile. "No thanks, Pumpkin. I'll have a cup of coffee in a little while. I'm just gonna go sit down in my chair." I watch his emaciated frame as he continues toward the living room. A pang of guilt slices through me that I wasn't here last night. How long has he been feeling like this? I pick up my cup and follow him out of the kitchen. Patiently, I wait for him to lower himself into his chair, trying to push away the alarm and heartbreak I feel. When he's finally settled in with a low groan, he notices I'm standing in front of him and gives me a weak smile. "There," he grits out. "Just give me 5 minutes and I'll take that coffee." "Okay." I pull up the ottoman from the chair opposite him and sit down on it. "But first, I have something to tell you." I smile encouragingly, hoping it will make him feel better. "Remember how last night when I called, I said I had some good news?" I don't wait for his answer. "Well, I got a promotion at work, and the best thing is, it comes with health insurance." Dad's face moves into a rictus of a smile as he tries to conceal his pain. "That's great, honey," he murmurs. I can tell he's not following. "Dad, that means we can afford treatments for you. I can get a family plan, and we can start you out right away." I've practiced the lie in my head so that it comes out easily. I'm thankful that Dad doesn't really know enough about health insurance to realize plans don't let children add their parents to them. It's a silver lining to his pain right now that he's not likely to ask me too many questions or think my words through too much. "I'm going to process the paperwork," I continue, "and then I'll call the doctor right away and get you an appointment to set you up with treatments." Dad just nods, his eyes closing. "Okay, Pumpkin," he wheezes. "That's great. Could you get me some aspirin or something? Just feeling a little achy this morning." I stand up and start for the bathroom, but then remember the pills I've got in my purse instead. I talked Mal into giving them to me when I got back from the run with Cam yesterday. My heart floods with relief as I grab the bottle, then go to the kitchen for a glass of water. Back out in the living room, my father takes them gratefully, swallowing without so much as looking at them. 20 minutes later, Dad is much more relaxed, his body less tense as I bring him his coffee with the non-dairy creamer he likes in it. I even managed to get him to eat some toast and butter. I sit with him and watch morning TV shows until it's time for me to leave for work. I leave another dose of pills in a small bowl next to a glass of water on the side table by his chair. Then I grab my things and head out the door, telling him I've put his lunch in a Tupperware in the fridge with instructions for heating it up in the microwave. Dad waves me off with a hazy smile. I pull the door closed behind me, hoping the meds will keep the pain mostly away until I get back. At work, I wait until my first break to call Dad's doctor and ask him to make an appointment for us with an oncologist as soon as possible. I manage to get one for early the following week. The appointment is during a time when I'm supposed to be working, so I call the other receptionist who works at the salon, Nevaeh, and make arrangements with her to switch days with me. For an hour or so, I feel a swell of unusual optimism. Instead of life happening to me, like it usually feels, for once I feel like I'm actually just a little bit in control of things. Maybe this is the beginning of things getting better. The thought makes me smile to myself. Cindy comes in for her shift and pouts at me a little bit for leaving the clubhouse last night without telling her. "At first, we thought you and HALE had disappeared for the night," she says, flashing me a coy smirk. "Wow, was he pissed off that the other men were looking at you in that dress. But then he came back out a while later without you and said you'd gone home." "Sorry." I try to look contrite. "I just wasn't feeling good. Maybe it was something I ate." Thankfully, Cindy decides to just shrug it off and tells me a few funny anecdotes of the things I missed from last night's party before going off to get ready for her first client. Relieved, I watch her go. But her mention of HALE puts the image of his lust-filled face in my mind, and the memory of his kiss and fevered touch makes heat begin to pool between my legs. And then I remember last night when I got home from the clubhouse, how after I checked on Dad to make sure he was asleep, I went into my bedroom and closed the door. And then, there in the darkness, memories of Cam's lips and his hands on my skin mingled with the thought of similar forbidden moments when I was in high school. Moments when I was alone in my tiny bedroom in our trailer in the dark, my teenage hormones running high and wild. Moments when, instead of dreaming about my boyfriend Scotty as I touched myself with tentative fingers, I was thinking of Cam. 13. Kylie. When Scotty and I first got together back in high school, I felt like I'd had an amazing stroke of extraordinary luck. Being the new girl in a school where most of the students had known each other practically since birth, I was instantly recognizable and singled out as an object of curiosity. I got enough attention early on from horny boys that many of the girls were instantly wary of me. I had very few female acquaintances to speak of as a result. Desk neighbors or lab partners, who would be initially nice to me, would cool considerably when they'd see me in the hallway, turning away with sour looks on their faces when boys came around to show off or flirt. I guess I can't blame some of the girls for being jealous. I know it wasn't me exactly they disliked. After all, they didn't know me well enough to make a judgment. It was just the fact that I was new and therefore interesting to the male population. They probably would have reacted the same way to any girl who was at least average-looking. Not that any of them really interested me much. Most of the boys at Corridon High School were gangly and awkward, too loud and too obvious in their intentions. They all tended to blur together at first, except for one, Scotty Bauer. He was handsome and charming, forward without being overbearing. He seemed more confident than the other boys in my classes, and I found him amusing and easy to talk to. A couple of weeks into the school year, he started hanging around my locker, and then one day after school, he offered to give me a ride home. The way he asked was so casual and self-assured, I found myself saying yes almost without thinking. Corridon was such a small town that there wasn't that much of a difference between the haves and the have-nots, so it wasn't much of an embarrassment that I lived in a trailer on my dad's land. Living outside of town, though, it could get a little lonely with just me and him out there. Scotty was a welcome distraction. It was nice to have someone to pay attention to me, someone who thought I was pretty and smart and worth spending time with. My dad liked him, too. Dad was working on getting his lawn care service going, which involved a lot of fixing up of the secondhand equipment he'd bought, most of which didn't work all that well. Scotty was interested in practically anything with an engine, and the two of them bonded quickly over fix-it talk. Sometimes to the point where I almost wondered whether Dad didn't prefer Scotty's company to mine. After our first few dates, Scotty introduced me to his two best friends, cousins named Malcolm and Cameron. Mal instantly struck me as kind of a big brother type. He was just as attractive as Scotty, funny and friendly, but he treated me like one of the guys, maybe out of deference to the fact that his buddy was my new boyfriend. Cam was a different story. From the first time I met him, I was struck by his quiet, brooding manner. His handsomeness was darker than Scotty's and Mal's. Even then, he seemed older than the rest of us somehow, more serious. Even at 18 years old, he seemed more like a man than a boy. He exuded a casual confidence that was less showy than Scotty's. There was something about Cam that made my pulse quicken when he was around. Something that made me want to watch his body when it moved, and wonder what it would feel like if it moved against me. Cameron's smiles were rare, his laughter rarer still, I had no idea what he thought of me, whether he liked me, tolerated me, or despised me. He simply allowed for my presence as Scotty's girl and kept his distance. But every once in a while, I would catch him looking at me with eyes that seemed to burn into me with an intensity I couldn't name. Scotty didn't seem to mind having me there when his friends were around. On the contrary, he seemed to be proud to show me off. Sometimes that made me feel a little like a trophy girlfriend, which I didn't like much. But I mostly tried to let it roll off my back. I was happy that he didn't ditch me every time his buddies wanted to go do something, like other guys seemed to do to their girlfriends. And after a while, I felt almost like Mal and Cam were my friends too. Well, Mal anyway. Like I said, I could never quite get a read on Cam. I never hung out with the other two boys without Scotty. It was just an unstated thing that if I was there, he was too. So it was that I had never really had a one-on-one conversation with either Mal or Cam. And it also meant that I never had to be alone with my attraction to Cam, and it mostly stayed as a muted, but more or less constant background beat to my interactions with him. One day, that changed. One day, Scotty came up to my locker between classes and said he had to leave school early. He said his handyman dad needed him to come home from school to help him with a project, because one of his workers had gone home sick. Since I usually rode to and from school with Scotty, he had asked Cam to give me a ride home instead. After that day, a lot of things shifted. A lot of things changed. Some of what was changing were things no one but Scotty knew about. And at least one thing was a secret that I never admitted to anyone. After that day, I had even less of an inkling what Cam really thought of me. But as for me, I found myself thinking about him more and more, in ways I knew I shouldn't be, and wondering, hoping almost, that maybe he thought those ways about me, too. The phone at the salon starts to ring, shaking me out of my daydream about the past. I feel a spark of guilt in my gut as the memory of how I felt about Cam even then comes rushing back. Even now, I feel like I'm being disloyal to Scotty, even though he's gone and has been for years. Even though nothing ever happened between me and Cam. I never acted on my attraction. Hell, I never even knew whether he had any of the same thoughts about me. We never talked about it, not that day or afterwards. I have no way of knowing if what happened last night between me and Cam has any roots in the past. Maybe it really was just my dress that set him off. I have no real reason to think it was anything else. Besides, even if Cam had wanted me in high school, that was before Scotty got arrested, before he was killed. There's no way Cam could have felt anything other than anger and hatred for me after that. I know that for a fact. He's made it abundantly clear. And even though Cam's lips still burn on mine from last night, I know I'd be a fool to believe that the past 24 hours has changed the way he feels about me. Just because our bodies took control for a few seconds during an unguarded moment, that changes nothing. Cam sees me as the enemy. It's foolish to hope that will ever change. And worse, now he probably hates me even more for disrupting his life again, showing up in Ironwood, bringing my own special brand of chaos with me. As I try to distract myself from replaying our kiss in my mind one final time, I pick up the salon phone and answer it, but there's no one there. My cell buzzes on the desk beside me, and I realize that's the phone that was ringing all along. Rolling my eyes at myself, I pick it up, almost answering with the name of the salon. "Hello?" I half stammer. "Hello, may I speak to Kylie Sutton, please?" a clipped professional voice asks. "This is she." "Miss Sutton, this is Francesca from Morningside Hospital. I have you listed as Charles Sutton's daughter. Is that correct?" I sit bolt upright, my heart beginning to hammer in my chest. "Yes?" Miss Sutton, I'm calling to let you know that your father has just been brought into the hospital via ambulance.
14. HALE. An hour after Kylie leaves the clubhouse, I'm still seriously fucking confused by what just happened between us. I know she wanted the kiss. I know she wanted more. She was wet as hell for me. So wet I could feel her through my jeans. So I can't figure out why the hell she left. Not that it's bad that she took off, in the grand scheme of things. Sure, I have a fucking grade A case of blue balls now, and the feeling of her skin under my hands is making my nerve endings buzz from the memory. But fucking Kylie is probably one of the shittiest ideas I've ever had, given our history. Hell, having her around like this is already having a bad effect on me. For one thing, I'm not quite as mad at her as I used to be. And goddamn it, that makes me mad. I leave the apartment, wanting to be somewhere where I don't see the empty space where she was standing just a minute ago. I go out to the main room of the clubhouse and bark at the kid behind the bar to start pouring me shots of whiskey. A couple Ironwood guys come up and start trying to shoot the shit with me, but one look at my face and they back right the fuck off. Which is exactly how I fucking want it. I'm not in the mood to make conversation. The years have changed nothing for me where Kylie is concerned. I see that now. I want her just as much as I ever have. After Scotty died, I was battling anger, grief, and guilt in equal measures for a long time. Grief, because I just lost my best friend. Guilt, because I felt like I should have known how to stop the runaway train he was on and save him. And because I had a secret that I had never acted on, but that tortured me just the same. I wanted his girlfriend. Bad. And anger, because anger purifies. White-hot rage is like fire. It burns away everything but the essential. I used my anger to burn away the grief and guilt, like alcohol in a pan. Anger gave me focus. It helped me move on from the other paralyzing emotions. It let me substitute my lust for Kylie with hatred. The anger I felt toward the whole situation surrounding Scotty's death was fueled and stoked by the way I learned about what happened after the fact. Of the three of us boys, Scotty was always the most outgoing. Even as a teenager, the fucker came off as bigger than life. He could charm the pants off practically everyone he met. Scotty could get away with shit no one else could, because everyone loved him. And because of that, he wasn't scared to take risks. He knew he could talk his way out of shit 9 times out of 10. Scotty also had big appetites, for a lot of things. He was the kid who wasn't content with a slice of cake. He'd steal the whole goddamn thing and then lie his way out of it later. He was the first one of us to start stealing liquor from his parents' stock, bringing it to our hideout to share it with us when we were 12 or 13. Mal and I regarded Scotty's bullshitting abilities with a mixture of awe and admiration. And of course, we were more than happy to partake of the fruits of his less than honest labor. As we got older, there was a little weed smoking to go along with the alcohol when we could get it. But Scotty was the one who always wanted more. Whenever we'd managed to get pot, he'd smoke twice as much as us. He'd get wasted enough that Mal and I would often have to figure out how to cover for him until he was sober. When we drank, he'd be the one who was convinced he was fine to get behind the wheel, and we'd have to talk him out of it. Looking back on it now, as I stare into the bottom of my shot glass, I realize Scotty probably would have a pretty tough adult life. He wasn't the type who was likely to calm down or lighten up on the booze and weed with age. He had what shrinks now call an addictive personality. His appetites were going to get bigger and bigger, until they'd probably end up consuming him, one way or another. When Scotty stopped hanging out with me and Mal so much, midway through our senior year, we figured he was with Kylie instead. That wasn't exactly right. He started spending a lot more time over at her house, yeah. But, it turns out, not always for the reasons we thought. The first real clue we should have had was one day when Scotty grabbed me in the hall after first period and asked me if I'd mind driving Kylie home from school that day. I didn't have a car of my own yet, but my older brother worked night shifts, and he let me borrow his beat-up Chevy Impala sometimes, on days he didn't need it. I didn't really want to drive Kylie home. I hadn't spent much time alone with her, which was by design. Staying away from her felt like my duty as a friend to Scotty. But I couldn't exactly tell him he needed to find someone else to drive his girlfriend home because I was dying to bone her. And my traitor brain couldn't think quick enough to come up with a good excuse. So in the end, I agreed, against my better judgment. I went and found Kylie at her locker and told her I'd meet her outside the front doors after school. Then I spent the rest of the day pissed off at everyone and everything, and trying to convince myself that spending 15 minutes in a car with Kylie Sutton was not going to kill me. After school, Kylie was waiting right outside the front doors for me, just like we'd agreed. She walked with me to my brother's car, and when I opened the passenger side door for her, she looked at me with wide eyes like I'd just performed some sort of mystical feat. In spite of myself, I laughed. She started laughing, too, and told me she never would have taken me for the chivalrous type. I don't remember a lot more of that conversation, except that we didn't head for her house right away. Somehow I never managed to start the car. We sat there in the far corner of the high school parking lot, talking, while the other cars emptied out little by little. Finally, I noticed we were one of the only ones still left. My brother's car was one of the models that still had a front bench seat, which meant that we were both sitting facing each other as we talked, like we were on a couch. I still remember the sound of Kylie's laughter and how it rang out of the car as I told her the few jokes I knew. She told me about feeling most of the girls in school were jealous of her because she hung out with the three of us. I told her that wasn't why they were jealous. In the end, I took Kylie home because shit was starting to get uncomfortably close inside that car. The longer we talked, the more it felt like the space between us was getting smaller. The easier it felt it would be to just slide over and pull her to me. To do the things I'd fantasized about doing more often than I cared to admit. So I stopped talking and turned up the radio. Then I shifted in my seat, threw the Impala into drive, and hauled ass out of there. When we got to her dad's property, we were both surprised to see that Scotty's car was in the front yard. Kylie shot me a confused look, and my first thought was that Scotty had come here looking for Kylie after he got done helping his dad. It was at least 2 hours after school had gotten out, so we were clearly more than a little late. A cold lump of guilt formed in my stomach. I felt like I'd been caught out fucking my best friend's girl, even though all we'd done was talk. I couldn't let Kylie go in there by herself, so I got out of the car and went in with her. Inside, we found Scotty and Kylie's dad hanging out in the living room. "Hey," Scotty called out in a voice too loud for the space. He stood up quickly from the worn recliner he'd been sitting in, arms flung wide open in greeting. There was a strange smell in the air. I couldn't place it, like a weird mix of plastic bags and ammonia.
"What are you doing here?"
Kylie asked, taking a step forward to let him curl an arm around her.
"I thought you were helping your dad."
"I was," Scotty's head bobbed. "But I got done early, so I came here to see you." Kylie's dad, Charlie, hadn't risen from his seat. His eyes were glassy and unfocused. "Cameron, isn't it?" he murmured, sticking out a hand to me. I shook it, nodding. "I gotta get going, babe," Scotty said abruptly. He reached down to grab his backpack, which was lying at his feet by the chair he'd been sitting in. "Thanks for bringing her home, buddy." "No problem," I murmured, frowning. Something was off, but I couldn't figure out what it was. Since Scotty was leaving, I felt weird sticking around, so I followed him back outside. Kylie went with us. I watched, hormones boiling, as Scotty kissed her goodbye and climbed into his car. He waved at the two of us and took off, leaving us there alone. I glanced over at Kylie. Her features were pale, her lips pressed together. She raised her arms and clasped them around herself like she was suddenly cold. At the time, I thought she was just as confused as I was. Later, I decided it was something else. Something she knew. Something she wasn't telling me. I left right after Scotty did. I didn't know what to say, and even though I didn't know what the fuck was going on, talking about my buddy behind his back with his girlfriend seemed like a shitty thing to do, especially after I just spent the last 2 hours battling my conscience and wishing Kylie was mine instead of his. We never talked about that day. And then later, it was too late for talking. I've nursed a fuck of a lot of anger for Kylie over the years. Over time, it's dulled a bit because I hadn't seen her in so long. When I saw her at the Ironwood clubhouse, it flared again, hot as flame, especially after I found out about her muling drugs for Ironwood. But for the first time since Scotty's death, a small part of me has to acknowledge that what happened to him was probably always going to happen. He was going to get involved in bad shit sooner or later, and he was probably going to get in way over his head before he even realized what was happening. That part, at least, wasn't Kylie's fault. I slammed my glass down on the bar, realizing I've lost count of how many shots I've taken. The prospect nods toward it, silently asking if I want a refill, but I shake my head and stand up. My head is already starting to pound. I thought I'd be able to drink away the thoughts chasing me, but I was wrong. Weaving slightly, I make my way through the Ironwood brothers, ignoring Tank as he hollers my name from the other side of the room. Tonight, I'm not going to escape my demons. Back inside the apartment, I shrug off my cut and lay it over a chair. I sink down onto the bed in the dark and lie back. Staring up the ceiling into the blackness, Kylie's face appears before me, just like I knew it would. The memory of my mouth on hers, of her fast, shallow breathing as I wrapped her legs around me, makes me hard as a fucking rock in a matter of seconds. It's almost painful as I unzip my jeans and push them down and off. Taking myself in my hand, I imagine slipping a finger under that tight little dress, sliding it under the fabric of her panties until I feel her slick and wet, ready for me. I groan as I pump myself slowly, pulsing, as in my mind I push inside her hot, waiting pussy. I grab her hips, pulling out and then slamming into her. Her back is against the wall as she moans and begs me for more. Fuck, I must have thought about doing this hundreds of times in the days before everything went to hell. Thought about how maybe, just maybe one day, Scotty and Kylie would call it quits, and maybe Kylie... Fuck, maybe I... With a loud groan, I thrust myself into my hand a final time and unload. Hot spasms of my seed flood through me as in my mind I empty myself deep inside Kylie, marking her, possessing her, filling her. Fuck. All these years later, I thought I'd forgotten about her. Now, I wonder if I ever fucking will. 15. HALE. I toss and turn all fucking night. The next morning is the day of the meet-up with the Dos Santos cartel, and between all the whiskey in my system and the lack of sleep, I'm feeling like hell. I get up late in the morning and decide to wash away my hangover with half a pot of coffee and an order of bacon and eggs at one of the local diners. When I get back, I take a long, hot shower, then go outside to check that my bike's working fine. Tank's out there, too. He's looking a little worse for wear as well, but a lot more fucking cheerful than I am. "Brother, you don't know what you're missing with the club girls here," he chuckles. "Jesus Christ. Last night these 3 chicks named Nina, Pinta, and Santa Maria or some shit gave me the ride of my goddamn life. It was like fucking Christmas, and all the presents were for me." "Congratulations," I mutter. "Thank you," he grins. "That chick Kylie must be something if you're turning down the free pussy here. Granted, she is a hot piece of ass." "I'm not," I growl, and then stop. Getting into this with Tank is the one thing guaranteed to make me even more fucking pissed off than I already am this morning. Unfortunately, he's not about to let it go. "Wait. Hold up." Disbelief is clear in his voice. "You ain't trying to tell me you aren't hitting that, are you? Come on, brother, I know you better than that." "This ain't your business," I shoot back. Tank just stares at me. "What the fuck? Are you seriously saying you ain't fucking her? What, is she wearing a goddamn chastity belt under that clingy dress or something? Fuck you, brother. You disappoint me, man." Tank clucks his tongue in disapproval. I just barely restrain myself from punching the fucker in his smug goddamn face. Just as I'm about to tell him to shut the fuck up again, the door to the clubhouse opens and a bunch of Ironwood men start streaming out, with Axel, Rourke, and Mal in the lead. Looks like it's time to go, I mutter, happy for the change of subject. I straighten and straddle my Harley as they all head to their bikes. Axel and his road captain, Rogue, pull up into the front of the road formation. Rourke takes his place as VP behind Axel. The rest of the Ironwood brothers move into their positions. Finally, Tank and I bring up the rear as associates of the club. We ride south out of town. Even though I'm feeling like hell, the sounds of our engines and the wind rushing by wakes me up and gets my adrenaline pumping. We head into Kentucky, toward just north of Louisville. It's an area that's hotly contested between different cartels who want access to the north, to Chicago and Milwaukee, and to the east. The Dos Santos cartel is battling for power and control with the Sinaloa and Los Caballeros cartels, so there's always some risk doing business with them that our club will get caught in the crossfire. That's part of the reason Angel wants me and Tank here. Not just to be the ambassador between our charter and the cartel, but to make sure Dos Santos can hold up their end of the agreement, that they have the firepower and the manpower to move their product on a regular schedule so we don't run into trouble with our buyers. The meet point is on the north end of Louisville. The address Chaco gave Axel turns out to be a rundown-looking Mexican restaurant. The lack of customer cars in the parking lot gives us a clue as to why the fuck we're meeting at this shithole. We walk through the double-glass doors of the building, which looks like it used to be an old Hardee's restaurant or something. Inside, the place is done up in fake adobe shit with pink terracotta-colored walls. The smell of beans and grease meets us at the entrance. I fucking hate Mexican food, Rourke mutters beside me. Axel lifts his chin at a tiny, round Mexican man who can't be more than 5'2". The man wordlessly turns and points to the back, toward a narrow archway covered by a curtain. As we follow Axel back, I notice the Ironwood brothers tensing as they prepare to go into an unfamiliar situation. On the other side of the curtain is a large room with a long, narrow table in the center. Seated along it to one side are 9 members of the Dos Santos cartel. In the center is Chaco Dos Santos, who stands as he sees us enter. The rest of his men immediately stand as well. 2 guards by the door motion to us to pull our guns and cell phones and put them in 2 baskets on either side of the doorway. I can tell Axel doesn't like it, but he does it anyway. He nods briefly at his men and they follow suit. Once we've all given up our pieces, Chaco stands. With smooth, fluid movements, he comes around the table, flanked by 2 large armed bodyguards. Chaco is probably about 40 years old, though he looks younger. He's tall, swarthy, and slim, wearing an expensive suit the color of black pearls. His shoes are black and polished to a mirror gleam. A single gold signet ring on his right pinky is his only jewelry. His dark hair is styled effortlessly, but I know his haircut probably cost more than my goddamn rent. Chaco nods toward me first. Then, his eyes scanning the rest of us, he spies the president patch on Axel's chest and nods at him as well. "HALE," he murmurs. He steps toward me and we extend hands and shake. "Good to see you." Angel sends his greetings. He was sorry he couldn't be here. "I understand," Chaco says smoothly. "This is Axel." I turn toward the Ironwood Prez. "And his VP, Rourke." "Gentlemen." Chaco nods but doesn't move to shake their hands. "It's a pleasure. Shall we get down to business?" Chaco moves back to his seat and motions for Axel, Rourke, and me to sit down across from him. The rest of the Ironwood men and Tank hang back, silent but watchful. "We were disappointed to hear from Angel that a new chapter would be handling the transfers of our product going forward," Chaco begins. "Under the old presidency of Lords of Carnage, I might not have had faith that this new arrangement would be in our interests." He shoots me a warning look, which I don't react to. "But Angel has assured me that nothing will change except our contact. I know he expects that, and he knows I expect that. As a new MC," he continues pointedly, "I need to know the Ironwood chapter has the strength in place to protect our investments." Chaco lets his eyes drift and settle one by one on Axel's men, like he's inspecting them. "We have had a good relationship with the Lords of Carnage since Angel took over as president. We hope that good relationship continues with Ironwood as our contact." Beside me, Rourke bristles. We're the same club, he grunts, an edge in his voice. As you know, Chaco, Angel trusts Axel and his men, I say. All the terms of our previous agreement have been fully explained to him. Axel cuts a glance at me, clearly pissed that I'm talking for him. Then, leaning back in his seat, he addresses Chaco. You got nothing to worry about, Dos Santos. We ain't babes in the woods. We do what's necessary. Your product is safe with our club. There ain't gonna be any glitches on our end. He narrows his eyes. If there ain't any on yours. Chaco leans forward and puts his elbows on the table, steepling his fingers. As you know, competition for control of the drug trade from the south is fierce, cutthroat. I have spent considerable energy, resources, and men to secure the Dos Santos cartel's position. It is imperative that we have a pipeline toward the north that is reliable. Chaco pauses, waits a beat. If the Lords of Carnage are unable to ensure that, then the cartel will need to put in place another partner, one that can do the job as we need it to be done. His meaning is clear. This route is too important for them to leave anything to chance. If there are any problems with shipment transfers going forward, the cartel will move to take us out and give another club or gang our territory. Translation: if putting Ironwood in charge of the Louisville route doesn't go well, it's war between the Lords and the Dos Santos cartel. A war that will leave only one of us standing. Chaco looks at me. You tell Angel I accept the terms. For now. His eyes move back to Axel. I expect, as you say, that the cartel will notice no difference during the transition. You can count on it, Axel scowls. Now that Chaco seems satisfied with Axel's leadership, it's time to bring up the matter of the other cartels. We know the turf wars between you and the other two cartels have been heating up, I interject. Angel wanted to make sure Dos Santos has enough strength to keep the product safe and the pipeline open. We're looking to expand our distribution up north, but we can't do that unless we know the product will be there when we need it. Chaco gives me a steely look. Dos Santos has entered into an arrangement with Los Caballeros. Our two cartels together have more than enough strength to push back against Sinaloa. I nod. I'll tell Angel. Axel and Chaco go back and forth for a while, arguing logistics and working out methods of payment and drop-off locations. At this point, I just ease back and leave them to it. They're going to have to build a relationship in order to gain trust, and there's no fucking time like the present. Once that business is taken care of, Chaco turns back to me and asks after Angel's health. We bullshit for a couple of minutes until he stands again, signaling that the meeting is over. Axel stands too and shakes Chaco's hand this time. Then the Ironwood chapter of the Lords of Carnage MC files out of the room, picking up our guns as we leave. Tank moves into place beside me as we head out of the restaurant. That went about as well as could be expected, he mutters. Yeah. Chaco's not really going to be good with this until Ironwood has a track record with him. It'll work itself out. At least I fucking hope so. Both of our chapters are on the line if Axel and his men fuck up. Chaco's cartel is powerful, and he's easily got 3 times as many men as we do. If shit goes south, the Lords are going to be in the fight of our lives. The club rides back to Ironwood in formation. I feel the tension ease from my shoulders as I ride. When we get back to the clubhouse, I can call Angel and brief him, and then at that point, my work here is technically done. Tank seems to be thinking the same thing. After we park our bikes back at Ironwood, he tells me he's thinking of taking off the next day and heading back to Tanner Springs. You blown through all the Ironwood pussy already, I joke. It's a small town, brother, he snickers. Didn't take that long. Besides, the bed in that apartment they've got me in is hard as a goddamn rock. Be good to get back and get a decent night's sleep. You disappoint me, Tank, I shoot back, echoing his words to me earlier. You're getting old, man. Fuck you, he says easily. I'll never be as old as you are. Your dick'll never be as big either. Tank snorts but leaves that one alone. You want to leave tomorrow morning, he asks, after we get up and grab some breakfast? I pause. Actually, I'm thinking of sticking around for another day or two. I admit. Tank raises a brow at me and then grins. You still working on getting into Kylie's tight little pants? Jesus, Hale, you must be losing your touch. I ain't never seen you struggle like this with a female. No, dickhead, I scowl. It ain't about that. I want to make sure all of Axel's business shit is solid so I can report everything back to Angel. I don't want to have to come back down here again. Right, he drawls. Whatever you say, brother. I resist the urge to argue with him because I know the more I do, the less he'll fucking believe me anyway. Instead, I just push open the clubhouse door and go in, shaking my head in irritation as he cackles behind me. At least there's no more club business to be dealt with today. I can just kick back, drink some beer, and shoot some pool. The tension in my body eases even more thinking about the prospect of a relaxing evening. Hell, I tell myself, maybe I'll even find one of the club girls. Let her take my mind off shit for a while. Inside, Axel and his men are already shaking the dirt off their boots and starting to party. Tank looks over and gives me a thumbs up, and I have to laugh at the motherfucker. We join a table of ironwood men, including Mal, at a big round table, and 2 prospects arrive with cold beers and shot glasses for all of us. 4 club girls come up, just like clockwork, and drape themselves around 4 of the willing brothers. Just like home, Tank calls over the music with a grin. I'm just about to take my first pull on the beer in front of me when Cindy comes into the main room. She notices the club girl hanging on Mel and pointedly strides over and detaches the chick's arms from him, one by one. As the girl howls in protest, Cindy steps around her and settles herself onto Mal's lap.
Missed you, baby,
she croons and nips at his ear.
Y'all get your club business taken care of?
We sure did, Mal murmurs. All good.
Oh.
She blinks then and looks over at me in surprise.
Hale, you're here.
Yeah? Why wouldn't I be?
No reason, I guess.
She frowns.
But I figured you might be with Kylie.
Why would I be with her? I ask irritably. Cindy seems to think Kylie and I are a goddamn item, and it's time someone set her straight. But her reply stops the words in my throat.
Didn't she get a hold of you? She's at the hospital.
Hospital? I repeat, alarmed. What the fuck happened? Cindy's brow furrows as she drapes an arm around Mal.
She got a call at work. It's her dad. I guess he collapsed this afternoon. Did you know he has cancer?
16. Kylie. I'm sitting in my father's hospital room in the cardiac ward. My hands are trembling like leaves in the wind, and I'm powerless to stop them. The last hour has been one of the scariest of my life. Dad is lying in the bed in front of me, his chest rising and falling so fast it reminds me of a hummingbird's. They brought him in because he'd started having shortness of breath and then collapsed on the floor of the living room. Thankfully, our neighbor, Mrs. Hellman, was over at the house at the time. She was the one who had the presence of mind to call the ambulance. If Dad had been alone when he started to have symptoms, I can't bear to think what would have happened. Knowing him, he probably would have decided just to wait it out because of the expense of the ambulance ride. Which means, if it wasn't for Mrs. Hellman, he might be dead. By the time I got to the hospital, the doctors thought they had stabilized him and had moved him to this room to recover. But then his heart rate started to speed up, making the machines he was hooked up to start to howl, and he started to have a second heart attack right in front of me. I started screaming just as the docs and nurses hurried into the room and rushed me out into the hallway, where I stood, helpless and sobbing, as they struggled not to let my father die. When it was all over, and they had once again gotten his heart rate stable, one of the doctors, a crisply dressed middle-aged woman, came to talk to me in the hallway. She told me that the attack was likely an effect of the lung cancer, that the extra work it took to draw air into his lungs meant his heart couldn't get enough oxygen. It's likely he has a viral infection, too, which we probably missed because he was coughing so much anyway. Thankfully, he's hooked up to an oxygen line now, and he's resting more or less comfortably. And when he goes home, assuming they'll let him go home, he'll need to have an oxygen tank for the foreseeable future. My throat aches with the effort of holding back my tears as I wait for my father to have the energy to speak. When he finally does, he lifts a frail hand a couple of inches off the bed and gives me a weak chuckle. "Too bad I couldn't have waited to have this attack for a few weeks until your health insurance thing kicked in," he observes. "This is gonna cost a pretty penny." Reflexively, I say the first comforting thing that comes to mind. "Don't worry, Dad," I lie, reaching over to stroke his arm. "I already got the paperwork in. This should be covered no problem." He turns his head slightly and raises an eyebrow. "You work fast." I manage a smile. "Yup, I'm on it, so don't fret, okay?" Sighing, he closes his eyes and leans his head back against the pillows. "Wonder when I'm gonna get out of here." "Don't worry about that. I'll find out. We'll get you out as soon as we can, okay? Now you rest. I'll be right here." Within a minute, he's asleep, his mouth falling open to a soft snore under the oxygen mask. I swallow painfully, relief mixed with sorrow, and stand up. My hands are still trembling, and I'm practically jumping out of my skin, half terrified that Dad's going to have another attack. I'm hoping that a walk around the floor might calm me down a little bit. I make a loop around the oncology ward. The cold, sterile lighting, the mass-produced artwork on the walls that's meant to be soothing, do nothing to distract me from everything that's just happened. Now that I'm alone, Dad's words come back to ring in my ears. "This is gonna cost a pretty penny." Hell, it sure is. This emergency visit to the hospital is going to make things even harder. The ambulance ride alone is going to cost a mint. We haven't even started his cancer treatments yet, and already I'm in the hole. Inwardly, I cringe, hating myself for even thinking about money at a time like this. The last thing I wanted to do was worry him, though, in the state he's in. Hell, I've already lied to him once about having insurance through my non-existent job promotion. What's one more lie at this point? After I complete my first circle of the floor, I come back to peer into Dad's room. He's sleeping soundly, chest rising and falling a little more slowly now. I pull the door almost closed again and start another turn around the ward, my mind still on how to pay for all this. I'll just have to ask for more work from the MC. Maybe I can persuade them to let me handle more jobs. And I can ask Melda to schedule me out for a while, so I know when I'm off at the salon. That way I can be free to do more drop-offs for the club. I know they're considering me for their Cincinnati run, whatever that is, and I'm guessing that's more risk, so therefore more money. Maybe I can talk them into letting me start that right away, since the Dayton run went off without a hitch. My second tour of the floor completed, I go back to Dad's room and settle into the uncomfortable chair next to his bed. I watch him sleep and play with my phone until a nurse comes in and tells me visiting hours are coming to an end. Regretfully, I reach out and touch Dad's hand one more time, being careful not to wake him. "I'll be back tomorrow," I whisper, and kiss him softly on the forehead. Back outside the room, I start to walk toward the exit. I thought I had managed to calm myself down, but somehow, the stress of the last couple of hours all comes flooding back up at once, and my legs start to crumple under me. I manage to get to a small, deserted waiting alcove and slump into a chair. And there, half in the dark, I put my face in my hands and cry like I haven't cried since I was a little girl. I've never felt so alone, so afraid, so abandoned. Suddenly, I'm sure the chemo isn't going to work, that my dad's going to die, and I won't have anyone left. I feel so selfish even thinking about myself instead of him, but I'm so scared to be an orphan. It feels like an enormous chasm of death is opening up in front of me, and I'm standing on the precipice, about to fall in and disappear. I know I have to be strong for my father, But God, I don't know how I'm going to do it when all I want to do is fall into his arms and sob my heart out, hoping with the hope of a 5-year-old that he'll be able to wrap his arms around me and make everything better. I don't know how long I stay like that. A few people walk by and stare into the alcove with concern on their faces, but thankfully none of them comes in to ask me if I'm okay. Eventually, I make myself stop crying, because I'm embarrassed, and because the last thing I want to do is talk to a complete stranger about any of this. I pull myself up and stand, my eyes and throat raw from crying. I suck in a long, ragged breath and let it out. Then I do it again. Finally, with a last sob that I swallow, I shake my head. No, we're done crying for now. Half blinded by the tears I won't let myself shed, I leave the alcove, turn down the hall, and exit the ward. I find the elevators, and when I punch the button, one opens, mercifully empty. I ride it down to the first floor, hugging my arms to my chest, as though if I let go, I'll fly apart. Then, when the doors open on the first floor, I burst out of them and start to run, not stopping until I get to the front entrance. I'm pushing through the front doors of the hospital, trying not to look anyone in the eye, when I almost bump smack into a brick wall of a man in dark leather. As I rear back and put up my hands to stop the collision, strong arms come out and grab me by the biceps, stabilizing me so I don't fall. "Whoa," a deep, familiar voice rumbles, and my stomach instantly does a sickening flip as I realize who it is. "Cam?" I stammer as I pull back and try to pretend I wasn't about to fall right into him. "What are you doing here?" "Your friend Cindy said something happened to your dad." His dark eyes stare down at me with something like concern. "Said you got called at work and had to leave." "Yeah." I sniffle loudly, clear my throat, brushing at my face with the backs of my hands. I'm embarrassed to be seen like this, especially by him of all people. I still don't understand why he's here, but I don't know how to ask it. He's made no secret of his dislike for both me and my dad. And with good reason, I guess. He had a heart attack. I guess the strain on his heart from the cancer was too much." "Was?" Cam is alarmed. "Jesus, shit, Kai, I'm so fucking sorry." He runs a rough hand through his short-cropped hair. I realize he thinks I'm saying that Dad's dead. "Oh, no. I shake my head, giving him a faint smile. "I mean, he's okay for now at least. They have him hooked up to oxygen. He's sleeping right now." I gesture vaguely behind me, toward the inside of the hospital. "He's in a room in the cardiac unit. So, crisis averted, I guess." "Glad to hear that." He pauses, then nods at my face. "So, why are you crying then?" "I'm not," I protest, though even as I say the words, I can feel the tears running down my face. Cam looks down at me. His lips curve just slightly, into a smile that's not mocking, but gentle. "Okay, then," he murmurs softly. "Why are you not crying?" The last thing I want to do is talk about this. But somehow I find myself telling him exactly what's in my mind at this very moment anyway. "Because this is just a temporary reprieve," I choke out, hating the tremor in my voice. I look up at him, really look at him for the first time. "He's so sick, Cam." The wobble gets worse. "The doctors say the reason he had the attack is probably because his system is so compromised. Maybe a viral infection in his lungs, or maybe a blood clot. They don't know, but..." Suddenly, a gut-wrenching sob tears through me, ripping from my throat before I can stop it. I stumble, and HALE catches me, his warm hands, then his warm arms, wrapping tightly around me. I start to cry again, even though I thought I'd cried myself to the point of dehydration. I cling to him, mortified but helpless, as I weep, the sound muffled against his chest. A HALE I've never seen before holds me closer. He murmurs words that I can't quite hear, but that sound soothing and kind. He doesn't tell me to stop crying, doesn't tell me to do anything. He only stands there and holds me. I'm so afraid, Cameron, I weep. I'm so afraid. Shh, he whispers. His mouth is close to my ear, his breath in my hair. I know, Kai. You're okay. You're gonna be okay. I'm not, though. What if I'm not? I let myself ask my worst fear. He's all I have. I know he's not perfect. I know what he did. But he's all I have. Cam stiffens for a second and then relaxes. Come on, Kai. You need to rest. You need to get away from this for a little bit. Let's get you out of here. And then, because the idea of not thinking or making any decisions right now sounds too good to resist, I let Cameron HALE lead me away from the hospital to wherever he has in mind.
17. HALE. I lead Kylie away from the hospital and to her truck because I don't think she's going to be any good on my bike right now. I ask her for the keys, which she hands to me numbly. At first, I'm going to take her back to her house, but as I start the engine, I realize she's in no shape to be alone right now, especially not in a space that will be filled with the absence of her sick dad. I ain't about to take her to the Ironwood clubhouse either, so I just put the truck into gear and start to drive, without any particular idea of where I'm going to go. Kylie doesn't seem to notice or care that I'm not heading to her house. She stares ahead, lost in her own private agony. I head out of town on the first road I find. I keep the radio off and we just drive in silence for a while. It's dark now, and in the country the stars shine bright in the night sky.
It's beautiful out here,
Kylie finally says quietly.
I don't ever come out this way. I don't really ever get out of town much, actually.
She waits a beat.
Except to go on runs for the club.
She doesn't say any more, but it's clear what she means. Kylie's life is work and taking care of her dad. Even I can see that. I think back to last night, to her at the clubhouse, all dressed up in that tight-ass dress and fuck-me heels. All of a sudden I feel pretty goddamn bad that I got so fucking mad at her, even though she was crazy as shit to wear that get-up in a room full of raging testosterone. She probably just wanted to have a night out, to have some fun. And I shit all over it. I ain't about to apologize. I was right that she was nuts to do it, but my attitude toward her softens a little. The girl's got it rough right now. We crest a hill and come to an intersection with a large sign to the right. I glance at it and see that it's the entrance to a state park. The sign says it's closed, and the metal fence that's swung across the road leading into it confirms that. But it gives me an idea. I turn into the entrance and stop the truck in front of the gate. Kylie blinks out of her trance and looks over at me.
What are you doing?
You'll see. I get out of the truck and go to the gate. It isn't secured to anything, so it's easy to move. I push it back just far enough to get us through it and climb back inside the cab. As I put the truck in gear, Kylie turns to me with a small quirk of her lips.
You know this is against the law, right?
That gets a laugh out of me. Darling, you're mulling drugs for an outlaw MC. This is the least illegal thing you've done this week. I drive along the road inside the park for a while, passing by a couple deserted picnic areas, a playground, and a park office that's closed up tight. We come to a lookout area that overlooks a small lake down about 50 feet below us, and I pull into that lot, backing the truck into a spot, and turn off the engine. Kylie's grinning at me now. She reaches into the back seat of the cab and pulls out a large, thick blanket.
For the truck bed,
she tells me. We climb out and she takes down the back gate. She tosses the blanket into the back, then hops up and sits on the lowered gate. She raises her face to the moon and stars, then takes a deep breath and lets it out as she closes her eyes.
It's nice out here,
she murmurs. Reflexively, I reach into my pocket for a smoke, but I decide against it. I hop up on the gate with her, ignoring the fact that my cock is stirring like the asshole it is. Kylie reaches behind her and pulls the blanket toward her, wrapping a corner of it around her shoulders. You cold?
Not yet, but I will be.
We sit in silence for a while. Well, silent outside anyway. Inside me, there's a war raging. Between the part of me that still wants to hate Kylie and the part of me that wants to fuck her so bad I can practically taste it. Between the part that's nursing old regrets and grudges and the part that's telling me it's time for the anger of a teenager who's sure he knows the score to die. That we were, all of us, handed a shitty, complicated goddamn situation. And in a way, we're all still paying the price, even to this day. Kylie is the first to break the silence.
Cam, why did you come to the hospital tonight?
It's a question I'm not prepared to answer. Because I don't really know. Figured you're alone, I finally mutter. Seemed like a tough thing to handle by yourself. My mind goes back to the scene of her sobbing against my chest. My traitorous dick thickens in my pants. It's the second time I've ever seen Kylie cry. The first time was because of Scotty. How did you end up here in Ironwood? I ask her. She lifts a thin shoulder.
After everything, my dad sold the land in Cordon and the trailer. He needed the money. He moved up here because a buddy of his found him work at a factory the next town over. He rents the house he's in now.
He's still working?
No. He got fired after he got sick.
So you're paying the rent, I conclude.
Yeah, and the medical bills.
Kylie's fucking dad. She's still taking care of him. Still loving him and needing him, in spite of everything. For the first time, I realize how much her life has revolved around him. His past sins, his current sickness. Suddenly I see what happened to Scotty in a new light. It wasn't Kylie's fault. It was her old man's. I know that. I knew it, even at the time. And I'm still making her pay for shit she didn't have any control over. Kai, I begin and stop. She looks over at me wordlessly, a question in her eyes. Somehow my mouth is on hers. Somehow she's moaning under me, her lips parting, opening for me as I devour her, making up for years of want, years of need, years of her name in my throat as I make myself come in the dark. When we break apart to come up for air, she's gasping. You feel it too, don't you? My voice is thick.
Yes,
she whispers. I thought about you every day, back when you were Scotty's.
Please,
she chokes.
Don't say his name. I still think about it every day. What I could have done.
You couldn't have. I cut her off, realizing the truth of the words as I say them. None of us could. We were too young, Kai. We didn't know what the fuck we were doing. I pull her close, rolling her onto the blanket. But I know what I'm doing now. My cock is aching as I take her mouth again. Kylie's body molds to mine. Her legs part as I slide between them and press against her. A low, urgent noise escapes her throat when the heat and hardness of my cock meets her pussy. She wraps her legs around me and angles her hips, needing more. There's no way either one of us is going to stop this time. We've waited too long for it. Somehow I know just by how she's clinging to me right now that she felt it too, all those years ago. She was longing for me as much as I was for her. Groaning, I crush my mouth to hers and pull her hips to me. She whimpers every time my cock hits her groin. I know without even checking that she's wet as hell, and my mouth waters at the thought of tasting her. My senses are all on overdrive, wanting everything at once. I want her on my mouth. I want to be inside her. I want to fucking lose myself inside her tight pussy, make her scream my name and fill her up with everything I've got, claiming her, ruining her for anyone else. Reaching between us with one hand, I pop the button on her jeans and pull down the zipper. Kylie is already raising her hips to help me get them off her. The thin fabric of her panties is underneath, soft and vulnerable. I push them down too, and when they're past her hips, I stop for a second and slide a finger between her legs. I stifle another groan that turns into a chuckle. Yeah, wet as hell. Kylie momentarily freezes, mistaking my laughter for mockery.
What?
Nothing, babe, I assure her. I'm just laughing because I don't think I've ever been so hard or so fucking turned on in my life. She bites her lip and looks at me. In a soft voice tinged with just a little sauciness, she breathes.
You've got a filthy mouth, Mr. Hale.
My mind is even filthier, as is what I'm going to do to you. I yank her jeans the rest of the way off and lift myself up a little so I can stare at her in the moonlight. Her legs are fucking beautiful, sexy as hell, and they're going to be a lot sexier when they're spread wide and ready for me. I shake my head and mutter, Jesus, then chuckle again and move between her thighs. The sound that she makes in her throat when my tongue first laps at her pussy is the most beautiful goddamn noise I've ever heard. She's not only soaking wet, her clit is swollen and hard, and I know she's so turned on that I'm going to have to go slow, or I'll make her come too soon. On either side of her, I can hear her fists clutching at the blanket as her thighs clench. She's tight as a rubber band right now. I avoid her clit, and instead I start to tease her, sliding my tongue inside her to taste her juices, then back out to coat her with them. She tastes musky and delicious, and my cock tightens even more, to the point of pain. Every time my tongue slides close to her clit, I hear Kylie's breath catch in her throat. She whimpers her need to me, but I'm not ready to let her come yet. I keep sliding my tongue just short of the spot I can already tell is exactly where she needs me to be, then moving away as she gasps. Eventually, the whimpers turn to whines. I feel her hips straining toward me as she tries to maneuver herself, so I'll give her what she needs. I tease her as long as I can, but finally I'm so fucking turned on I can't take it anymore, and I wrap my lips around her clit and slide my tongue right over ground zero. The effect is instantaneous. Kylie's hips buck as she snaps and starts to come, her whole body shaking with the force of it as she lets out a moan that ends in my name. Jesus Christ, it's a moment I'll never fucking forget. She's still coming as I reach for my wallet and fumble out a condom, then push my jeans down over my own hips and slide it on my pulsing cock. I look down into Kylie's face, and her eyes are wide open, her cheeks flushed, her lips plump and full and parted. We lock gazes as I pull her hips to me and sink myself inside her, and then her eyes close and her head rolls back, her lips opening wider in a silent O of pleasure. Fuck, I growl, sounding tortured even to my own ears. Jesus Christ, that feels so good. She's so hot, so tight, her pussy clenching all around me. I have to freeze for a second and close my eyes when I'm all the way in so I won't come right away. Kylie wraps her legs around my waist and I hold on to her hips and drive into her, then pull out and thrust again. When I open my eyes and look down at her, the sight is so goddamn sexy that I feel my balls tighten and I know I'm done for. My last coherent thought before I come is, I have to do this again. Slower next time. Then my brain explodes, and I shoot my load inside her perfect, hot, wet cunt.
18. Kylie. My whole body is buzzing with the memory of Hale's touch as we climb back into the truck cab and he drives me home. I can already tell my back and butt are going to be bruised tomorrow. The bed of the truck was hard, even with the blanket underneath me to cushion it. But I don't mind. In fact, I'm almost glad. The ache tomorrow will give me a lingering reminder of what was easily the best sex I have ever had. The ache between my legs from HALE feels so good, it almost makes up for the fact that he's no longer inside me. HALE doesn't stay the night, telling me that I need sleep and joking that if he stays, I won't get any. Part of me wants to ask him to stay anyway, but I don't, because the truth is that after what just happened between us, I need some time to process, to think. "I'll come over and bring you the truck tomorrow morning," he tells me as he walks me up to my front door. "What time you need me to be here?" After I tell him, he leans down and gives me a hungry, lingering kiss. He waits to make sure I'm inside the door. Then he winks once and saunters back down the front walk. I watch him go, staring openly at his ass. Then I start to laugh at myself, because I never do that to guys, but maybe that's because no other guys have an ass that fine. Inside the empty house, I stand in the darkened living room and try to talk myself into going to bed. But it's not that late yet, and I'm not tired at all. On the contrary, between my dad being in the hospital and what just happened between Cam and me in the back of the pickup, my mind is racing 1,000,000 miles a minute. I'll never look at that truck the same way again, I think with a snort. I consider turning on the TV, but I can't imagine anything's on that would hold my interest. I don't feel like looking at social media either. In the end, I go out to the kitchen and grab a half-empty bottle of cheap red wine from the fridge and pour myself a glass. Then I come back out into the still dark living room, flop down onto the couch, and give in to the swirl of memories of the last 2 hours. "You feel it too, don't you?" he asks. "Yes," I whisper back. "I thought about you every day back when you were Scotty's." The mention of Scotty's name makes my heart constrict, even now. But tonight, it's not just because he's dead, and not just because I'm part of the reason why. It's also because tonight, Cam admitted to me that he'd wanted me back then, and it makes me wonder if he wanted me as much as I wanted him, and if he felt as guilty as I did about it. I would have felt terrible breaking up with Scotty for Cam, and I'm guessing that even if Cam had felt something for me back then, which it seems maybe he did, he never would have acted on it for fear of hurting Scotty. They were best friends after all, and Cam has always been loyal to a fault. That's probably one of the reasons he's in an MC. Loyalty to his club and his brothers is a must, given the dangers inherent in biker life. I always felt guilty about my attraction to Cam. Scotty was a good boyfriend, gentle and sweet with me when we were together. Scotty was the boy I lost my virginity to. And judging from the few conversations between my female high school classmates I overheard in the halls of the school, I'm betting that he was nicer and more gentle than most boys would have been. Sex with him was always nice. I never came, but I barely knew my own body back then and wouldn't have had the words to ask for what I wanted even if I knew. And I was attracted to Scotty, too. He was handsome and funny, and I liked the way he looked at me like I was the most beautiful girl in the world. But what I felt for Cam was something else, something more, something dangerous. Sometimes when he looked at me with those dark, unreadable eyes, a tingle would start between my legs and my face would flush so hot I was sure I was red as a beet. At those moments, I'd be almost certain that he was feeling something too. But then he'd quickly look away and either crack a joke or do something that would make me think the intensity of his gaze had just been my imagination, wishful thinking. As I sip my wine, I think back to the day when Cam drove me home from school at Scotty's request. That day was the first time Cam and I had ever been alone together. I always thought Cam was mad at Scotty for asking him to do it because of the inconvenience. Now, for the first time, it occurs to me that maybe Cam just didn't want to be around me without the buffer of the other two boys. It's like a puzzle piece suddenly snaps into place when I didn't even know there was a puzzle to begin with. That afternoon was the first time Cam and I really talked, just the two of us. I thought it would be awkward, and it was for a little bit. But the most surprising thing was how quickly that awkwardness melted away. And after that, how quickly the time passed as we talked about anything and nothing. By the time he realized he should get me home, I was wishing for anything to keep talking him for a while longer. I would have relished a flat tire or been thrilled if he'd run out of gas. Any excuse to be alone with him for just a little while longer. When we got back to my house and saw Scotty's car in the driveway, Cam glanced over at me with a frown and then stiffened. I thought I maybe knew what he was thinking because I was too. I wondered if Scotty was there looking for me. I wondered if he was going to be angry or suspicious that Cam hadn't driven me straight home from school. I found myself mentally bracing for a confrontation, even though I'd never really seen Scotty get mad or jealous about anything. He just wasn't really the type. But I went up the stairs to the trailer with a sick churning in my stomach, like Scotty had caught us at something. Even though all Cam and I had done was talk, I felt guilty as hell all the same. Because the truth was, I knew that if Cam had tried to kiss me, I would have let him. When we went inside and found Scotty and my dad together, I was so relieved he wasn't angry or jealous that I sort of brushed off the strangeness of the fact that Scotty was there in the first place. I accepted the story he told me, that he had finished helping his dad early and come to see me, even though he left like he was on fire as soon as Cam and I got there. It didn't make any sense, but I was all too willing to ignore the whole thing if it meant I wouldn't have to answer any questions about why Cam was just getting me home 2 hours after school got out. I didn't think anything more about the strangeness of that afternoon until a few weeks later. Scotty had come over on a Saturday afternoon, this time to help my dad with replacing the brake pads on his truck. Not being very interested in car repair myself, I left them to it out in the carport garage that my dad had set up on one side of the property. When 2 hours had gone by without either of them coming inside, I went out to the carport to see how they were doing on the project and if they needed anything from the house. The tools were lying on the ground, untouched. Both my dad and Scotty were sprawling in the canvas camping chairs Dad kept out there. Their eyes were glassy. They were both clearly high. On what, I didn't know. I'm not sure why I didn't confront them right away. Part of it was probably the shock. Maybe I was in denial, I don't know. What I do know is that I ran back in the house and slammed the door. When Scotty came inside later on, I picked a fight with him, and he left in a huff, eyes red and swollen. I stayed in my room for the rest of the day, avoiding my father and feeling incredibly confused and alone. What I didn't know at the time, what I didn't find out until later, was that Dad's lawn care business had gone completely under. He'd been looking for a job, trying to hide it from me, but opportunities were few and far between in Corridon. And so somehow, Dad ended up falling into one of the few businesses that was booming in our area. Meth. And even worse, he ended up bringing Scotty into it with him. I don't blame Cam for thinking I knew what was happening all along. Hell, I probably should have suspected it, but I didn't. All I figured out was that my dad and Scotty were getting high together. I had no idea about the rest of it until later. Maybe I should have gone to Cam and Mal as soon as I realized they were doing drugs. But I was embarrassed. And also, I couldn't figure out how to tell them what was happening with Scotty without mentioning my father. Fear and unwillingness to rat on either one of them kept me silent. The other thing that stopped me from talking to them was that after the day Cam drove me home from school, he started giving me a serious case of the cold shoulder. When Cam saw me in the halls at school the next day, he looked through me like he didn't even know me. And it wasn't just me. He started hanging out with Mal less, too. His excuse was that his parents had stuff for him to do at home. Mal told us that Cam had even started talking about moving north after graduation. It seemed like all of us were drifting away from each other, and I felt powerless to stop it. I told myself it was inevitable anyway, with us graduating soon. But even so, it made me feel more alone and even more uncertain what to do about Scotty and my dad. Prom season came and went, and then graduation. I applied to a community college about 45 minutes south and got a job waiting tables over the summer to save up money for tuition and a car of my own. Dad told me not to worry about money. He said he had some saved up, and he'd make sure I didn't have to take out any loans. But I didn't see how that couldn't be true, given that he hadn't had a job in months. That's when I first started to really suspect what was going on. Scotty, too, all of a sudden seemed to have more money than he knew what to do with. He'd started buying me more and more extravagant gifts. A dozen roses at first, for my birthday. Then a promise ring. When I asked him where he was getting the cash, he just said he'd been working a lot of hours for his dad. And then, toward the end of that summer, everything came crashing down around us. One night, I got a call from Mal on our house phone, the first and only time he ever called me. Mal told me Scotty had been arrested for dealing drugs. When my father heard me crying in the kitchen, he came to see what was wrong. When I hung up and told him Scotty was in jail and why, he turned white as a sheet. That's when I finally knew what I had long suspected, but had tried to tell myself couldn't be true. The sudden source of my father's income was drug dealing, and he'd involved Scotty in it as well. The next few months were a nightmare. It was Scotty's first offense, but given the amount of meth they found in his car when he was arrested, he was charged with a second-degree felony. He got 5 years in prison, plus a fine of $10,000. Scotty never said a word to the police about where he got the meth. If he'd given up my dad, he might have managed to reduce his sentence. I can't say for sure why he didn't rat on my father, but I can guess. Scotty knew that if Dad went to prison too, I'd be alone. I'd wager he decided that he might as well serve the time for both of them. Maybe he figured he was young, and he'd still be able to put it all behind him and start fresh when he'd served his time. I visited him once in prison, Blackburn Correctional Facility. He had only been inside for 3 weeks, but he looked as though he'd lost 30 pounds and aged 10 years. He begged me not to come back again, said he couldn't bear to see him like that. He asked me, in a broken voice, if I'd wait for him, but then a few minutes later told me not to. "I won't be the same person when I come out, Kai," he rasped. Then he looked away, refusing to meet my eyes again. 2 months into his sentence, Scotty got involved in a prison brawl. He got jumped by another inmate who stabbed him in the stomach with some sort of shiv. By the time the guards got to him, he was too far gone to save. The thought that Scotty went to prison because of my father, and ultimately because of me, that his life was over practically before it started, will haunt me for the rest of my life. I have tried not to think about it over the years. The guilt and the sadness are too overwhelming. Staring ahead into the darkness now, I take a final gulp of my wine, draining the glass. Swallowing painfully, I feel tears wet my cheeks once again. Until recently, the last time I had seen Cameron HALE was at Scotty's funeral. It was a somber, desperately sad service. The priest of the tiny Catholic church in Corridon gave a sermon that tried and failed to delicately dance around the circumstances of Scotty's last few months and the manner of his death. More than half of the people in the pews were under 20 years old, and the shock of attending a funeral for someone our own age was palpable in the chapel. Mal was there too, of course. He sat near me, a few rows behind Scotty's family. Cam hadn't shown by the beginning of the service. Mal said he hadn't heard from him and didn't know where he was. After the funeral, some of our classmates came up to me to say how sorry they were and how much they had always liked Scotty. Others seemed to be avoiding me. Maybe as his girlfriend, I was a little too close to his death, almost like I was contagious. No one knew, as far as I could tell, the link between Scotty and my father. No one had figured it out, except me and Cam. He was there at the funeral after all, it turned out. As we filed out of the chapel, I saw him sitting by himself toward the back, hidden by a pillar. We locked eyes as I walked past. The look he gave me in that moment was of pure hatred, loathing, and rage. In that moment, I knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that Cam blamed me for Scotty's death. And in that moment, I realized I agreed with him. When I got home that evening, I exploded at my father. I threatened him, saying that if he didn't stop dealing, stop using, I'd leave town for good and he'd never see me again. I fully expected to have to make good on my promise. But to my surprise, he apologized. And most importantly, he did stop dealing and using. It was too late for Scotty, who paid the ultimate price. But in a way, Scotty ended up saving my father twice. And now, in the sickest twist of fate ever, I'm the one muling drugs to try to save him a third time. God, what am I doing? Cam must think I learned nothing from Scotty's death. He must think I'm essentially spitting on his grave. The hatred he showed for me all those years ago, and the disgust in his eyes that first day he saw me at the Ironwood MC Clubhouse, both were justified. Those emotions I can understand. What I don't understand, the most confusing thing of all, why it seems like maybe he's starting to forgive me.
19. HALE. I pull up to Kylie's place the next morning with her truck like I told her I would. It was hard as hell to leave her last night, but she needed sleep, and I needed to pull my shit together. I've never spent the night with a woman in my goddamn life, and last night I came damn close. The last thing I needed was to have my dick talk me into something I was going to regret later, and end up handing her my balls in a paper bag. I fucking missed her, though. I ain't gonna lie about that. She bounces out of the front door to the house, hair up in a high ponytail, a few strands hanging loose around her face. She's dressed simply, in a white t-shirt and faded jeans, and no-nonsense black boots. She looks fucking amazing. I can barely see the outline of her tits, but my cock goes on instant high alert. When she climbs in and slams the door, she doesn't say hello.
Hey, can we do the drive-thru at McDonald's?
She asks instead.
I'm hungry, and I didn't have time for breakfast.
I don't know how I expected her to act after what happened between us last night, but this ain't it. I've had a lot of women mentally start ring shopping after I fuck them, and those chicks seem to have a lot of goddamn trouble taking no for an answer. Kylie's the exact opposite. She acts like nothing happened. I glance over, figuring I'll do the same. But for some reason, instead of doing the drive-thru, I suggest something else. I get a better idea. You have time for a sit-down meal? Kylie cocks her head, considering.
I suppose so, if it's quick. I'm headed to the hospital to see Dad.
You're not going to work?
Today's my day off.
She takes in a deep breath and gives me a wry grin.
That part's lucky, at least.
I pull the truck into a U-turn and head toward downtown to a diner I went to my first day in Ironwood. Kylie seems to know it, which ain't surprising considering how small this town is.
I haven't been here in ages, she remarks. They have amazing hash browns.
A waitress has us seated within a minute, and Kylie pores over the menu like it's a life-or-death situation. She orders a country-style breakfast, and I get something called the Hungry Man. When our food comes, I watch in silent amusement as Kylie worships the hash browns, rolling her eyes as she eats. Note to self, that girl loves potatoes. As we demolish our food, I keep thinking back to last night, though I don't say anything about it. This should be the day I head back to Tanner Springs with Tank. There's no reason for me to stick around after all. A week ago, I was chomping at the goddamn bit to get done and get the hell out of here. But instead, I find myself making a snap decision, one that I don't quite understand myself. I'm heading up to Tanner Springs with Tank, I say to Kylie, right after you drop me off at the clubhouse. Kylie's cup stops in midair as she looks at me.
So, this is goodbye?
She asks, her tone casual. No. The words sound strange in my ears. I'm just going up for the day, to talk to my prez. I'm coming back down here again, after, for another week or so.
Huh.
Kylie frowns.
So you still have some business down here?
I shrug. Yeah. Kylie blinks.
What kind of business?
Her question pisses me off. None of yours, I snap. She rears back a little, frowning.
Jesus. You don't need to get pissy, I was just asking.
Yeah, well, stop asking, I say flatly. Chicks always think they got a right to know what's going on with the MC. You ain't a patched member, so you don't need to know. Got it?
Holy fuck,
Kylie breathes, whistling and rolling her eyes.
You and your boys can keep your secret handshake and your big important clubhouse stuff to yourself. I was just trying to make conversation, Cam. But I can see that's futile with a damn caveman like you.
Angrily, she picks up her fork again and stabs at what's left of her hash browns. I slump back in the booth and cross my arms. Fuck this shit. We don't say another damn word for the rest of the meal. When we're finished, I ask for the bill, and she stands up and walks out of the diner. When I'm done paying, I find her outside leaning against the truck, her jaw set. I open the driver's side and wait for her to get in, which she does without a word. I drive us back to the clubhouse. I figure Kylie's waiting for an apology for me, but she's not going to get one. When we pull into the parking lot, I leave the engine running and slide out of the truck. Kylie climbs over from the passenger seat to the driver's side and drives away without a backward glance. With an irritated sigh, I turn and go inside the clubhouse. Tank is sitting with Rourke, Mal, and Dante at the large table in the center of the room. Steaming mugs of coffee sit in front of them. Tank stands up when he sees me and stretches, lifting his chin at me. "What's up, brother?" "Not a goddamn thing," I snarl. "You ready to leave?" "Fuck, I just got up," he grins. "Barely slept at all. These Ironwood club girls are wild as shit, brother." "You leaving us too, Hale?" Rourke mutters. He doesn't look upset about it. I'll allow I ain't been the most pleasant of guests. "I'll be back down tonight or tomorrow," I answer, though I'm starting to wonder why the hell I don't just say fuck it and leave. The Dos Santos shit is sorted out far as I can tell. Everything Angel wanted me to do, I've done. The only thing keeping me here is Kylie, who doesn't want me here in the first place. After the way she took off just now, I shouldn't give a shit what happens to her either. Fuck. I should just go back to Tanner Springs for good and forget about all this shit. Forget about Kylie. I'm no good at this relationship bullshit. I'm not used to giving a shit what a chick thinks about me after I fuck her. But I know I won't do that. I just want to keep an eye on her for a few more days. Make sure her dad's out of the woods for now. Then I'll let her go. "How long until you're ready?" I growl at Tank. "I ain't got all fucking day." "Jesus, what did you have for breakfast? Carnation instant, bitch?" Tank laughs. "That's about right," I growl, pushing past him. "I'm grabbing my shit. Be ready to go in 20. A favor will kill you faster than a bullet. My dad's words echo in my head over the sound of my bike as our tires eat up the road between Ironwood and Tanner Springs. He died 5 years ago. We weren't that close, but the motherfucker knew what he was talking about sometimes. Scotty's dead because he did a favor for Kylie, to save her father. I was pissed as hell at him for that. Pissed at everyone concerned. Now, Kylie's dad is sick. She could lose him for good this time. Then fuck, she's all alone. None of this is her fault. She's been dealt a shitty fucking hand. And I know she's doing the best she can. I don't know what I can do about it to help her. Not exactly. But hell, something makes me want to try. At least to be there for her for a few days, so she doesn't feel like she's facing it all by herself. And yeah, I ain't made out of stone. I want to feel her underneath me again. I want to feel her pussy explode around my cock. Hear her whisper my name in the dark. I wouldn't even mind spending the night with her. Warning signs are going off in my brain. A big part of it is shouting that I'm making a huge fucking mistake, letting my dick make my decisions for me. But fuck it. I gotta do this. If I don't, if I just go back to Tanner Springs and wash my hands of the whole thing, I'll just be wondering about Kylie all the damn time anyway. This way at least I can see firsthand how she's doing. Maybe help her out a little. Scotty would have wanted me to do that. Fuck that shit. Scotty would be pissed as hell to know I fucked his girl. Wouldn't he? The plain fact of the matter is, I don't know. I don't know anything anymore. Except that I'm going back down to Ironwood. And from there, we'll see. When Tank and I push open the door of the clubhouse and walk in, you'd think we'd been gone for a year. Thorne looks over and yells a greeting. And then pretty soon it's a wall of fucking hollers and fist pumps. One by one they come over and clap me and Tank on the back. Tank grins at me and looks over to the bar. "Jewel, honey, what the hell?" he shouts. "What are you doing back there?"
Welcome back, Tank.
Jewel, our Prez's old lady, lifts her hand and waves.
I'm just filling in for an hour or so. We're training in one of the prospects to 10 bar.
Her eyes sparkle with laughter.
But Gunner has him out back painting the picnic tables.
Through the crowd, 3 club girls, Melanie, Rachel, and Tammy, come sliding up to Tank and me.
Damn, you two get handsomer every day,
Tammy coos.
How could you leave us like that for so long?
Absence makes the heart grow fonder, darling. Don't you know that? Tank rasps, pulling her to him. Didn't you get enough tail down in Ironwood? I razz him. Ain't no pussy like our pussy, brother. He shoots me a suggestive leer. Damn, it's good to be home. I watch as he wanders over to the bar, grinning from ear to ear, with Tammy and Rachel clinging to his arms. Melanie watches them too, then cocks her head at me and puts a hand on my chest.
What about you, Hale?
She pouts.
You miss us too?
Not fucking likely, I think to myself. Sure, darling, I say easily, detaching her hand. But I gotta go talk to Angel for a bit. He around?
Jewel,
Melanie calls unhappily.
Where's Angel? He should be out back in the office.
Jewel calls back. Nope, I'm right here, Angel announces. I turn to see him striding toward me. Melanie moves away, disappointed. I meet Angel halfway and he claps me on the back in greeting. Brother, good to have you back. Good to be back. Come grab a beer with me and let's go into my office to talk. Will do. We approach the bar, and as we do, Jewel shoots me a smile.
Welcome home, Hale.
Thanks, darling. I nod toward her round stomach, on which she's resting one protective hand. Shit, darling, you got bigger since I've been gone. Jewel rolls her eyes and groans good-naturedly.
I feel like a whale. I don't know how much bigger I can get, and I still have almost 2 months to go.
Angel catches her around the waist. That boy's gonna come out swinging, he chuckles, planting a lingering kiss on his wife. Between his mama and his daddy, he's gonna be tough as nails.
Or girl,
Jewel corrects him.
I will say, though, this baby's a bruiser.
She looks ruefully down at her belly.
Keeps hammering away at me all day long.
She sighs.
Either way, I hope he, or she, will give me a break on the way out. Though, knowing its father, it's going to be a pain in the ass from the get-go.
You wound me, woman, Angel mock scowls. Jewel rolls her eyes and kisses him on the cheek.
Whatever. Don't you two have things to discuss?
Yeah. Grab us a couple of beers, will you, darling? Angel tells her. We're going to go back into the office. Let me know if you're going to take off, okay? Jewel goes behind the bar and hands us 2 bottles.
Will do.
So, Angel is leaning back in his chair, boots up on the desk. He's frowning at me. You're telling me everything's going good with Axel and the Dos Santos cartel, but you want to go back down there anyway. Just for another week or so, I tell him, wondering if that's the truth. What for? You were so fucking pissed off about me sending you to Ironwood in the first place, I thought you were going to shoot the tires on my bike. I was going to make up some bullshit story about keeping an eye on the Ironwood MC, but lying to my prez's face ain't something I want to do. Angel's a good man, and a damn good president, so I may as well tell him the truth. At least part of it. I got some unfinished business down there, I say carefully. Someone I want to keep an eye on for a bit. One corner of Angel's mouth tilts up. Keep an eye on, eh? Is that what they call it down there? Nah, it ain't like that. Well, it is, but she's... As soon as the words out of my mouth, Angel's smirk grows. God damn it, I spit. She's just someone I used to know. She's in a bind, her dad's sick, and, it turns out she's muling for the MC, which is fine, but I just want to make sure she's okay. You got worries about her muling for them? Not exactly. She's trustworthy. I just don't like her doing it is all. Angel snorts as he rolls his eyes toward the ceiling. Brother, you've got it bad. But hey, you just go ahead and keep telling yourself you're just being a Boy Scout. Anyone else other than my prez and we'd have a fight on our hands. You good with me going down? I grit through clenched teeth. Angel shakes his head. All right. Tell you what. We got church tomorrow, and I want you here for it. You can go back down the day after that. Stay down there for your week or whatever. Keep me in the loop, though. I want to know if you're planning to go nomad or some shit like that. It ain't nothing like that. I'll be back. He gives me a long look, clearly amused. So you say.
20. Kylie. The next day I call Mal. I tell him I need to talk to Axel and that it's urgent. When I get to the clubhouse, I walk right in like I own the place and say that I need to see the president. Miraculously, they take me to him without an argument. He's in the same small room off to one side of the main clubhouse room. He and another man, whose cut says he's the vice president, are sitting on two of the low chairs at right angles to each other. Axel looks up at me and tilts his head, one corner of his mouth lifting as his eyes narrow. I can't tell if he's amused or pissed or both. I need more jobs, I say without preamble. I did well on the Dayton run. I'm ready for Cincinnati. Send me out. You're gutsy, I'll give you that. He smirks, glancing toward his VP. Yeah, you did the Dayton run and you did fine. But you had HALE with you, and it was an easier run. How was it easier? I challenge. It's the same work no matter what. I drive, I park, and I drive again. There's no issue. It ain't that simple, girlie, the VP says. I suppress my irritation at the nickname and wait for him to keep talking. The Dayton run. It's territory we and our allies control. There's no competition worth worrying about. We even got the Dayton cops on the take there. In Cincy, it's different. Different how? I repeat, insistent. Axel speaks again. In Cincy, there's more turf wars. The guys we're supplying to, they're in a war with another gang for control of the opioid trade in that part of town. You get in the middle of that, you get caught by the wrong guys, and you're in a world of hurt, darlin'. Not to mention you're on your own out there, and we ain't anywhere near you to help you out. Axel's words chill the blood in my veins, but I tell myself it doesn't matter. I'm not exactly wearing gang colors. I look about as much like a patched MC member as I do an armadillo. There's no more danger for me either way. I just drive, park, and drive, just like I did in Dayton. There's no way they're going to notice someone like me, I insist, waving a dismissive hand. If you're worried about turf wars, I'm the exact person you should be sending in. I'm invisible, Axel. I'm totally unknown to all of them. So is my truck. And I don't know a single one of them either. Isn't that what you want? The VP nods. She ain't wrong. That's why we wanted her in the first place. I can do it, I say again. There's nothing to my part. I just drive, park, and then drive again. In the meantime, I go shopping for clothes or something, just like I did last time. You really need the money that bad? Axel asks me. Yes, I do. My jaw sets, so I won't show any weakness or emotion. They don't need to know why I'm doing this, just that I'm committed and that they can trust me. Fuck. He blows out a breath. Okay, fine. We'll give it a shot. He barks out the words like he's not entirely happy with the decision, but I don't care. When's the next run? I ask before he can change his mind. Tomorrow, if you can do it. I can arrange for the drop-off and get you the details when you come in with your truck. I can do it. I'm already calculating how much time I'm gonna have to switch with Nevaeh at the salon. It's worth it, though. I leave the clubhouse feeling lighter, but also jittery. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous about this. But I'd rather be nervous than desperate, which is how I felt before I knew I could count on this money. In the car, I make a quick call to the salon, make arrangements with Nevaeh to cover my shift. Then head over to the hospital to visit Dad and to meet with the oncologist to discuss treatment options. The hospital decides to keep Dad at least one more day. As much as I'd like to be able to bring him home, in a way I'm relieved. He'll be safe and cared for while I'm gone to Cincinnati, which is one less thing for me to worry about. That night, sleep mostly evades me as I try to calm my frayed nerves and convince myself that everything I told Axel, that I'd be fine, that the run was no big deal, is the truth. When I drive into the parking lot of the MC compound the next day, the similarity to the last time I was here momentarily comforts me. I wait for the garage bay door to open, pull my truck in, and go into the waiting room to drink bad coffee until someone comes to tell me it's ready to go. Once again, I'm the only one in the waiting room. I shift uncomfortably on the plastic seat, thinking about last time I was in here. How Cam stormed in, looking pissed off, and refused to take no for an answer when he told me he was coming with me. My stomach churns as I realize how much I wish he was coming with me today. Last night, as I was getting ready for bed, I did something that I thought would make me feel safer and more in control on the Cincinnati run. I went into my father's room, opened his nightstand, and pulled out the pistol and bullets he keeps there for protection. I know how to shoot a gun. Dad made sure of that when I was younger. But I've never actually carried one with me. I've never felt the need before. Holding my purse on my lap now, I feel the solid weight of it inside. It's supposed to make me feel better. But in a way, it might be doing just the opposite. Having it with me is a heavy, present reminder that I'm more afraid of doing this than I'm pretending to be. And that I think there's a possibility, however slight, that I might have to use it. I'm trying to distract myself by watching the morning show that's playing on the old television in the corner when my cell phone buzzes. I take it out to see that it's Cindy. "Hey, are you okay?" her worried voice asks through the earpiece. "Nev said you called and asked for her to fill in for you again." "No, I'm fine," I reassure her. "I just have some stuff I have to take care of. My dad's still in the hospital." I'm hoping she'll think that's where I'm going to be today. I know Mal wouldn't tell her otherwise, since that's club business. "Oh, well, good. Because I was going to ask you when I saw you whether you wanted to come out for drinks with me and some of my friends tonight. Heather and Taylor and Dina. You've met Taylor before, right? We were going to meet at the Hollow at 5:30. "Oh, yeah. I pause, trying to figure out when I'll be back from Cincinnati. "I think I can do that. I might be a little late, but it sounds like fun." "Great. So glad you're not sick, girl. Talk to you later." "Yep, sounds good." She hangs up, and I take a deep breath, reveling in the normalcy of her call. "This is going to be fine," I say in my head as I exhale. "It's all going to be fine." The drive to Cincinnati is longer than the drive to Dayton, especially because there's no one to talk to on the way. I plug my phone into the stereo and pass the time by singing all the upbeat songs I can find in my playlists. Once I hit the city limits, I pull off the highway and find a gas station. I fill up my car, go to the bathroom, and plug the coordinates of my destination into my phone. Just before I leave the bathroom, I catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror. I'm wearing the same clothes I was on the last run. I look pale, my eyes wide and serious. I take a deep inhale and smile, pretending I'm just a nondescript girl going on a shopping trip, just like last time. Then I exit the bathroom, pay for my gas, and go on my way. The address my phone takes me to ends up being in the middle of the city. I cross the Ohio River, drive through the central business district, and then into an area north of downtown that's filled with historic buildings of red brick. Some of the buildings look well-maintained and cared for, but as I drive through the streets, I notice some of them are deteriorating. Some windows and doors are boarded up, and a few have chain-link fences blocking their entrances. The street I'm driving down looks like it's gentrifying, with cute shops sitting next to abandoned businesses and a few fading for sale signs sitting in windows. The GPS on my phone tells me to turn left, and then I arrive at my destination. It's the parking lot of an old church, which looks like it hasn't been used in a while. The main part of the lot is a large square with worn, potholed cement that's been repaired haphazardly with tar here and there. There's a smaller, more hidden area of the lot around the back of the church, which is where I've been instructed to park. My truck is the only car in the lot as I pull in. Even so, I reflexively squint to see the lines well enough so that I can park more or less inside one of the spaces. I feel incredibly conspicuous as I shut off the engine, then look around nervously for activity. There are no people within sight. The closest houses and businesses all have their backsides to me. I decide I'll jump out of the car and walk back to the busier street. It seems safe enough, and I can probably manage to kill an hour or so there, browsing the shops. Maybe I can find a coffee place to wait in for a while. Ignoring my hammering heart, I exit the pickup and do my best to look casual as I walk quickly toward the busier street. Once I'm on it, and in sight of other people, I start to relax. For the next hour, I stroll up one side of the street and back down on the other, looking into shop windows and going inside every one that looks interesting. I don't manage to find a coffee shop, but I do stop into an ice cream place and treat myself to a cup of cookies and cream, my favorite flavor. The normalcy of the simple act helps to calm my nerves. I stare out the window as I eat, watching the people passing by, and check my phone once in a while to keep track of the time. I wait an hour and 15 minutes, just for good measure. Then I toss my cup in the trash and go back outside, walking casually back to the cross street leading to the church. Just like before, I'm still the only car in the parking lot. And just like with the Dayton run, it's surreal to realize that in the hour I've been gone, the whole transaction has been taken care of, and now all I have to do is drive back home. The thought that it's all over makes me so relieved I'm almost giddy. My steps are a little lighter as I approach the car, already thinking about getting back to Ironwood and checking in on my dad before meeting Cindy at the Hollow. Having a night.
Music is the breath between the words. Take this time to enjoy that breath. This audiobook is free, and your presence means a lot.
out with her and her friends will be a nice little celebration for me, though of course I'll have to keep the reason to myself. Climbing into the cab of the truck, I stick the key in the ignition and reach into my bag to fumble out my phone. I'm going to compose a quick text to the burner phone number Axel gave me and have it ready so I can just hit send once I'm headed out of town. I bend my head over the screen and call up the number. I raise my thumbs to start typing, when suddenly a loud shaking thump from the back right end of the truck makes me shriek and turn my head. Almost immediately, the driver's side door flies open. Rough hands grab my arms and yank me out. As I fall out of the cab toward the pavement, I open my mouth to scream, but an explosion in the back of my head cuts off my breath, sending me into a deep, dark tunnel of pain as everything goes black around me.
21. HALE. After sleeping in the shitty bed in that apartment at the Ironwood Clubhouse, spending the night in my own place feels damn good, even though I have trouble keeping my mind off of Kylie. I think about calling her, but after the way we left shit, I don't feel like fighting it out over the phone. I do text her once, asking about her dad, but she doesn't answer. The next morning, I'm up and out of the house reasonably early. Church is scheduled for mid-morning, and I want to swing by Twisted Pipes on the way. My bike needs a tune-up, and it's easier to do it in our garage than it is in my driveway. On the way there, I feel my phone vibrating, and I pull it out at a stoplight. The number's unfamiliar, but the area code's Ironwood. I shove my phone back into my pocket and pull it back out when I get to the garage and shut off my engine. By that point, there's no voicemail, but there's a text from the same number. "HALE, it's Mal. Call me." Frowning, I hit redial and wait. "HALE," my cousin's tone is sharp and serious. "I think we got a problem." She never showed up back at the garage after the run. Mal's voice crackles over a bad connection. She had a burner phone, but she never made contact afterward. And Cindy said she had plans to go hang out with her and some other chicks at some bar last night. She never showed. Shit. I start to pace in the Twisted Pipes parking lot. "Anyone been by her house?" "Yeah, driven by. No one's home. Her truck ain't there. Her dad's still in the hospital, I'm pretty sure." My brow furrows as I try to think. I doubt if he'd know anything, though. She was trying to keep this shit secret from him. "You think she ran off with the cash?" Mal asks. I consider his question. That makes no fucking sense. Even if she was tempted, which I don't think she would be, she'd have to leave town for good if she betrayed your club, and she knows it. She'd never see her dad again, and she'd have a death warrant hanging over her. "Yeah," Mal exhales. "That's what I thought too." "Fuck, man," I explode, as the full weight of the danger she might be in hits me. "Why the fuck did your club send her on this run anyway? I thought you were just using her for dating for now." "She came to Axel and asked for more work. She said she needed the money. Managed to convince him she was ready for the Cincy run." He shook his head. "Jesus Christ," I groaned. "So she was muling what? To who?" "Scripps and fentanyl. To the Black Seven." "You think they have her?" I demand. "Doubtful. The Seven are in a turf battle with the OTR Kings. Axel thinks the most likely scenario is that the Kings got her, that they're sending it as a signal for whoever she's with to stop doing business with the Seven." "Fuck!" I yell. "So Axel sent her in there with no goddamn protection at all, to be slaughtered as a goddamn example, and you fucking let him." "I didn't know, man," Mal shouts. "She sure as shit didn't tell me. And it sounds like she didn't tell you either." Of course she fucking didn't. Kylie would have known I'd never let her go by herself on a run like that. And she sure as hell wouldn't have asked me to go with her. She's no fucking good at asking for help. Never has been. God damn it. I've got to fucking punch Axel's teeth in for him, I seethe. "So has anyone called from the burner phone he gave her?" "If the Kings or someone else have her and want to send a signal, they'd fucking call, wouldn't they?" "No. But there was a GPS tracker on the phone. Yoda says its last location was near the drop spot, and it's offline now." "Jesus fucking Christ," I roar. Turning, I slam the fist that isn't holding my phone into the corrugated wall of the storage shed, leaving a dent the size of my head. Kylie is out there somewhere, and she's in danger, if she's even fucking alive right now. She is alive. She's fucking got to be alive. I have to get to her in time. Get me in contact with the Black Seven's Prez, I bark, and have Axel call me right goddamn now. We're gonna go in and get her, your chapter and ours. Will do, cousin. Mal sounds preoccupied. And I'm sorry I had to tell you this. I know. Well, I knew it was gonna upset you. I'm fucking upset that your Prez has his head up his goddamn ass, I snarl, and hang up before any emotion other than rage creeps into my voice. I peel out of the garage's parking lot fast enough to leave marks, and in 5 minutes I'm crashing open the door of our clubhouse. Thank fuck Angel and Beast are already there, and when I fill them in on what's happened, Angel puts out the word to the brothers that church has moved up to 20 minutes from now, and that nobody better be late. Axel calls me back in the meantime, and I'm about to rip his goddamn head off through the phone until I hear engine noise in the background and realize he's calling me from the road. We're on our way to Cincy, he yells above the wind. I got hold of the leader of the Black Seven. They agree that the OTR Kings probably got Kylie. They got some ideas on where they might be hiding her. The Seven's coming with us to get her. All my Ironwood men are on the way. I'm calling Angel next with coordinates as soon as you can get here. It's gonna be bloody, brother, but we'll get her out. You better fucking pray that we do, I bite out, or Ironwood's gonna have to choose a new Prez once this is over. There's silence on the other end of the line, then stone cold. What's that you say, son? I'm not your fucking son, I tell him, and you heard what I said. You best believe we're gonna have words about this. Then the phone goes dead. I stare at it for a second, then put it away, my jaw working in fury. My threat wasn't idle. If we don't get Kylie out alive, I'll beat Axel to death with my own hands. In the chapel 15 minutes later, I fill my brothers in on the situation, and Angel calls for men to ride down to Cincy. Almost every one immediately raises his hand. Angel names off 10 of us, himself included. As we file out of the chapel, Tank comes up and claps me on the back. Fuck, I'm sorry, brother. He looks down at the floor, then back up at me, shaking his head. Kylie's a good woman. We're gonna get her back. I lock eyes with him, my hands clenching into fists. Yes, we fucking are. I say the words like they're true, like there's no other possible outcome, because there can't be. There's no other option. We're gonna find her, and she's gonna be okay. We aren't gonna be too late. Jesus fucking Christ. Don't let us be too late.
22. Kylie. Whose bitch are you? The laugh in his voice is undercut by a steel rod of fury. He takes a step toward me, and I flinch, unable to control my body's reaction after being tied, beaten, and tortured for long enough that I'm starting to lose track of all sense of time. My throat is parched, and the words come with difficulty. I told you, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not with anyone. I don't know what you want with me. My head snaps back as a flash of blinding pain hits my temple. Dizzily, I wonder if I have a concussion. I'd be worried about that if I really believed at this point that I was going to get out of here alive. You dumb cunt, he rasps, lunging forward toward me again and raising his hand like he's going to backhand me again. I flinch again, but weakly, my reaction's starting to dull. Who you working for? Ya boys are selling to the Black Seven. This is our turf, not theirs. You understand me? I don't, I begin, but another blow to my head stops me. The ringing in my ears is getting louder. I don't know how much more I can take. Like hell you don't, he sneers. He leans down, his face almost level with mine. His skin is dark, his forehead and cheekbones lined with scars and tattoos. Bitch, you don't tell us who you working for. We got no use for you. You tell us, and maybe they want you back, and we can negotiate." He raises one brow and lifts a hand, his ring and pinky fingers curling in, imitating a pistol. "Or if they don't want you, then we have a good time with you, and then when we're done, you dead, as a warning for them not to fuck with us. But if you don't tell us, then we move straight to option 2. You get me?" I don't know who they are," I try, even though I'm not sure why I'm not saying anything I can to get out of here. Then, through the haze, I have an idea. "I had a burner phone on me, in my purse. You can try to call them." The one who's interrogating me looks over at another, larger man, wearing gold chains and holding a pistol to one side. He nods. "Yeah, we found 2 phones on her. Smashed them both and left them by the truck where we got her." His lip curls. "Found a gun on her, too, and some ID. Her address is in this podunk-ass town, Ironwood or some shit." The first man curses. "Fuck, ain't there an MC down there?" "Yeah." A low, deep voice comes from a dark corner in the far side of the room. "That who sent you, bitch? The MC?" I close my eyes, refusing to answer, but I know that's answer enough. A rough, dry finger comes up under my chin, forcing my face upwards. I open my eyes to see the first man staring at me. "You a long way from home, little girl. I'm gonna enjoy fucking your country ass and learning your MC a lesson." He smiles broadly, showing white, even teeth on top and a silver grill on the bottom. "They shouldn't be sending their whores up to the natty to do their dirty work for them." He turns to the one in the back corner. "Get Lil Chris. Have him get a number for their prez." He turns to me and runs a dry finger down my cheek. "We gonna let them listen to her first. Let them know we have her. I'ma make you scream, girl. Make them know they don't fuck with the OTR kings." When the men who've captured me left, they turned off the lights, so I'm all alone. The room I'm in is pitch black and damp. My head is still pounding, the ringing in my ears still there, and so loud that if there are any soft sounds in the room, I can't hear them. I can tell I'm crying, though, because I can feel the sounds I'm making in my throat. I can't stop it, though. It's like I'm no longer in control of my body. My hands are tied tightly together behind the back of the chair I'm sitting in. My legs are bound together, too, and below my ankles, I can't feel much anymore. Half an hour ago, the lack of circulation was painful, aching. Now my feet are just numb. I know that even if I could get myself untied, I wouldn't be able to walk like this, and I can't see a window or a door anywhere. I'm basically in a hole by myself, at the mercy of these men who call themselves the OTR Kings and who want to use me to teach the MC a lesson. I don't know if it's fear or pain, the throbbing in my skull, but my body is starting to feel like it's detached from me, like I'm floating above it almost. I can feel the pounding of my heart in my chest, and I think I must be afraid, but mostly I just want it to be over. The leader of the gang said he's going to make me scream. He wants me in pain, to show Axel he can't do anything to stop him from doing whatever he wants to me. They're going to hurt me. They're going to rape me. They're going to kill me. I hear a strangled sob in the darkness, and it must be me. For some reason, I think of Cam. his angry, sexy face appearing before me like a beacon. I miss him. I wish he could help me. I wish I knew where he was. He was right. I never should have come here by myself. If he was here, I'd tell him that. I wish he was here. He'll be mad at me. I wish he wasn't going to be mad at me. I want him to love me, to want me, to feel the same way about me that I do about him. Shouts, angry shouts upstairs, bring me out of the haze of my thoughts. My lungs start to heave as fear spikes through my veins. This is it. They're coming for me. This is where they hurt me. This is where it all begins. My breath catches in my throat, and then I start to scream, but the sound barely registers in my ears. A loud crash behind me sends a pool of light into the room. I'm grabbed from behind, with such force that I'm pulled off balance, and the chair I'm in goes smashing to the floor. My head connects with cold pavement, but this time I barely feel it. A flash goes off to one side, the bang that accompanies it incredibly loud. I think I hear someone shout my name, but I'm not sure. It's chaos all around me, but I can't raise my head or move my body. More shouts and loud bangs come toward me, but they seem to be slipping further away, just like the light that's pooling all around me. Closing my eyes, I let the darkness take me, welcoming it, praying for it. My last hope as I fall into the inky blackness, that maybe, just maybe, this is the end.
23. HALE. The Black Seven lead the way through the streets of Cincinnati, through a neighborhood where the residents know enough to run inside their houses and lock their doors instead of stand outside and fucking gawk. We pull the bikes up a block away from the condemned house where we think the OTR Kings have Kylie and run the rest of the way. I feel fucking sick to think we might be too late to save her, but for the 100th damn time I make myself shove that thought away. I'm the first one up the stairs to the front porch. I know I could be shot just barreling up like this, but I don't fucking care. I lift my foot and kick in the door, gun out and ready to shoot anything and anyone that gets in my way. Mal, Tank, and the others fly inside behind me. The 7 are outside waiting for any Kings to come out so they can mow them down. They agreed right away to help us, seeing an opportunity to take out the gang they've been at war with for months. 3 OTR Kings come out as soon as we're in the door. 2 of them are armed, but I lift my pistol and crack one of them across the jaw so hard he drops to the ground. And I grab his piece and kick him hard in the gut and then the skull. He lies still, and I turn just in time to see Tank take out the other guy with a weapon, kicking him in the balls and then finishing him off with an uppercut that knocks him out cold. More lords are streaming in now, and from further inside the house people start yelling and we get ready to do battle. One short, skinny motherfucker rounds a corner into the room and Mal clotheslines him hard, sending him reeling back against the wall. He ricochets off of it, flying back at Mal, but Mal's ready for him and shoots the fucker right between the eyes at close range. I hear other shots outside, which must mean some of the Kings have tried to escape. To my left, Beast is fighting a huge fucker who's giving him a good run for his money. But Beast is one of the best fighters I know, so I'll leave him to it, bursting into the hallway in search of Kylie. As I start to check the rooms, gun drawn, a movement to my right catches my eye and I turn in time to block the arm of a motherfucker who's just about to aim his gun at my head. I grab his wrist and twist, then with my other hand draw my pistol and aim it at his temple. I see the fear in his eyes just before I pull the trigger. The explosion deafens me for a second, blood and brains spattering the wall behind me. "Fuck you, motherfucker," I growl as I drop what's left of him onto the floor and step over the body. By now, some of the 7 are inside the house, and it's a goddamn bloodbath as they pull out guns and blades and start to slaughter every last one of the rival gang who kidnapped my girl. I don't give a flying fuck. This is their war, not mine. So I yell to my brothers to find Kylie. I race through the hall looking into the rooms, but I don't see anything but drug paraphernalia and crap strewn all over the place. There's a kitchen at the end of the hall, filled with garbage and dirty dishes and shit. And there's an open door leading to a basement, so I take that, crashing down the stairs with my gun still drawn but not bothering to give a shit if anyone knows I'm coming. At the bottom of the stairway, there's one large room with a cracked dirt and concrete floor. It smells like shit down here, urine and mold and decay. Off to one side, I see a small mass crumpled on the floor, and it takes me a second to see it's a body because it's so dark in here. I cover the distance in 2 steps, looking down in horror at what's in front of me. Jesus, I breathe when I see her, my stomach falling to the floor. When I get closer, I see she's unconscious but breathing. Thank fuck. She's lying on her side, eyes closed, tied to a toppled, rickety wooden chair. Her face is swollen and bloody, her arms bent back behind her at an unnatural angle and tied at the wrists. Getting into a crouch, I grab the knife I keep in my boot and cut her arms and legs loose from the chair. I scoop up her limp, battered body into my arms and charge back up the stairs. "Get the van!" I roar to Gunner. "She's hurt bad!" "He's got her!" Beast calls. The 7 are still stabbing and killing the OTR crew, but this ain't our fight anymore. We leave them to finish their job as I run out of the house just in time to see the ugly-ass van we drove up here pull up to the front. The side door panel opens and Brick gets out. Hawk's in the driver's seat. Smiley, our doc, is ready and waiting with his bag. "I don't know how bad she's hurt," I say urgently, "but she's still breathing. Take her to our clubhouse. Try to avoid the hospital if you can." Smiley nods. "I can do that. I'm right behind you on my bike." Brick lifts his chin at me and gives me a grim smile. "Try to keep up," he jokes. The door slams and the van peels out. I break into a run for my bike. Off in the distance, sirens signal their approach. "Gunner! Cops!" I yell. "Go! We're good!" So I do. She's gonna have a bad headache for a while, but otherwise she's okay. Smiley shuts the door behind us to the clubhouse apartment we put Kylie in. I put some stuff on the rope burns on her ankles and wrists, and I gave her a shot for the pain. When she wakes up, she can switch to pills, but for now, we're just gonna let her sleep. "Are you sure she's gonna be okay?" The memory of how I found her comes flooding back, choking off my words for a second. I clear my throat. "She took a pounding, from the looks of it."
She'll be fine, Hale.
Lucy soothes, giving me one of her unflappable smiles. Lucy is Gunner's ma and Smiley's old lady. She's also a nurse. She came right to the clubhouse when Smiley called and told her about the situation.
She's young and healthy. She'll bounce back.
"What about her head?" I ask. I'm trying to keep it together, but my voice goes hoarse at the end. "Not gonna lie, she's most likely got a concussion," Smiley says. "But we'll see how she feels when she wakes up. She'll need rest and monitoring." "I ain't leaving her," I bark. "I'll be here with her the whole time. Tell me what to look for. Vision problems? Hearing problems? Any balance or coordination issues? Reflexes? Strength? Memory? Concentration?" Lucy gives me a long look, then puts a hand on my forearm.
She's gonna be okay, Hale,
she says softly. Yeah. I don't know if she's right, but it's what I gotta believe right now. Angel walks down the hall toward us. "She good?" He nods toward the closed door. "As good as she can be right now," Smiley tells him. "We'll know more when she wakes up." Lucy and Smiley head downstairs, leaving me with my prez. "She the reason you were going to stay down in Ironwood for a while?" he asks. "Yeah." He nods soberly. "I'm gathering that plan is off for now. I'm hoping I can convince her not to go back to Ironwood until she's feeling better," I tell him. "For now, I'm going to keep an eye on her here, if that works." "It works." Angel's lip twitches. "Club girls are going to be in mourning, though." "What do you mean?" "They ain't going to like that you're off the market. That I'm... God damn it, I am not in the mood to discuss this shit right now, even with my prez. But I can see from his smirk he's not going to let me get away with changing the subject. Fuck, man. Fine. Yeah, I'm off the market. If she'll have me. Who's this chick anyway? He raises a brow. Long story. I shake my head with a rueful laugh. Long as hell, actually. But hopefully it's over now. I shoot the shit with Angel for a few more minutes, but he can tell I want to get back to Kylie, so eventually he just claps me on the back and goes back down the hall. I watch him leave, then open the door to the apartment and go inside. Kylie's lying in my bed. She looks like hell, but at least her breathing is steady and she doesn't seem like she's in pain right now. I know I can't do anything for her now, but just wait. Tiredly, I go over to the couch. Sitting down, I pull out my phone, find the number Mal called me from earlier, and hit the call button. Hey, he answers on the first ring. Hey, everyone get out okay in Cincy? Yeah. There's a rustle on his end, and then his voice comes in clear. By the time the cops got there, all they found was a bunch of dead OTRs. He chuckles. Everyone else got out in time. How's Kylie? She's gonna be okay, I think. Got her up here at the clubhouse. Our doc took a look at her. She's probably got a concussion, but cross your fingers, it ain't anything serious. She's sleeping now. Good deal, Mal murmurs. Hey, Mal, I continue. Her dad's still in the hospital, I think. He's probably going to be wondering where the hell she is. Could you go check in on him? Let him know she's okay. Make up some story to ease his mind. Maybe find out when they're going to let him go home. I got it covered, cousin. Don't worry about it. I'll go out there now, give you an update once I have one. Thanks. Of course, he replies easily. What's family for? I almost laugh at the deceptive simplicity of his words. To say my cousin and I haven't been close since Scotty's death is an understatement. Even after I told him where Scotty got the drugs, and that I was pretty sure Charlie Sutton had him dealing for him, Mal never blamed Kylie for not telling us what Scotty was into. Not like I did. That pissed me off. I felt like Mal was being disloyal to our friend, not seeing that Kylie could have saved him if she hadn't been trying to protect her dad. Now looking back, I'm starting to see all of that in a different light. Maybe Mal didn't need to be angry as much as I did. I don't know. All I know is, when you're in real pain at losing someone, sometimes anger can feel better than grief. Anger's more active. You can project it outward. You can give it a target. With grief, there's just nothing. Nothing to hold all the pain. But anger can make you stupid, too. You hold on to it, it can fuck you up. Bad. Going down to Ironwood, coming face to face with my past, has been a reminder of just how fucked up I was after Scotty died. And for years after that. But now, I realize I pushed away the same people that probably could have helped me get through it. Mal, Kylie. The same people who were going through their own grief. Yeah, I agree with my cousin. What's family for?
24. Kylie. Ugh, I complain after swigging down so much water that I feel like I'm going to explode. I hate these damn horse pills. I can't wait to be done with them. I've never been good at swallowing pills at all, and whatever these things are that Smiley's got me on, they stick in my throat like they've got glue on them. But I know I need them. Whenever they start to wear off, the dull throbbing of my headache turns into a full-blown jackhammer. Smiley says it will take time for the headaches to lessen, but he seems pretty confident I'll be back to normal eventually. I know, Jewel grins. They suck, but you need to keep taking them. Do it for me. If HALE comes back and finds out you're not following orders, I'm the one he'll come after. This is the first time I've been out of Cam's sight since the MC rescued me. It's been 4 days now, and it took this long for me to convince him I'm not going to keel over if he leaves the clubhouse for an hour. He's gone to his place to get a change of clothes, and then I guess he's heading over to his club's garage to work on his bike a little bit. He promised me he'd be back before dinner time, and the look on his face was so earnest and serious, it would have made me laugh if it hadn't tugged at my heart so hard. Ever since I woke up in this strange bed and room at his clubhouse, with Cam's concerned face hovering over me, he hasn't left my side. He's been here 24/7, making sure I take my meds, get enough sleep, and don't forget to eat. I haven't lifted a finger for myself. He makes sure there's no loud noises around me since they hurt my head. He even got the club's president, Angel, to put a ban on parties at the clubhouse until I'm well enough to leave. I'm hoping that will be tomorrow. Cam has promised to take me down to Ironwood to see my dad, if I'm feeling well enough. Dad's starting his cancer treatments today, and I want to be there for him as much as I can. I'm still not sure how I'm going to pay for them, especially since now I'm probably not going to be able to work for a little bit until my head gets better. But I'm not going to think about that right now. I have the money from the last run I did for the Ironwood MC, and that's a start. I don't really know what's going to happen after tomorrow either. I haven't talked to Cam about where I'm going to stay going forward, but I don't want to stay here at his clubhouse any longer. I feel bad about them not being able to party with me here. Jewel says everybody's fine with it, but I don't want to wear out my welcome. When Jewel is satisfied that I've swallowed all my meds, she shoots a look toward the window. "Do you want to try going outside today?" she asks. "It's really beautiful outside. Sunny, but we can put a hat and some sunglasses on you. I think it'll do you some good to get out." I nod. I like that idea, but first, I'm going to take a shower and get into some clean clothes. Cam had some of my stuff brought up here from Ironwood. How exactly, I don't know. They just showed up. "Sounds good. I'll just hang out here." Jewel takes out her phone. "You can go downstairs if you want," I offer, "and I'll come down when I'm done." "Oh, no," Jewel laughs. "I want to be able to tell HALE I didn't let you out of my sight. You know how he is." I snicker. Yeah, I do. As I take a long hot shower in the apartment's bathroom, I can't help but think how protective Cam has been with me since I got rescued. I try like hell not to read too much into it, even though I can't stop my stupid heart from hoping. Because the fact is, somewhere along the line, I've fallen for Cam. It's gone beyond the simple high school crush I used to have for him back in the day. And it's way more than the overwhelming desire I have for him to put his hands on me whenever we're in the same room. I crave him. I want him. I can't stop thinking about him. And more than anything, I want to believe that he doesn't hate me anymore. No, that's not true. More than anything, I want Cam to love me as much as I've fallen in love with him. Sighing, I turn the water off and reach for the towel. After drying off my body, I pull on a soft, comfortable t-shirt and my favorite pair of yoga pants. When I emerge from the bathroom, Jewel looks over and nods at the phone sitting on the kitchen table. "You had a call while you were in there," she tells me. "Probably Cindy," I reply. "She'll want to know if I'm still coming down tomorrow." Poor Cindy had been frantic when she heard that I'd gone missing. She called Mal in a panic after I didn't show up to the bar for drinks with her friends like we'd planned. Her calls to me went straight to voicemail, and she'd assumed the worst. When Mal finally told her a bare-bones version of what happened, she begged Mal to have Cam get me another phone to replace the one the OTR Kings had taken from me so she could talk to me. This one's only a cheap burner, but it's my lifeline to Ironwood right now, and I'm grateful for it. I grab the phone and head downstairs with Jewel. On the way out, she grabs me a big pair of sunglasses and a wide-brimmed hat, which she tells me she brought from home. Gratefully, I put them on, and we go outside into the sunshine. I wince at how bright it is. It feels like someone put the sun on turbocharge. But I'm not about to go back inside. It feels too good having the warmth on my bare arms and a gentle breeze fanning through my hair. Since there aren't any lawn chairs, we climb up onto the tables of the 2 picnic tables, the only actual furniture out here. As if reading my mind, Jewel murmurs, "We should really get some more comfortable places to sit out here." She lies carefully down on her picnic table, placing her hands on her swollen belly. "When are you due?" I ask her. 8 weeks. I can't wait to get this thing out of me," she jokes. "Have you picked out names yet?" "We're still choosing from a few different ones. The girl names were easy, strangely enough. The boy names Angel likes, I don't, and vice versa." "Who will win?" I ask with a grin. "The one pushing this watermelon out of her cooch," Jewel replies, giving me a wink. I cackle with laughter as I press Cindy's number on the burner phone. She's thrilled to hear from me, and especially thrilled to find out I'm still planning on coming down to Ironwood tomorrow. She and Mal have helped me conceal the worst of what happened to me from my dad. The version he knows is that I took a fall on a sidewalk while I was up in Tanner Springs visiting a friend and hit my head on the pavement. That takes care of the essential parts. Cindy tells me she and Mal have been keeping an eye on Dad and that he's eager to start his cancer treatments. We chat for a few more minutes, and as I hang up the phone, I send one more silent prayer to the powers that be that my father will be okay. That task done, I lie down on my own picnic table and put the hat over my face to block the sun. I let myself be lulled to sleep by the soft traffic noises and the warmth of the sun on my body. Before I know it, I'm dreaming. I'm back in high school. I'm with Scotty, and we're with a bunch of people in a park, and we're laughing. He takes my hand and leads me over to a cluster of trees, away from everyone else. But when he turns back to me, I see it's not Scotty anymore, but Cam. He starts to say something to me, but I can't understand what he's saying. It's Cam's voice that actually brings me back out of the dream. I hear him talking to Jewel in the low, husky tone that I know so well. Blinking awake, I take the hat off my face and push myself into a sitting position. "So, I leave for a couple of hours, and when I come back you're sunbathing?" Cam remarks with a wink. "You sure you haven't been faking this whole head injury thing all along?" Jewel laughs, and I laugh with her, shaking my head. I can't help but notice as I do how cheerful Cam seems. It's a remarkable change from how sullen and angry he usually was around me in Ironwood. And how serious and worried he's been since he brought me back here to Tanner Springs. I guess being away from me for a little while has done him good. A small voice says inside me. The idea sends a stab of pain through my heart. "I'm feeling better," I tell him, careful to keep the sadness out of my voice. "It's nice to be out here." I raise my arms up above me and stretch like a cat. "Yeah, looks like it's doing you some good." He nods approvingly, then pauses. "So, if you're doing better, you think you're up for a ride?" he asks. "I've got something to show you." "On your bike?" I ask dubiously. "Nah, too loud. I brought my car." I look at Jewel, who gives me an encouraging smile. "Go, it'll do you good. I'm going to be hanging around here for a while, but if I'm gone when you get back, I'll see you soon." "Okay." I stand and give Jewel a hug, leaning around her pregnant belly. "Thank you for everything." "Not a problem. Any friend of Hale's is a friend of the club's." She wiggles her eyebrows at me suggestively at the word friend, and I redden and try to ignore it. "You ready to go right now?" Cam asks me. "Or do you need to go in?" I think for a second. "I'm ready now, I guess. I don't have anything upstairs that I need." "Okay, let's go then." Cam reaches for my hand and takes it in his larger one. The gesture is so casual, it takes me off guard. Pushing down my surprise, I let him lead me to a newer model black Mustang and wait as he opens the door and helps me inside. "Where are you taking me?" I ask, when he slid into the driver's seat. "I thought maybe you'd like to see more of Tanner Springs than just the inside of the clubhouse," he answers, "since you weren't exactly paying attention when you came here." He starts the engine, a soft roar that backs down into a purr. And then after the grand tour, I got something else I want you to see. 25. Kylie. He glances over at me as we drive. Just sit back and relax. Let me know if the motion of the car bugs you, and I'll take you back. This weird, solicitous Cameron Hale is so confusing that it's wreaking havoc with my mind. Not to mention my ovaries. I'm so used to him hating me, and then maybe not hating me, but not exactly liking me. I don't really know how to talk to this version of Cam. During the ride, he keeps glancing over at me like he's checking to see if I'm all right. He does it enough times that eventually I roll my eyes and sigh. Cam, I promise you I'll tell you if I'm not feeling well, okay? He shoots me a frown, but it's a joking one. You better, he warns, but thankfully he turns his attention to driving after that. He maneuvers the Mustang slowly through the streets. He goes so slowly that I know he's doing it for me. I almost call him on it, but honestly, I'm not sure how much motion my head can take. So instead, I just lean back and let him drive me around. He takes me through the downtown area, pointing out this bar or that diner. He points to a coffee shop called the Golden Cup and tells me that one of his MC brother's old ladies owns it. We drive by the hospital, and he tells me Lucy and also Gunner's old lady, Isabel, work there. I start to realize after a while that he seems to be spending a lot of time telling me about the old ladies in the club, but I don't think to ask him why. Eventually, Cam turns the car away from the commercial part of town and heads into a residential section. At this point, I'm just looking out the window, enjoying the scenery, so I don't question where we're heading until he pulls up in front of a low gray and white Rambler. I turn and look at him as he parks. My place, he murmurs. I raise my eyebrows at him, but he's not looking at me. He turns off the car, comes around to the passenger side, and helps me out of the car. Cam, I'm not an invalid, I complain. Yes, you are, he corrects. Besides, I thought chicks liked that chivalrous shit. That gets a laugh out of me. Yeah, I guess we do, I admit. I don't ask him why we're here, and he doesn't tell me. I figure I'll find out soon enough, so I just follow him up the walk. He lets me inside and tells me to make myself at home. Cam disappears into the back of the house for a few minutes, and I take the opportunity to look around a little. His living room is nicer and cleaner than I thought it would be. The decor is all man, but it's also comfortable and more stylish than I expected. It's homey. I can imagine him living here. I wander into the kitchen and peek inside the refrigerator. Surprisingly, there's actually food in it. I kind of expected to see nothing more than a case of beer and maybe a jar of pickles. Footsteps in the hall startle me, and I hurriedly close the fridge door, but not before Cam steps into the kitchen and sees me. Spying on me? He asks, his tone teasing. Kind of, I admit. It's weird to see where you live. It's a lot less bachelory than I thought it would be. Bachelory? He grins. What the fuck kind of word is that? It's a perfectly normal word, I say, sticking out my chin. For a woman with a brain injury, maybe. Hey! I grab the dish towel that's threaded through the refrigerator door handle and fling it at him. He catches it easily, and then, before I know it, he's crossed the kitchen and has wrapped the towel behind me, using it to pull me to him. You definitely are feeling better, he rumbles. Your feistiness is back. Feistiness? I echo with a snort, even though my heart is starting to pound. What kind of word is that? It's a perfectly normal word, Cam rasps, brushing his lips against my ear, to describe a damn infuriating woman. He dips his face toward me, his mouth capturing mine in a kiss that's at once gentle and demanding. My head starts to spin a little bit, but I'm pretty sure it's not from the concussion. I return the kiss, so dizzy with the nearness of him that I forget to breathe until he pulls away. That was, I gasp. Wow. Yeah, I've been wanting to do that for days now. His voice is husky. Glad to have you back, Kai. You fucking scared the shit out of me, you know that? Oh, God. Here's where Cam reams me a new asshole for the Cincy run. He hasn't said a word about it yet, presumably because he was waiting for me to get better, but I knew it was coming. I take a deep breath and wait for him to start yelling at me, but he doesn't. Instead, he leans down and puts an arm behind my knees, taking me into his arms. What are you doing? I breathe as my heart begins to pound. I'm taking you to bed. He chuckles low in his throat as he carries me gently toward his bedroom. Can't get a damn bit of privacy at the clubhouse. What with somebody checking up on you every 3 minutes? He looks down at me, his eyes dark and full of need. I know you're still healing, and we won't go any further than you can handle. But if I'm reading you right, you've been wanting this as much as me for the last day or so. My breath hitches. At least as much, I whisper. Cam is so careful with me as he sets me down on the bed, but the bulge in his pants leaves no mistake that it's an effort for him to restrain himself. My skin is tingling, my core hot and wet as he pulls off his cut and his shirt. He stands there, massive and unbearably sexy. He seems momentarily unsure what to do, and I know it's because he doesn't want to hurt me. So for once, I take the lead. I kneel on the bed and slip off my t-shirt, too, and then my bra. Reaching for him, I unbutton and unzip his jeans, pulling them down until his cock springs free. For just a second, I hesitate, and then reach forward and wrap my hand around his thick shaft. Cam groans. Fuck, he hisses. Jesus Christ, that feels good. I begin to stroke slowly, loving the heft and the heat of him. I've never thought this before about any man, but his cock is beautiful. Cam reaches down and cups my breasts in his hands, his thumbs teasing my nipples, and I grow even wetter between my legs. I lean forward and take his head in my mouth, sliding my tongue along the velvety skin. His thighs go rigid as I explore and taste. He's salty and delicious, and suddenly what I want more than anything is to make him come like this, to make him lose all control and know it was me who did it. Cam lets me stroke and suck him for a minute or so, and then pulls back and gently detaches himself from me. Not today, he murmurs. He draws himself back and kicks off his jeans, then reaches for me and helps me pull mine off. Then, pushing me backwards on the bed, he moves between my thighs. I hold in a breath and stifle a cry as his tongue finds my core. My legs fall apart for him, my body immediately under his control. He kisses me, tastes me, teases me so softly that it feels like I'm floating on gentle waves, higher and higher. And when the waves crest over me and I call out his name, my whole body shakes and quakes with the force of what only he knows how to do. No one has ever understood my body half as well. No one has ever known what I need like Cam does. And when he raises up to his knees and pushes himself inside me, we lock eyes, and even though neither one of us says a word, we've both said everything that needs to be said already. Cam takes me deep and slow. His fingers are laced in mine, pressed against the mattress on either side of me. His eyes never leave mine as his thrusts speed up. I start to moan as my second orgasm begins to roll to the surface. Just before I come, the corners of Cam's mouth lift into a slight smile. Then, as he goes rigid, I shatter around him, and he empties himself inside me with a shout. Cam gathers me into his arms, holding me to him as we shudder together, and it feels like he's the only thing that's preventing me from exploding into a million beams of light. When it's over, when I can breathe and hear and see again, he's still holding me. Cam's lips find mine, and I cling to him, so overwhelmed with how I feel that I'm almost afraid for the kiss to stop. Afraid he'll see on my face how much I don't want this to end. But Cam does eventually pull away, and I force myself to open my eyes and look at him. "Kylie," he murmurs. "Fuck, I'm sorry." My stomach lurches. Sorry? Is this it? Is this where he breaks it off? But before I can open my mouth to ask him what he means, he keeps going. "I was never mad at you about Scotty's death," he continues, reaching up to stroke my hair. "You know that, right?" What? I'm bewildered. You were furious with me. You hated me, Cam. You wouldn't even talk to me at the funeral. You blamed me for it. I know you did. My voice cracks. Not that I can fault you for it. I should have known. No, you couldn't have. And hell, even if you could have, you couldn't have stopped Scotty from doing what he did. He made his own choices. Cam looks at me. He was fucked up in a lot of ways, Kai, but he was a good guy. He took the fall so your dad wouldn't have to. I know that. But hell, it's not like Scotty went to the pen for something he didn't do. All he did was keep your dad out of it. Yeah, I was angry, he continues, shrugging. Angry as hell, for a long goddamn time. But the truth is, the person I was most pissed off at was myself, for wanting you. Cam snorts softly. It's stupid as shit, but it's true. I was mad at you because I wanted you so bad. I blamed you because being mad at you felt safer than admitting to myself that I was crazy about my dead best friend's girlfriend. And it took me until now to figure it out, because I'm such a pig-headed ass. What Cam's saying to me is overwhelming. I don't know how to answer, so I respond to the only part I can. You aren't a pig-headed ass, I murmur. Well, I mean, not an ass anyway. Pig-headed, I can see the argument. Cam bursts into a laugh. I love the music of it, the low, sexy rumble. In spite of myself, I smile. I wanted you to, you know, I admit in a half-whisper. I felt terrible. I knew I should break up with Scotty, but I didn't know how. And besides, I never could tell how you felt about me, Cam. Half the time you seemed to think I was okay, but the other half you acted like you wished I'd disappear. I did want you to disappear, just not for the reasons you thought. It was torture being around you sometimes, he admits. That day I took you home from school, when we found Scotty at your dad's place. Jesus, I was hard as a rock that whole time in that car. I could barely take being that close to you. He shakes his head. If you'd been anyone else's but Scotty's, I wouldn't have thought twice about doing what came naturally. But since you were his, I fucking hated myself for even thinking about it. But Jesus, did I ever think about it. Hearing that Cam wanted me, finally understanding the reasons for the way he acted around me, it's like so many things snap into place at once. All of the times he seemed to be mad at me for no particular reason. All the times he'd be joking and laughing with Scotty or Mal when I was there. And then he'd just suddenly get up and leave the room. So many misunderstandings, I muse. God, it was all such a mess, and we didn't even know it at the time. It's all in the past now, he murmurs. We all got caught up in a bunch of shit we didn't understand and couldn't control. I spent years telling myself I hated your guts, when I knew deep down it was exactly the opposite. But that's over, Kai. We've moved to the head of the bed now. Cam leans against the headboard, and I lean into his shoulder. So, what now? I ask. Now, we stop playing around and acting like dumbass kids, he says firmly. His arm slides around me. I'm taking you down to Ironwood tomorrow, like I said I would. And I'll take you down every damn day if you want me to, while your dad's in the hospital and while he's in treatment. But at the end of the day, you're coming back here with me. He shifts toward me, his eyes dark and determined. I'm not letting you go through this shit with your dad alone, and you're not going to be muling for the Ironwood Club anymore, either. But Cam, I protest, I have no money, none. I have to pay for Dad's treatment somehow. I don't give a shit, he says, cutting me off. Your dad needs you alive. It would kill him if something happened to you. And it would kill me, too. I love you, Kylie. I'm not letting you put yourself in danger like that. There's other ways of getting money that don't involve you putting your life at risk while your dad needs you there to help him fight this thing. But I've barely heard his last few words. What did you say? I whisper in a daze. You gonna make me say it again? Cam growls. He puts a finger under my chin and lifts my face to his. I love you, Kai. Jesus, can't you see that by now? I shake my head, trying to speak, but Cameron Hale has rendered me speechless. We're gonna get through this shit with your dad together. No arguments. You're not alone in this anymore, Kylie. Understood? His flashing eyes bore into mine. Cam's tone is harsh, his jaw set. In another time and place, I might have thought he was angry with me. I know better now. Understood, I whisper. The storm in his gaze clears. One corner of his mouth lifts just a little. He nods. Good. I love you, Cameron Hale. And just like that, he smiles. A real, genuine smile. A smile like I haven't seen on his face since we were 18. He laughs. Jesus, it feels good to hear that. It feels even better to say it, I sigh. Yeah, he agrees. It does. Makes me feel like celebrating. He frowns. Huh. Seems like I should take you on a date or something to make it official. I have a better idea. Yeah? What's that? I nod toward the mattress. How about round 2?
Epilogue. Hale.
How do I look?
Kylie eyes me nervously as she twirls around in her new barmaid uniform. It's a tight black tank top with all these little hooks in the front that go all the way up and down, and a denim skirt that hugs her ass in all the right places. On her feet are a pair of black Converse high tops. In the 2 months she's been here in Tanner Springs, she's gained about 5 pounds, and most of that went straight to her tits, which I'm all in favor of. She looks good enough to eat, and definitely good enough to fuck. Not so sure how I feel about that. You're gonna be cold in that, I grunt.
What?
Kylie cocks her head and then gives me a knowing look.
You're not going to go all caveman on me, are you, Cam? It's a biker bar. I can't exactly show up in a Victorian dress and a collar that goes all the way up my neck.
Yeah, I mutter. I know.
Besides,
She soothes, coming up to where I'm sitting in the living room. She slides down onto my lap and puts her arms around my neck.
the bouncers at Smiling Skull are good. Joel made sure of that. No one's going to get handsy with me.
They fucking better not. I scowl. Maybe I should come down and make sure about that. But Kylie just laughs.
You can't come with me every time I work, Cam. Stop worrying. I'll be fine.
I know she's probably right, but I still don't like it. I make a mental note to call up the Skull and tell the bouncers that if they let anyone touch Kylie, they'll have me to answer to.
God, I hope I do okay today.
She frets, laying her head on my chest for a second.
I've never waited tables before. Can you believe that? Of all the different jobs I've had. And I hear the Skull gets really busy on the weekends.
She lifts her head and rolls her eyes at herself.
Ugh, I sound silly, don't I?
Yeah, because you're going to kill it, I tell her, planting a kiss on her forehead. I know Kylie wants to do well at this job, even though she doesn't know how long she'll have it. The Smiling Skull is a bar outside of town that our MC owns. Jewel, Angel's old lady, is the manager of the Skull. She hired Kylie as extra help when she's gone on maternity leave. It's decent work. Full-time, good tips. Plus, Jewel has made sure the assistant manager is going to give Kylie a flexible schedule for a while so she can see her dad through his cancer treatments. Kylie looks up and gives me a loving smile.
Do you want to go visit Jewel and the new baby in the hospital when I get done with my shift?
Kylie asks as she starts to wriggle off my lap.
I'm off at 4 today. Lola's given me an easy one for my first day.
I take the opportunity to swat her on the ass as she stands. Kylie yelps and leaps away from me. Yeah, it sounds good, I tell her. And then after that, I'm going to take you on a date.
A date? How romantic.
She pulls her down jacket off the hook by the door and shrugs it on.
Okay, I better go. See you around 4:30.
Kylie practically bounces out the door. I laugh and shake my head. But the truth is, it makes me feel like a goddamn king to see her like this. Kylie is happier than I've ever known her to be. Even with her dad still undergoing chemo. Even with us still working out exactly how to pay for his treatments. Even with all sorts of things still up in the air, my girl wakes up every morning with a smile on her face. And of course, I do my best to put one there every night. Kylie moved in with me right away after I told her I wasn't going to waste one more second without her. Over the last month, we've been working on moving her dad up here too. There's a good hospital up here for one thing. 2 of the nurses who work there, Lucy and Thorne's old lady, Isabel, are connected to the MC. They've been working to get Charlie into a program that helps uninsured people pay for their treatments. It won't take care of all the costs, but it will help some. And Kylie and I will figure out how to pay for the rest, somehow. I finish my cup of coffee and head out to the garage to my bike. It's a little cold to be riding, given it's almost December. There's even a possibility of snow forecast for later. But it's a short distance to the clubhouse, and it's a bright, clear day. Perfect for a late fall ride. I straddle the bike and fire it up. As I pull out of the driveway, my mind wanders over the events of the past few months. Not for the first time, I think about how Kylie's dad's own demons set off the chain of events that would end up with Scotty dead. I told myself back then that doing a favor for someone out of love was the stupidest mistake you could make. But now, looking back, I think maybe I was wrong. Turned out, Scotty wound up dead physically, but I was dead inside. But that's all over now. Kylie is with me. In a way, she gave me my life back. And now, what's mine is hers, and what's hers is mine. Helping out her dad isn't a favor. It ain't an option. It's what you do when you love someone. Love will save you. It will make you whole. Even a sad, angry bastard like me. It took me a long time to find that out, but I know it now. And Kylie's the one who taught it to me. Church is more or less a formality today, at least as far as hardcore club business is concerned. Beast calls us to order as VP since Angel's at the hospital with Jewel. We mostly talk about the massive fucking party we're organizing to celebrate Angel and Jewel's new son. Once baby and mama have some time to recuperate, of course. Timothy James Abbott, future Lord of Carnage, was born last night, 2 days after Thanksgiving. Already this morning, the lords and their families have been taking turns going to the hospital to see the new family. From what Beast and the others are saying, Angel is proud as shit to be a dad. He's already bragging that the kid's got a grip like a champion. The club's old ladies have already organized themselves to make meals and shit for the new family for when Jewel and Timothy get out of the hospital. A bunch of them, Kylie included, are even going over to their place tomorrow to vacuum, do laundry, and stock the fridge, so they'll come home to a clean house and plenty of food. Everyone in the club is coming together, like the family we are, to make sure that our Prez and his old lady are well taken care of. And I'm happy as hell that Kylie is part of that family now. I spend more time than I mean to hanging out at the clubhouse and shooting the shit with my brothers. I leave just in time to get back to our house at 4:30, and I'm pulling the bike into the garage just as Kylie arrives in her truck. Excellent timing, I greet her as I walk out to meet her. How was your shift?
Oh, it was fine.
Kylie's beaming.
I actually really liked it, to tell you the truth.
Good deal. Get yourself changed and we'll head to the hospital. We're taking your truck.
The truck?
Kylie says quizzically. Usually when we drive places together, we're either on my bike or in the Mustang.
How come?
You'll find out. Her eyes light up.
Does this have something to do with the date?
Maybe. Kylie heaves an exaggerated sigh.
You're so annoying,
she says, but heads into the house to change. I may or may not spend a couple of seconds watching her ass as she goes.
Oh, my God,
Kylie breathes as she leans forward to gaze at the bundle of joy in Jewel's arms.
Just look at him. He's precious. Strong and handsome, just like his daddy.
Jewel gazes down beatifically at her son.
And probably just as ornery. Eventually, but for right now he's just so quiet and peaceful.
Jewel heaves a deep sigh of contentment.
Has Jude been here to see him yet?
Kylie asks, referring to Jewel's brother. He was here last night, actually, Angel chuckles. In the waiting room the whole time. He was the first one to hold the little guy, after Jewel and me.
I think he's going to be a very devoted uncle. Who'd have thought?
Jewel smirks. Looking up at Kylie, she asks,
Would you like to hold him? Could I? Of course.
Kylie bends down and gingerly takes the sleeping infant in her arms. As soon as she's holding the baby, her face transforms into one of pure bliss.
Cam,
she half whispers, clearly in awe.
Just look at him.
I do, even though basically the kid just looks like any other baby to me. What's really got my attention is Kylie. As she coos and smiles down at his tiny face, I feel like I'm getting a glimpse into our future. A future that looks a hell of a lot like Angel and Jewel's right now, with a baby of our own. It doesn't scare me nearly as much as it should.
We have a little present for you,
Kylie murmurs as she bounces lightly on her heels.
Cam, can you give it to them?
I reach down and grab the gift that's tucked into Kylie's bag. I hand it to Angel. Both he and Jewel start laughing as he unwraps the present. It's a stuffed motorcycle with the Lords of Carnage MC colors embroidered on the fairing. Kylie's idea, I say.
It's perfect,
Jewel grins.
I can already tell it's going to be his favorite stuffy ever.
We stay a few minutes longer, and then Thorne and Isabel come in, so we decide to say goodbye. Kylie and I walk out of the hospital, her hand in mine.
So happy for them,
Kylie murmurs.
I can't believe they're parents.
Me neither, I agree. But they're going to be fucking great at it. We settle into the cab of the truck and I fire up the engine.
So, is this the start of our date now?
Kylie grins, bouncing a little in her seat. I flip on the radio. Sure is. Kylie tries to get me to tell her where we're going, but I pretend to zip my lip, and she pretends to pout about it. The place we're going is out of town a little bit, but not a long drive. It's already dark outside, even though it's barely after 6 p.m. The night sky is mostly clear, but off in the distance some clouds are moving in. We might get that first snowfall they were talking about after all, I remark. I slow down on the highway and turn off onto a secondary road with a large sign to one side. Kylie doesn't know Tanner Springs very well yet, so she doesn't know where I'm taking her. She leans forward in her seat to read the sign. When she has, she lets out a little squeak of excitement.
A Christmas tree farm?
She cries.
Oh gosh, that's the best. I've never done this before. Hell, I don't even think I've ever had a real tree before.
I figured since it's going to be our first Christmas together, we should do it upright. Kylie's like a little kid as we wander through the farm together. There's cider and hot cocoa, and all around us there are couples and families scattered around. We walk through the rows of different trees for a while, and Kylie decides we should buy one of the ones that are already cut. We go over to the pre-cut area, and she examines practically every damn tree like it's a life or death decision. She chatters about where we should put it and how big it should be.
We don't have any ornaments, though,
she says, looking serious as she sips her hot cocoa.
We'll have to work on that.
We finally choose one she likes, and I pay for it. Just as we're loading it into the pickup, sure enough, a few light flakes of snow start to fall. Kylie turns to me, her eyes shining.
It's so perfect, she whispers. I can't believe it.
I reach for her hand and fold it into mine. Merry first Christmas, babe, I murmur.
Merry first Christmas. I love you so much, Cam,
she breathes. I love you too, Kai, I tell her. Always. This concludes HALE by Daphne Loveling, narrated by Troy Duran and Gillian Macy. Copyright 2018 by Daphne Loveling. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Daphne Loveling and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.